All right, good morning, everyone. The hour is upon us. Welcome to the Norfolk County Budget Committee. We're just going to wait for everyone to get seated here, and we're about to get started this morning. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. And for those in attendance, I would ask that you ensure your phones are on silenced mode. I would like to call the meeting to order, and before we move on to the approval of the agenda / changes to the agenda, as is customary, I would like to provide some brief opening remarks regarding our budget. When I started writing my remarks, I thought about some COVID-19 cliches. Many of them have become quite tired. The new normal, bending the curve. And I thought that the response our community has had to the pandemic, if only we could be so resilient and come together to tackle our financial difficulties in our community. We could only bend the curve on our finances. But I won't bore you with tired cliches. Today I wanted to talk about the fact that the decisions that we make today are not for today. They're for tomorrow, and they're for the next 10 years. And our capital budget process is integral to planning our community's future for all of the infrastructure projects and all of those hard services that we would like to fund. 2 years into our term, and we have invested quite a bit of monies into hard services and community services and things like infrastructure and roads. And this is our third capital budget deliberations, and I like to think that we've learned quite a bit during those first 2 years of our service. Just to provide a brief highlight of what you can expect today, the capital budget, we're going to have a solution for our water issues, or at least we'll have a budget to create a plan to develop a solution for our water issues. That's a large budget driver in this budget. Improvements to our asset management strategy. You're going to hear a lot more about that today. And you're also going to hear about our plan to improve the condition of our capital reserves. So we do have some highlights, some things to look forward to today. I won't be very long-winded here, and I don't want to steal the thunder from our staff who have been hard at work during a global pandemic to bring the budget that is before you today. Our team at Norfolk County has my confidence to provide the necessary recommendations to give us the course correction that we so desperately need. I want to assure members of the public, our team, and my colleagues that there are better days ahead of us. It's the plans and the recommendations that we approve today that will ensure this is true. And with that, I would like to ask if there are any changes to the agenda. Is there anyone willing to move the agenda as it is presented? Seeing Councillor Micheli moving the agenda. Do we have a seconder? Mayor Chop? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move on to our first presentation, which is Heather King, CEO of Norfolk County Public Library. I believe she's also being joined by Chair Adam Very, and they will be our first presentation today. Do we have them up on the screen? Are they ready to go? I'm seeing Adam.
Can they hear you? Good morning, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Beauty, thanks. Okay, good morning. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you about the budget that the library is proposing. So we have just a brief sort of preamble, and I'll hand it over to Heather for specific questions. So I just want to, again, recognize the effort that the library board and the staff have made to get this budget prepared today. We've indicated a reduction from last year's request, and that reflects the request from council to look for a 10% reduction to our overall budgeting for this year. Our proposal also, our request actually also reflects the public input that we received during our community consultation. The desire from the public was to maintain the materials budget, and 91% of our respondents said that the library offering items to read or watch is our most important function. So with that in mind, we've proposed a budget that reflects that. Also, we've had feedback that 73% of our users feel like online items are important to them. This also reflects that. So let me see here. Yes, so this plan also reflects that our reserves, as per Council's request during the last budget, are no longer in a deficit. So we've come up to that expectation as well. So what we're doing is we're asking Council to maintain its 2020 funding for materials with no other increases anticipated in that regard. Although, just to sort of indicate our future plans, we're hoping to look for a 2% increase in years to come. So with that sort of preamble out of the way, I'd like to give it to Heather to come up, please.
Thank you, Adam, and good morning. I did prepare a handout for Council, so hopefully you've received that in advance, about our proposed capital plan for 2021. And if you're referring to your binder, it's found on page 2D-1. So there is a 4-year comparison of the approvals that we have received in the past. And in 2021, we are actually asking for $20,000 less than we have been granted in the 4 previous years. The largest item that we're requesting is under material replacement program, which the number is $316,000, so the same as 2020. I thought it would be important for you to understand this budget request, as it is a significant amount of money that's asked each year from the library board. And there are 3 components into this budget called material replacement program. The first one, right off the top, is a placement of at least $10,000 that the library board decides to transfer into the reserve fund. So as Adam mentioned, that reserve fund was in a deficit previous to this year. It is no longer in a deficit. It has an actual surplus in it, and we hope to continue to build that surplus going into the future. The second part of this program is library materials that are stored in a library building and borrowed in person. So there's about 47% of this budget is spent on materials such as adult fiction, non-fiction, audiobooks, DVDs, and Blu-rays, multilingual collections such as French and other languages, children's books, large print, magazines, young adult books, and newspaper and microfilm. So I mentioned there some of the guidelines that we follow on how we decide what to purchase. Basically, we have to follow the intellectual freedom statement, which allows us to put things in our collection that maybe not all of us would like to read, but they are certainly available to the full public. And we have collection development policies that guide us in that process as well. We also base it on our population and our library card user base. We have several purchase suggestions from the community that guide our purchasing, as well as current trends, topics, and new kind of outlooks that we need to keep ahead of the curve on. We also have to provide a variety of formats to ensure that all of our materials are accessible to all members of our community. And usually the return on investment of these materials is about 5 years. So whenever we purchase a book, it's in our system for at least 5 years until it gets weeded and goes to a book sale or gets donated to another organization. So on page 2 of this report, if you have it with you, there's a breakdown about virtual materials that are internet-based and downloaded to technology for use. So the reason I wanted to provide you with some information is there seems to be a perception that a digital library or virtual materials are free for libraries to use, which is not true at all, or they don't cost as much, which again is not true. So you can see that we have 2 kinds of lines in this budget. It's 41% of the total budget that we spent in 2019. It includes electronic books as well as online database resources. And so far in 2020, and we had expected this because of COVID, our circulation has actually grown by 6,000 so far this year. So we hope that that trend's going to continue and our circulation outcomes will be quite a bit higher than we've seen in the past. So some of the guiding principles for this purchase are the cost, basically, the pricing models, how many people can actually access that resource at one time, and whether it's a US resource or Canadian funds. We also have to look at lease agreements, and this is the important part of the virtual materials, is that they're not owned by the library. Instead, we have a subscription to use them, and they're renewed annually. We also have to look at the technical feasibility of these things. Will they work with our own system hardware, or the patrons that are living in our community? Are they going to have difficulty downloading and using this material? The vendor support, do we get stats from it? Are we allowed to brand that kind of thing? Are there mark records that then we can put into our circulation that people know that we have them available? Also the licensing, which dictates the number of users that can use that product at one time, or maybe it can only be used 12 times and then the lease is expired and we have to renew it again. We also look for accuracy of the content. So this is, can we buy a book that is accurate, or do we look at something online that will be constantly updated and more accurate for our folks to read? And also the security of the site, because we don't want any of our sites to get hacked. So that is the first component of the materials and replacement program, which we are asking for $316,000 this year. The other request in 2021 is a $20,000 placeholder for new and enhanced security technology program. So basically, this is a placeholder that every single year we request from council to help us upgrade any technology and security issues that we have in the library. And some examples include the self-checkout units, the security gates, cameras, Chromebooks for lending, our RFID system, which is our security system on all of our products, and any upgrades that we might have to the website or an enhancement to our electronic card catalog. So going forward in this budget, so those are the only two requests this year that the library board is asking for. But if you look at the 2022 to the 2030 items, these two things remain in the budget, and as Adam mentioned, there's usually a 2% increase requested under material replacement program each year. And then the enhanced security technology program stays at 20,000, and then it might increase as we are planning to replace something larger in our system. The other replacements that you see starting in 2022 are shelving replacements programs, and I just wanted you to know that these are based on approval of a grant that we have applied for. So if the grant is not received, it's not something that we are going to pursue to go forward with in the near future. So that's it for our presentation, and if you have any comments or questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Heather and Adam. Are there any questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the presentation. Done a good job of sort of hitting the target for this year, but then the long-term plan is the one that I have a bit more issue with. Like you've mentioned the shelving, like next, the 2022 budget, the capital requirements are up around 550,000. 2023, we're looking at almost $1 million. And you know, we got to start looking farther down the road to sort of, we can't have those spikes and those jumps. And, you know, that's what I always thought reserve accounts were for, that you put a little bit away for the bigger projects that are coming in the future. And if you, can you lay out sort of the longer term plan a little better for me, please?
Sure. I think you can see in the reserve plan, which is also in your booklet, that there is a plan to build the reserves forward, and hopefully we will be able to contribute to those bigger projects going forward into the future. Again, we are planning on some grants. So the grant portion contribution doesn't show up in the capital. It just shows as the full purchase price. So the grants basically are a third, a third, a third. So we council wouldn't be funding the full project. It would be a third of the project that you see in front of you for the other replacement programs going forward.
Did that satisfy your question, Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you.
I would note that the county library reserve is located on 3-2 of our booklet. I can see, and maybe I have a question myself, Heather, that in 2024, if there is no more debt incurred, the true fund balance will dip back into the red. Would you be able to provide some comments on the 30,000 earmarked for 2024 and the 120,000 that is earmarked for 2026?
So in 2024, the proposed expenditure will be if there is a renovation that happens in the Waterford branch. And again, that doesn't entail any fundraising or any grants that might be available at that time. And it's a placeholder. It doesn't mean that it's a for sure project. I know that there's been a lot of discussion with our board about the Waterford branch and whether we stay in the existing building or we partner with another organization in the community. So I think that's the best case scenario that we can kind of project at this time.
Thank you for that, Heather. Are there any further questions of committee? All right, seeing none at this time. As this is a presentation for information, we do not need to move and second it to receive it. I do have a note here that Councillor Micheli may wish to bring either a motion forward or had a question at the conclusion of Heather King's presentation. I'll call upon Councillor Micheli to see if that is in fact true. If not, we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe perhaps that this is not the appropriate time for that. I'm checking with the clerk right now. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I did want to mention to our committee that we have Heather King present. We have Adam Very present. If we do need to draw upon them for resources or if we wanted to move recommendation regarding the capital for the library, we have our subject matter experts present, and I would hate for them to leave our meeting and then us make a decision later on in our deliberations. So I may just provide one last opportunity to see if we want to ask any questions of our library board and our CEO. If not, we'll move on. And okay, I see Councillor Martin is raising her hand.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. To probably Heather, but either one of you, with concerning the self-checkout units, does that make any changes to the staffing complement in the library, or is this just strictly more of a security measure?
The self-checkouts do help to alleviate kind of a backup or a backlog at the circulation desk. And it is a self-serve kind of process that we're moving towards and encouraging more and more people because of COVID. It's a contactless kind of option for them. It is not our plan right now to replace staff because we have a self-checkout. It is more of an enhancement, and staff are able to do other circulation duties in the branch while the self-checkout is available. So there's at least one person at the circulation desk all the time, and another one can be circulating and doing roving librarian duties within the branch.
Thank you.
Last call for questions of committee. Seeing none, I think you've done your due diligence. Thank you very much, Heather and Adam, for attending this morning and providing us with that presentation. I imagine we have all the information we need to make our decision this morning or later on this afternoon. So with that, we do have, I guess, a slight change to the agenda. We were going to move into an asset management presentation, but I've been informed by staff that that will be contained within staff report CS 20-30, the proposed 2021-2030 capital plan. So with that, I would like to call upon staff to present staff report CS 20-30. I'm looking to Shelley Darlington to guide us through this report.
Thank you, Chair Roberts, and good morning, Mayor Chop and members of Council. This morning, Budget Committee will be considering the 2021-2030 capital plan that presents a gross capital expenditure program totaling approximately $580 million for the 10-year forecasted period for all county operations and includes both rate-supported and levy-supported capital projects. And specifically included in the plan is $49.1 million for projects planned to be initiated in 2021. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to staff within all of the county departments for their attention to and hard work on the proposed budget. I would also like to acknowledge the dedication of the financial services team for their detailed analysis, review, and preparation of the plan and related report and presentation. The capital plan is a lengthy process and involves input from staff from every department within the county. One of the focuses this year was to enhance collaboration across and within county divisions and departments to ensure input from staff regarding current and future needs to sustain the county's asset management plan, and finally to identify any recommendations for new initiatives. As part of this collaboration effort, this year the financial services presentation that will be presented by Megan Souls and Catherine Fanning from our financial services team will also incorporate an overview of the asset management plan that will be presented by Jordan Sangers from our Public Works team. Jordan will provide council with an update on the asset management plan, where the county is at in the process, and will also outline and identify the asset management gap in the county. Staff will highlight how the information from the asset management plan was used and the impacts it has on the current capital plan. I'm also pleased to report to Council that staff have been able to reference the comments, feedback, and results of the 2021 budget survey and virtual engagement session to provide Council with as much data and feedback as possible to consider as part of the budget deliberations. This initiative has been an important first step in the county's commitment to public engagement and can be one of many tools used in assessing the public's appetite for various service levels. Last year, Council made a lot of tough decisions, and the county has seen some improvements. As noted in the report, this is the first year in recent history that the proposed net impact to the reserves is an overall contribution. This is the compound effect from Council's direction to increase reserve contributions last year, as well as the budget guidance Council provided this year to include the 2% special capital levies for both rate and levy-supported operating budgets. While this is a step in the right direction, it does not factor in the infrastructure gap that has been identified as part of the asset management plan and noted as part of the financial services report and presentation. Reserves continue to represent a significant risk with regard to the county's financial sustainability. As such, we must continue to be cautious and stay the course. The quote from Marie Curie, "I was taught the way of progress is neither swift nor easy," certainly captures the challenging decisions that lay ahead. With that, I will pass it to Megan Souls and Catherine Fanning, who will provide the details of the financial services report, along with the PowerPoint presentation. At the end of the presentation, the county's treasurer, Kathy LaPlante, will provide closing remarks and identify next steps prior to the Budget Committee's deliberation of the capital plan and any questions that you may have. Megan?
Thanks, Shelley. Catherine and I are now going to walk you through the 2021 to 2030 capital plan. Maybe. There we go. Specifically, we're going to go over the budget timelines, the plan at a glance, including some drivers and trends. We will then discuss some of the key considerations for 2021, starting with the asset management plan, where we will welcome our special guest speaker, Jordan Sangers. After his presentation, we will recap what the asset management plan means for the capital budget and discuss the financing. We will wrap up the considerations for 2021 with a discussion on the service levels and the public engagement survey. Lastly, we will end our presentation with the so what section, which will cover the cost of the plan as well as some considerations for council. Before we go deep into the capital plan, we just want to recap some of the key upcoming dates. Today is the capital budget. Up next is the water and wastewater budget and the board and committees day, which will be held on November 24th. On December 8th, the proposed user fees will be brought to council. Lastly, on January 6th and 7th, we will bring the Board of Health budget and the property tax supported budget to council. With the upcoming dates out of the way, I will now pass it over to Catherine, who will start off the 2021 considerations.
Thank you, Megan, and good morning, Council. So the slide before you today talks about both the 2021 and the 10-year capital plan expenditures. So the 10-year capital plan provides for the purchase of new assets, the replacement of assets, as well as 4 studies. Within the plan, $49 million of projects are planned to be initiated in 2021. Over the 10-year plan, $580 million are planned to be initiated. The pie charts in front of you show a summary of the projects that are presented in the capital plan based on the 4 major project types. The majority of items within both the 2021 year and the 10-year period are for asset management related capital. This is displayed by the blue sections in the pie graph. These projects are for the straight replacement of assets to maintain our current service levels and to ensure assets remain in good condition. This represents almost 80% of the total of value of the projects within 2021 and 65% of the value of the projects for the total plan. The purple sections of the graph display the new and incremental capital requests. These budgets are for items where no capital asset existed prior, as well as for the replacement of assets with a significant change in service level. The largest driver of this project type within the 10-year plan period is the proposed interurban water supply program, which represents $109 million of the total $195 million request for new or incremental capital projects. Notably, this program represents 18% of the total capital 10-year plan. Studies are provided for in the orange pie chart section, and requisitions from boards and agencies are provided within the green section of this chart. Moving on, to provide you with an idea of what makes up the $49 million planned for 2021, this slide highlights the major capital programs or projects planned to be initiated within 2021. These drivers are separated into groups, rate and levy, based on the group of users who are benefiting from the projects. The levy drivers are services that are provided to the property tax users, Whereas the rate drivers are for projects that provide service to residents who are on municipal water and wastewater services. This is with the exception of the infrastructure reconstruction program, which services both groups of users. Consistent with the color coding on the last slide has been used to show the project type each driver falls within. To recap, blue indicates asset management, purple for new and incremental capital, and orange for studies. To touch on a few of these main drivers within the levy drivers section, we have the infrastructure reconstruction program, which makes up $14.7 million of the planned expenditures, asphalt resurfacing program, which represents $9.5 million of the planned expenditures, and $3.2 million of the planned expenditures are for major fleet replacements. For rate drivers, $2.2 million has been included in 2021 for the proposed interurban water supply program, and $1.5 million for the Port Dover wastewater outfall project. Overall, when looking at the main drivers of the plan, this again shows that asset management projects are the significant driver of the capital costs. The plan's high concentration on asset management capital projects is not surprising, as many municipalities are facing challenges with aging infrastructure. This is part of the reason why Norfolk County, along with all the other municipalities in Ontario, are required to develop an asset management plan. I will now invite Jordan Sangers to provide an overview on what the asset management plan is, where we are in the process, and to provide more information about Norfolk County's asset management gap.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. I'm just going to share my screen here. If you could just let me know if you can see the presentation.
We can see it.
Perfect. Okay, so hello, Council. As mentioned, I'm Jordan Sangers, and I am looking after asset management here at the county. So what we wanted to do is to show you a preliminary gap analysis of the 10-year capital plan before you. There we go. Okay, so before we get into that, I want to give a brief overview of the regulation which governs asset management in Ontario. So that's OREG 588/17. There are 4 major deliverables the county must meet to stay compliant with this. The first was to have a strategic asset management policy, which Council adopted in June of last year. The next 3 are related to the asset management plans themselves. So the first phase of our asset management plan, which is due July 1st of 2021, is for core assets only. So this means structures, roads, water, wastewater, and stormwater. This plan, which we are currently working on, must contain an inventory of the assets, the current levels of service of those assets, and the cost to maintain those levels of service. And those levels of service are prescribed by the province in the regulation. The second phase of this, which is due July 1st of 2023, builds out on that first phase to include all assets which the county owns or looks after. So this would include things such as facilities, rec centers, parks, fleet, equipment, etc. And finally, the third phase, the final phase, then builds on those previous 2 by incorporating proposed service levels, which could be higher or lower than the existing ones. These service levels will be developed with council and through community engagement in the future. This plan must contain life cycle management and financial strategies to meet those service levels. And just an additional note, because our population is over 25,000, we are required to incorporate a detailed risk and growth analysis in our plan. Okay, so just a brief overview of what we're going to be looking at today. I'm going to be walking you through our core assets, which again include our structures, roads, our water and wastewater, both plant and linear, and as well as our stormwater. So within each of these, we'll start with a quick inventory of the assets. So this is going to include the quantity, the replacement cost, the age, and the condition. Then we'll move on to looking at the required funding versus the planned spending in the 10-year capital plan to determine an infrastructure gap or surplus. So when determining the required funding, there are 3 primary methods that we'll be using. The first is a recommendations-based. So this can either be from a third party, which is the case in our OSIM bridge and culvert inspections, or they're created internally based on the age and the useful life of our assets. You'll see that in our plant infrastructure. The second method we'll be using is our AAC. So this is an average annual cost. So this method is utilizing the inventory, replacement and rehabilitation costs, and the useful lives to again determine the average yearly amount required to spend or to be spent. This method is useful when we were lacking age or condition data. So you'll see we're using this method for much of our linear infrastructure. And then finally, the last method we have is performance modeling. So with performance modeling, we're utilizing age and condition data combined with life cycle curves, which predict future deterioration to pretty much optimize our spending. So this system can be tailored in a number of ways to create different scenarios based off of targeted condition levels, total amount spent, or even individual program spending. So at the moment, we're just using this for our roads network. And of course, the end goal of utilizing these methods is to determine a 10-year infrastructure gap. Just a quick note before we get into things, the values here have not been inflated. That's both on the planned and required spending side. Okay, so we're going to start with our structures inventory. So you can see here we've broken this down into bridges, culverts, and pedestrian bridges. So for bridges, we have 109 bridges, replacement cost of around $167.5 million. We have our average age of 53 years old and an average condition, or BCI, this is a bridge condition index, of 73. For our culverts, we have 129 of those. Much smaller replacement cost just due to the nature of a culvert versus a bridge, so $66 million replacement cost. Slightly newer average age at 47.5 years and a slightly better condition at an average condition of 80. And then finally, we have our pedestrian bridges or pedestrian structures. So we have 15 of these with a replacement cost of roughly $8.2 million. The average age is only 35 years old and an average condition of 80. So when it comes to the bridge condition index, I like to think of this sort of like a report card. So typically you don't want to be below a 50. Below a 50 would be considered a failed. So you can see on the right-hand side where we list the condition, greater than a 70 would be considered good. No repair work is required, just some O&M work. Between a 60 and a 70, we would call fair. So typically repair work is scheduled within 5 to 10 years. And below a 60 would be poor repair work. Probably major repair work would be scheduled in the next year or two. So this data is in Pearl, which is our asset management software. And the inspection data came from our 2020 OSIM inspections, which were performed by Valley Engineering. So if we move along to the 10-year needs for structures. So here I've combined the bridges and culverts into one and the pedestrian structures into another. So we'll go through the bridges and culverts first. Over the next 10 years, we have planned capital spending of roughly $51.4 million. We can compare this against the recommended spending from Valley from the OSIM reports at $61.8 million. So this gives us an infrastructure gap over 10 years of $10.4 million. So, roughly $1 million per year gap. You'll notice here we calculated the average annual cost for this as well. That worked out to be $59.2 million, which it's nice to see that jive nicely with the Valley recommendations. Fairly close there. On the pedestrian structure side, obviously much smaller values here. In our capital plan, we have $315,000 worth of planned spending. Valley recommendations are $542,000 over 10 years, which leaves us an infrastructure gap of $227,000. I just want to make a note, in the capital budget, there is a structure sustainability program, which is $3.33 million over 10 years. This is actually for some of the O&M recommendations that came from the OSIM report, so not on the capital side, so that's kind of over and above these numbers that I'm displaying here. So now we're just going to look at that graphically. So this is kind of spread out over 10 years. So on the bottom, you can see the green bars. That is our budgeted or our planned spending. You can see in year one, there's that really big red one called carryover. So these are projects which have been funded in previous budgets, but have not yet been completed. And because they haven't been completed, the 2020 OSIM reports are still showing them as recommendations. The reason this number is so high for 2021 is we had a few very big ticket items that are in the works. So one of them is the Causeway, Long Point Causeway. Another is the Queensway East bridge that we received funding for. There's a few others in there as well that are carryover projects. So you'll notice the dark blue line, these are our Valley recommendations. And you can see that year one, it kind of aligns with what our budgeted plus carryover spending is. And then this light blue bar, this is our average annual cost. So just a comparison to see that. Okay, so now we'll move along to our roads inventory. So we've split our roads into rural asphalt, urban asphalt, and surface treated roads. So if we start with the rural asphalt, we have roughly 526 kilometers of roads with a replacement cost of $336.5 million. Our average condition on these roads is almost 76, and that's now a PCI, so that's a pavement condition index. For urban asphalt, we have much less of that, 183 kilometers, with a replacement cost of $172.2 million and an average condition of 72. So our urbans on average are in worse condition than our rural asphalt roads, sorry. And then finally, we have our surface treated roads. So this is a bulk of our roads right now. So we have 1,296 kilometers of those roads with a replacement cost of almost $400 million. And the average condition on these roads is 66. Typically, because the surface treated nature of these roads, it makes sense to actually have these conditions a bit lower. And I just want to mention that for this analysis, we've excluded our gravel and our earth roads. It's roughly 69 kilometers or 3.5% of the network. It's more or less for simplicity's sake. We don't do a lot of capital work on those roads. It's more or less being maintained through operating, so we just thought we'd exclude those. Again, when it comes to those condition values, you can kind of think of it, in the report card sense. Again, is we don't want to get below a 50. That's more or less a fail. So you can see here, a 90 to 100 would be an excellent road. So that would be either a new road or a road that was just rehabilitated. Then we get into the 70 to 90 range, which we consider good. This is where we're doing our preventative maintenance, so our crack sealing, our micro surfacing. Towards the low end, we might start doing some mill and paves. The next one between a 50 and a 70 PCI, so that would be fair. This is where we're doing a bulk of our rehabilitation. So again, we have mill and paves, we have full depth asphalt reclamations, etc. And then below a 50 is considered poor. And then I want to make a note on the replacement cost. So these replacement costs is to replace the road, the asphalt surface, as well as the granular base material. It's not typical that we'd fully replace a road, especially on the rural side of things. We wouldn't typically fully replace the road unless there were some underlying issues with that base material. Obviously, on the urban side, we would, because we're reconstructing underground infrastructure that's within those roadways, so they would get fully reconstructed. So again, this data is loaded into Pearl, our asset management software, and the condition ratings came from our 2018 road needs study. So before we get into the 10-year needs on the roads, I just wanted to show you this, quick graph. You've probably seen something similar. This is kind of just looking at the road surface and pavement preservation versus the reactive maintenance. The idea is we want to keep good asphalt good. It's a lot cheaper in the long run to do minor mill and paves and our crack sealing and stuff earlier in the asphalt's life than it is to let it degrade and have to rebuild it. And to demonstrate that, if you look at the chart at the bottom, so this is our cost per kilometer per year. So we have 3 road classes here, an urban collector, a rural collector, and a surface treated collector. Surface treated is a tar and chip road. And these life cycle curves have actually been developed in-house, and they're utilizing costs, our actual costs for rehabilitations and replacements. So the first column here, we have our run to failure. So this is if we build a road, brand new road, and then we don't do anything. We don't touch it. And 15 to 25 years, depending on the road class later, it gets completely rebuilt, right? We start from scratch, right down to the granulars. So we're looking at, ranging from $31,000 to $15,000, again, per kilometer per year. These are big numbers. If we start utilizing preventative maintenance, so again, we're extending the life of that road. You know, on the urban side, we want to extend that roadway until we have to touch the underground. We don't want to do a full reconstruction until we're doing the, you know, the sewers and the water mains and the storm sewers there. And on the rural and surface treated roads, you know, we're trying to extend them as long as we can. Some of these roads, we could almost extend indefinitely if the base, if those base granulars were built well. So our costs now are ranging from, you know, $20,000 down to $5,000 per kilometer per year. But this right-hand column, this is kind of the big one. These are the savings, right? You know, of run to failure versus preventative maintenance. So we're ranging from $5,000 to $10,000 per kilometer per year in savings. So these are big numbers that we're looking at. Okay, so now we're going to get into the 10-year needs for our roads. So we've split this into 4 categories. We have our rural asphalt, our urban asphalt, our urban reconstructions, and our surface treated roads. A quick note before I go through them. So for this, we're utilizing performance modeling. So what we've done is we've asked the system to give us a 10-year capital plan based off of maintaining that PCI, that average condition rating. So again, these are the costs to maintain those PCIs that you saw before. So if we look at the rural asphalt, we have planned spending of roughly $60.5 million over 10 years. Versus what's required by the performance modeling at $95 million, $9.5 million per year. So that leaves us with a gap of $34.5 million on the rural asphalt. On the urban asphalt, our planned spending is roughly $4.2 million over 10 years versus a required of $18.4. So that gives us a gap of $14.2 million. The urban reconstructions, I got to make a few points about this one. So for our planned capital spending, we have roughly $49 million. As of now, that is sort of an assumed number. So how we budget things in FMW for our road reconstruction projects is we have a roads account, a water account, and a sanitary account. And that roads account contains all the costs for the road reconstruction, the storm sewers, the sidewalks, the street lights, the traffic signals. So what we've done right now is we've taken an estimate of 2/3 of that dollar value we're allocating to the roads, 1/3 we're allocating to the storm sewers. I think this is something that we're going to work on with finance in the future to kind of change how we allocate those in the budget so that we can properly pull our planned spending by asset category going forward. The other thing I want to notice about urban reconstructions is you'll notice the performance modeling is saying that we should only be spending $13.6 million, and this gives us quite the surplus. The reason for that is from a performance modeling point of view, the system never wants us to reconstruct a road because reconstructing a road is the most expensive thing we can do to it. So it's going to try its hardest to use those preventative maintenances and whatnot to keep that road from ever needing to be reconstructed. But as we know, the road reconstructions aren't typically driven by the asphalt condition. They're driven by the underground infrastructure. So the $49 million in our capital plan isn't being driven necessarily by the road condition. It's being driven by the underground needs. So this actually gives us a surplus from an asphalt quality perspective of $35 million over 10 years. And then finally, we're going to look at our surface treated roads. So we have roughly $32 million in spending over 10 years on that. Again, the required through performance modeling is $48 million. So that gives us an infrastructure gap over 10 years of $16 million. So now we're just going to look at that graphically again. We've excluded the reconstructions from this graph. Kind of as I mentioned before, they skew the figures. So now we're just looking at this strictly from an asphalt resurfacing point of view. So you can see the green bars, the bars at the bottom. The green is our rural asphalt plan spending. The yellow is our surface treatment program, and the orangey red is our urban asphalt resurfacing. And again, you can compare that to what the performance modeling is saying we need to be spending each year, and you can see that, that infrastructure gap there. Okay, so we're going to move on to the water linear inventory. So these are our water mains. We have roughly 305 kilometers of water mains spread out over 854 road sections. The replacement cost on these water mains is roughly $202 million, and we have an average age of 35 years old. So right now, this information is stored in our GIS network, individual, valves and water mains and services and whatnot, and then we're kind of pulling all that individual information together into road sections, to match how we're looking at the road network, and we're doing this in Pearl, and then we load it into Pearl. One thing I'd like to note here, you can see in the bottom right, we have these unknown road sections. So 25 kilometers or almost $15 million of the network currently isn't assigned to a road section. These are typically water mains that are on easements, and easements is something that we're currently working on, kind of creating a GIS easement layer that we can start assigning the water mains and the sanitary and the storm mains to these easements, just to kind of better display it in the system. So I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that. And then on the right-hand side, you see this pie graph. So this is the age profile of our water mains. So you can see the dark green, that is, water mains that are less than 20 years old, 32%. The light green is water mains that are 20 to 40 years old. That yellow color there is 40 to 60 years old. The orange would be 60 to 80 years old. There's a little red sliver in there, which are 80, older than 80 years. I do want to bring your attention to this gray bar. So these are water mains that we don't actually have age information on. So this is something that we're prioritizing right now. We want to make sure that we're trying to gather this information and getting all these kind of data gaps filled before we release the asset management plan in the spring of next year. But looking at this, we can see that roughly 50% of the network is 40 years or older if we include those unknown assets. And I will say, typically, if we don't know the age of an asset, most of the time it's because it's old. If it was a fairly new asset, we'd typically have drawings and whatnot and be able to get that information fairly easily. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the 10-year capital needs for the water linear. So in the capital plan, we have roughly $30 million in planned spending. What we're doing to determine our gap is we're actually using the AAC, that average annual cost. So that works out to $28.1 million. So that actually gives us a surplus of $1.7 million over 10 years, so $170,000 a year. Typically for water main, we'd use the AAC, but it would be more supplemental. We'd like to use the 10-year needs based off of the useful life of those water mains. And you can see in the bottom right down here, if we do that, we have a 10-year needs of roughly $21.4 million based off of the useful life. The problem is because we have so many assets with those unknown dates, roughly $24 million worth of assets, that number is, we can't use that for the gap analysis right now. We can't say 21.4 million, plus maybe 24.3. So again, that's one of the gaps in our data that we're working on right now and trying to get that sorted out before our asset management plan in the spring. So for now, for this gap analysis, we're just going to use the average annual cost. And again, now we're just going to look at that graphically over 10 years. The green bars, that is our planned spending over 10 years. You can see that the green line across there is our average spending, and the average annual cost is slightly below that, which is, shows that there's not a gap but a surplus. Okay, so now we're going to talk about our water plant inventory. So we have multiple facilities here. We have water treatment plants, boosters and reservoirs, water towers, wells, and then other facilities such as administrative facilities or storage facilities, things like that, labs. So in total, we have 40 facilities with a replacement cost of roughly $78.5 million. So right now, this inventory has been put into Pearl, our asset management software, and has been compiled internally through staff. So what we do with these plant inventories is first of all, we have a facility inventory of the facility itself. And then we want to break that facility down into its components. And a component is going to be really anything within a facility that is capital in nature that is going to be replaced more frequently than the facility itself. So, example I use is with a well. You'd have a well that we've given a 60-year life. But within that well, we might have, 2 pumps, and those pumps are going to be rebuilt every 10 years and maybe replaced every 30 years. So we, to get a true cost, we need to have those facilities broken down. And I just want to make a note that that component inventory is a work in progress. We have quite a bit of information in there, but it's not yet complete. And we've been working on it very recently. Really, actually, over the pandemic, we've been working on this. And it hasn't yet been reviewed yet. So, I've been having information come in for me from staff, and I've been putting it into Pearl, but we haven't actually had a chance to sit down. We're planning on doing that in November. So just keep that in mind with the water plant inventory. Okay, so if we look at our 10-year needs for our water plant, if we look at the capital plan, so what we've done is I've included anything that's in the asset management side of the capital plan, and I've also included non-DC portions of projects that are in the replacement with enhancements. Typically, when we're doing a replacement with enhancements, it might be that we're expanding a facility. But when we expand a facility, we're probably replacing quite a few of the aged assets within the facility itself that are, not growth related. So that's why they were included here. I also want to make a note that for this gap analysis, we have excluded the interurban water program. This is a very, very big program. Over 10 years, roughly $124 million. We've excluded this for a couple of reasons. One is it skews the gap numbers quite a bit. Because this is a new initiative, and we're not at that stage in our asset management plan where we are planning for the replacement of new assets. Right now we're just trying to get a grasp of what we own and how to replace what we have. And a majority of the projects in that interurban water are new projects. They are putting in assets that weren't previously there. The other reason we've excluded this is that I believe it hasn't been officially I don't know if endorsed is the word, through council. I believe there's a report coming to council in November where council is going to look at this interurban water in more detail. So what the plan is once we know, for sure what we're doing with the interurban water, it's going to be included in our asset management plan in the spring, because hopefully in November we'll have a firm answer and we'll have to incorporate that. So I just wanted to kind of make that note. So the other thing you're going to notice, I have the required spending based on the useful life. So this works out to $8.8 million over 10 years. You'll notice we're not actually using this for the gap number. And the reason is because I mentioned we're not entirely confident in that component inventory yet, and it hasn't been reviewed. I wanted to put it here just for transparency's sake. But, I would say our water plant inventory is probably, at this moment, it's the one that I'm the least confident in the data. So for this gap analysis, we're not going to use that required useful life. But we're going to use the average annual cost, so that AAC. So the AAC, we're looking at roughly, requiring $18.3 million over 10 years. So, that actually gives us an infrastructure surplus of $2 million over 10 years. Here we can look at that graphically. You can see, the green is our planned spending, again, not including that interurban. There's, a few big spikes in there. The Waterford well in 2023. We have the Simcoe water reservoir and elevated tank in Waterford in 2025. Another elevated tank rehab in 2028. Those are kind of the big ticket items here. The green line, that is our average spending. That blue line below it is our average annual costs. And then the dark blue, that's our needs based off the useful life. Again, I'm showing this information, but the water plant one is going to change, I'm going to say drastically in the asset management plan in the spring, again, because this information is a work in progress, and also because of that interurban project, which is going to be, well, either incorporated or not into the into the plan. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our wastewater linear. So these are our sanitary sewers. So we have roughly 228 kilometers of sewers spread out over 774 road sections. It makes sense to have less sanitary than water main, because we have quite a few areas in the county that are serviced by water but not by sanitary. The estimated replacement cost on these assets is $177 million. Average age on these is 37.1. Again, this information is in our GIS network, and it's being rolled up into road sections and input into Pearl. We have that same caveat that we had on the water side with the unknown road sections. Again, something that we're working on right now, trying to get that easement layer set up so we can make sure that we're assigning, all of those individual sanitary assets, the manholes, the pipes, the et cetera, and kind of combine them into a road section that, useful information that we can present in a capital plan. So if we look at the age profile, it's the same setup. Dark green is less than 20 years old. Light green is 20 to 40. Orange is 40 to 60 years old. Yellow. Orange is 60 to 80, and then the red would be 80 and older. We do have this, slice of unknown assets that we don't have dates on. Again, these are things that, gaps that we've acknowledged and that we're now working on trying to fill in that information before the spring. You can see here, we're just over 50% of the assets are, either 40 years or older, including those unknown assets. So slightly older than our water main assets. Okay, so if we look at our 10-year needs on the sanitary sewers, in the capital plan, we have roughly $16.1 million worth of planned spending. Again, same as with the water mains. Right now, we're using that average annual cost for our required spending. So that works out to $21.9 million. So that gives us an infrastructure gap of $5.8 million over 10 years. Again, with the sanitary sewers, we'd like to be using the useful life. Ideally, and the AAC would just be a supplementary. But if you look at the bottom right here again, our needs based off the useful life is $18.2 million, which is actually already over what was in our capital plan. So there's already a gap just at the default. But then there's also these assets that we don't have dates for. So, 13.3 approximately $1 million worth of assets versus of sanitary sewers that we don't know when they were installed. So again, that's a gap that we're looking to fill before the asset management plan is released. So once again, we're just going to look at that graphically now over 10 years. The green bar at the bottom is our planned spending. The green line is our average spending. And that blue line, that's our average annual cost. So obviously, the value in the middle would be our gap. Okay, so now we're going to look at our wastewater plant inventory. So we have 5 wastewater treatment plants and 21 sewage pumping stations in the county. Combined replacement cost of approximately $162 million. This data, again, has been loaded into Pearl. And this inventory was compiled through Veolia, who is our operator on the wastewater treatment side, and has been reviewed by staff. So again, what we did is we have the facility itself, and then we've broken down that facility into its components. And I think Veolia has done a really great job of giving us a very detailed list of what's in these plants. So we have a fairly accurate or very accurate inventory on the wastewater front. Okay, so now we're going to look at our 10-year needs for our wastewater plants. So in the capital plan, we have $9.6 million in planned spending over 10 years. If we compare that with the required spending based on the useful life, that works out to $16.7 million. So that gives us an infrastructure gap of about $7 million over 10 years. Interestingly, if we run the average annual cost scenarios, over 10 years, we need to be spending roughly $40 million. And this actually does make sense why this number is so much higher than the required based on the useful life. And the big driver here is our wastewater treatment plants. These are very expensive assets that we have. And, three of the wastewater treatment plants we have, Delhi, Port Rowan, and Waterford, which is undergoing the major renovation, are fairly new. So these are big ticket items that aren't getting pulled into the 10-year needs, or maybe only minor components are getting pulled into the 10-year needs. But the facility itself is there, and we do need to plan for that replacement in the future. So that does increase the gap. For this presentation, I've decided just to use the $7 million because that is the infrastructure gap based off of the 10-year needs. If we're looking at that $30 million, that's kind of planning for the future. That's actually being looked at right now through the water and wastewater study. Another thing I'd just like to point out on the required useful life spending. So this is pretty much calculated we have replacement costs for our facilities and all of those components, and we've given them useful lives. We don't have a lot of condition data right now, but a few things have condition value, which can modify when you're going to replace it. But this dollar value of $16.7 million, that's just a straight replacement cost. So if we said there's some sort of mixer that costs $500,000, just making this up as an example, the system's saying that we need to spend $500,000 to replace that. Realistically, because of changing regulations and just because of the age of some of these components being replaced, there's compatibility issues. Typically, the replacements don't end up being a straight replacement for a straight replacement. You might replace that mixer and realize that you have to, now we need to update the controls, or we have to update this or that. So that's sort of the next step for us here is we want to take all those individual component replacements, sit down with staff and turn them into projects where we look and say, okay, if we're doing the mixer here and we have a few other items that need to be done, let's roll them into a project, and then, okay, what's this realistically going to cost? What else are we going to have to replace when we replace this mixer because of these, again, legislative changes or just changes in technology? So that required useful life, it's going to get bigger. It is the next step that we're going to be working on, internally with staff. Another thing I also wanted to note here is, the capital plan spending isn't very high, $9.6 million. We do have, $62.5 million of, I've called them carryover projects. So these are wastewater projects that have been funded in previous budgets, but have not yet, been completed. So I just kind of wanted to show, saying that we're, it's not that we've been neglecting our treatment plants. You can see almost the opposite with the AAC being so high compared to the required useful life. Okay, so we're going to look at that graphically now again. The green bars in the bottom, again, is our planned spending. That green line towards the bottom is our average spending over 10 years. I do want to bring your attention to the dark blue line. That is our needs based off of the useful life. And you can see in year one, there's a really big amount there. This is primarily being driven from our sewage pumping stations. We have quite a few pumping stations that are beyond their useful life. We've said they're going to last 50 to 60 years, and they're beyond that. A lot of these pumping stations have probably had work done in the past to extend their useful life that maybe we haven't, taken into account in the asset management plan. We didn't have the information, or somehow it was missed. But I do want to say, just because something, the useful life of these pumping stations is extended, right? We're not going to have, huge amounts of failures if we don't replace them all in 2021. You can't extend the life of these indefinitely. So although, yes, this graph is going to be kind of flattened, without these spikes, it's not going away. It's just being kind of pushed out and spread out more. So that, those dollar values aren't going anywhere. Okay, last but not least, I wanted to talk about stormwater. So here we have this split into two categories. So the first is our stormwater management facilities. So these are our stormwater management ponds. We have 23 of these in the county. We have a replacement cost of just shy of $3 million. I just wanted to make a note. This isn't a true replacement cost per se. This is the estimated cost to clean out these ponds. To clean them out and replant the vegetation. You don't typically replace a stormwater management facilities just because of they're almost natural facilities, right? The second thing we have is our stormwater mains, so our storm sewers. So here we have approximately 179 kilometers of storm sewers with an estimated replacement cost of $142.7 million. So I want to make a note on the stormwater mains. This is very, very new information. We did a presentation about a month ago to SLT, and we didn't have any of this information. So this is fairly new stuff. This inventory is not yet complete. We're still working on Simcoe. That's kind of the last straggler we have right now. So again, it's a work in progress. We plan to have that completed for phase one of our asset management plan in the spring. But we are confident enough in the information to kind of bring it here and show you what we have. Again, this information is coming from the GIS system being rolled into Pearl. You can see the unknown road sections, 17 kilometers or or $15.5 million. This is proportionally higher than the water and sanitary mains. Again, it's because this inventory is still a work in progress. So we'll look at the 10-year needs for here. So on the storm sewer side, we have our planned capital spending over 10 years of roughly $24.5 million. I just want to bring your attention to kind of what I mentioned with the roads. This is an assumed number, right? We've taken what's been budgeted in that roads category in our budget for the 10-year forecast, and assumed 1/3 is going to storm sewers, 2/3 is going to the roads. So this is something going forward that we're going to work on, between Public Works and Finance, and make sure that we're kind of putting these things into the budget in a way that we can pull, relevant or information that we need. So right now we're not using the required useful life for the storm sewers. Again, because this inventory is a work in progress, I didn't feel comfortable using that number at all. So what we're doing is we're using our average annual cost. Again, because the average annual cost just relies on knowing, what you have and what it costs to replace and how long it lasts. We don't really need that. We don't need to group them into road sections, and we don't need to have that age information right now. We can run these average annual cost scenarios fairly accurately. So over 10 years, we need to be spending $18.4 million. So this gives us a surplus of $6.2 million. Again, we say surplus, but as I've mentioned, we're using the AAC with a not complete inventory, and we're assuming our capital spending. So, take this one with a grain of salt. On the stormwater management facilities side, so in our capital plan, we have $1.08 million. This is actually a new initiative this year that we've added in. I think previous to this year, we only had one small project in the capital budget previously. And the reason is, if you look at the required needs based on the useful life of these ponds, we're looking at roughly $2.5 million, which is very close to the roughly $3 million to clean them all out. The main reason here is we've sort of neglected. We haven't done a lot of work to our ponds since we started assuming them 20 or 30 years ago, and they've all started to run their course where they're filling up with sedimentation and whatnot. This gives us a 10-year gap of $1.4 million. One thing to note is, currently we're looking at inspecting our dry ponds internally. Well, I think it's ongoing right now. And also having a third party come in and inspect some of our wet ponds, and that's forecasted to be done by the end of the year. So again, for our asset management plan in the spring, we are going to have some updated actual condition information, and hopefully we'll be able to modify that required spending based off of those inspections. So again, we're going to look at this graphically. Over 10 years, the green is our assumed storm sewer spending. The yellow bar at the bottom is the the stormwater management facilities. You can see it's a standard amount across the board with that small increase in 2023. That was that project that was originally in there. The light blue bar across the top is our average annual cost scenario, and then the dark blue line is our stormwater management facility needs based off the useful life, which, as I mentioned, once we get these condition inspections towards the end of the year, that will change. Okay, so I guess in conclusion, this is our 10-year needs of our core assets. Again, structures, roads, water, wastewater, stormwater. We have the values of what's in our capital plan. We've listed the required funding, based off the various methods that I've discussed above for each of these, to kind of give us our preliminary 10-year gap. So if we sum up this gap across the board, we're looking at roughly $41.4 million over 10 years, or $4.14 million per year as a gap. I do want to emphasize that this number is going to change. As you've heard, a lot of this information is work in progress. We're constantly getting new information. We're also always updating, our replacement or rehabilitation costs year after year after, we get new tenders and we compare those tenders and update our costs and whatnot. I think we just thought that council should have a high-level idea of what our gap is over the next 10 years just before going into this budget process. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm going to pass it back to Catherine and Megan now.
Thank you, Jordan. I'll give Owen a minute to switch over the slides, but I'll just kind of summarize briefly all of the technical information that Jordan was talking about and how that ties into our plan. So the first point is the infrastructure gap of $41 million identified are for things that are not included in the capital plan. This means to maintain our current infrastructure, an additional $4 million per year should be spent to sustain the assets to help us provide our current services to residents. Unless we change the services we provide, pushing projects later down the line, the plan will continue to perpetuate the infrastructure gap in the future. To add to this $41.4 million infrastructure gap, this is the gap for the assets addressed to date. This does not include the non-core assets such as corporate facilities, recreation facilities, parks, or equipment. This means our infrastructure gap is actually larger than $41 million. The second point is, the infrastructure gap calculated is, by its nature, outside of the capital plan. This means the impact on financing the infrastructure gap is also not included in our debt or reserve projections. So just keep that in mind. You might hear it a few more times in our presentation, but that's to keep in mind when we're talking about the reserves and the debt. So that brings us to our financing considerations. How will we pay for the $49 million in 2021 or the $580 million over the 10-year plan? Two of our major financing sources for the capital plan are reserves and debt. Using the 10-year plan and looking at our current position, we have forecasted the graphs you can see on the screen. The graph on the left-hand side provides the current capital reserve position and forecasts the future position based on the capital plan. The blue line shows the position of the rate-supported capital reserves, and the green line shows the levy-supported capital reserves. The combined balance, which is illustrated by the dashed line, shows that our current capital reserve balance is negative $1.7 million. This is based on the funds committed to date. However, as you can see in the graph, this position improves, and over the 5-year period, this combined balance reaches approximately $14.8 million in 2024. As noted in the report, this is the first year in recent history that the proposed contributions to the reserves will be higher than the planned capital reserve uses. As last year's budget chair, Councillor Van Passen, put it, if you want to get out of the hole, you have to stop digging. And to me, it looks like we've stopped digging. While this is a step in the right direction, it does not factor in the infrastructure gap. Further, debt of $45 million has been planned to be issued for asset management capital projects over the 10-year plan. As these projects are replacements, we may have funded them from the reserves if the balances were sufficient. This leads to our other major financing source, which is debt. Debt was used to finance approximately 20% of the projects in 2021. As can be seen by the graph on the right-hand side, debt is expected to triple within the 10-year period. The amount of debt a municipality can borrow is limited by the annual repayment limit, which is capped at 25%. During the 10-year projection period, the annual repayment level for Norfolk County peaks at approximately 12.5%. Again, like the reserves, these projections don't include the infrastructure gap needs. When looking at the increased debt over the forecast period, I'm sure you're wondering, how can we change this financing position? Simply put, shifting projects from year to year will increase the infrastructure gap and will result in amplified needs in future years. If we are truly interested in changing this financing forecast, service levels should be considered, which Megan will now come to discuss.
Thanks, Catherine. As covered by Jordan and Catherine, we have a lot of aging infrastructure, and at the same time, we have limited reserves to finance their replacement. This means a lot of the projects have to be funded from debt or current operations. As this is the pay-as-you-go plan, which makes it difficult to decide what projects to include in the capital plan, as there is greater competition for limited dollars. One option to consider is service levels. As part of the SLT 2021 deliberations, an informal ranking process of 0 to 3 was used when considering projects. Although criteria such as legislation can often be used to set the minimum standard desired, service levels can be much more subjective. New this year was the Community Engagement Survey. One of the functions of this survey was to get the public's feedback on their desired service levels. The two tables on this slide are from questions 4 and 5 of the survey, which address service levels. Question 4 dealt with the hard services and asked respondents whether we should be spending more, less, or spending the right amount. This scale was used as hard services must be provided by municipalities, or as one respondent aptly phrased it, these are the services needed to survive. Question 5 dealt with soft services and asked respondents to rank them. These services are not mandatory, but as the same respondent termed it, are needed to thrive. The overall weighted score was included in the table as it helps put the ranking in context. For example, there is a 0.02 difference between the second and third ranking on the table. As I leave the slide, I will add one note of caution. Even though, as accountants, we love data or quants, the raw figures should be taken in context and in conjunction with the survey comments. In total, we received 345 comments to the open question at the end of the survey. As all of these comments could not fit on one slide, we have included a sample of 4 comments. The intent of the selection is not to emphasize these particular comments, but rather to emphasize the diverging wants and needs of the respondents. The full survey and its results can be found in CS 2032, which went to the Budget Committee on October the 13th. Although the survey itself did receive over 1,200 comments, it should be cautioned that the survey reflects the comments of those who participated. The open dialogue with the participants at the virtual engagement forum also provided some further context. In summary, the intent of the engagement process was to solicit feedback from the community on the services to be provided, as well as the overall affordability of the property tax and water and wastewater rates. The affordability piece brings us to the final part of our presentation. How much will the proposed plan cost? The proposed plan would lead to a 6.5% increase to the levy and an 18.9% increase to rate. These increases are just for the capital component and do not factor in other operating costs. It should be noted that the 18.9% increase for the rate budget does not factor in the phased-in option as presented at the rate study report and presentation. As the equation suggests, the increase is the sum of the various financing components. Reserves. This is the increase in the money we have to set aside today to pay to replace these items in the future. As Catherine mentioned, this will become more and more of a requirement as the asset management plan falls into place. Debt. This is the increase in the annual payments we will have to make in order to pay for the debt finance projects in the plan. Typically, these annual payments are locked in for 10 to 20 years. Direct. This is the increase in the one-time cost to pay for projects out of the 2021 rate or levy budget. To summarize this with an example, I decide I want to buy a tablet, so I pay for it outright today. This is the direct financing noted above. After, I decide I want to buy a new car, but don't have all the money up front. My new monthly car payments are the debt noted above. After making car payments for a few months, I decide I want to pay for my next car in cash. So I start setting aside money today so that I have enough money to replace it outright in the future. The last item on the slides comes from the budgetary guidance and is new this year. is intended to help course correct the reserves. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, this is the first year that more money is projected to be put into the reserves than taken out. While currently at 2%, this amount does not address the additional $4 million or 4% required to fund the projected infrastructure gap mentioned by Jordan in his presentation. To reiterate a disclaimer from Catherine, this increase is only for the core assets. The non-core assets will be on top of this. Now that we've covered the high level, we'll take a step back and look at the property tax and water and wastewater supported budgets separately. As noted in the previous slide, the total projected increase for levy was 6.5%. In contrast, the budgetary guidance for levy was to have a 0% increase for operating with a 2% special capital levy. To lower the rate, the options are to reduce the reserve contributions or to reduce the projects included in the plan. However, these reductions will also come with trade-offs. Reducing the capital reserves will impact the positive trajectory discussed by Catherine earlier in this presentation. The current projection has the capital reserves reaching a net positive in 2023. A reduction in these contributions could jeopardize this. Reducing or delaying projects was the second option to reduce this increase. While cutting new initiatives would result in a savings, cutting or delaying the asset management projects only defers the issue. Removing these projects without a corresponding adjustment to service level only adds to the infrastructure gap in the asset management plan. Now turning to the water and wastewater supported budget, and the projected increase for capital is 18.9%. which differs from the 16.9 that was previously circulated in your slides. The guidance for rate was a 2% increase for operating plus a 2% special capital levy. Like the levy-supported budget, there are two main options: reduce the reserves or reduce the financing costs for the projects. However, unlike the property tax-supported budget, looking for service levels can be more difficult, as there are definitely minimum standards for water and wastewater. Rather, for rate, the infrastructure cost could be reduced by considering the phase model approach like Scenario B discussed in Report CS 2026. This reduces the increase by spreading the costs over a fixed period, such as 10 years. Before I turn it over to our Treasurer, Kathy, I'm just going to briefly summarize our presentation, as you've heard a lot of information today. Like many municipalities, we are faced with a lot of aging infrastructure. At present, we do not have reserves to finance all of these replacements. As a result, we have to pay for these replacements as we go, which will impact the property tax and water and wastewater rates. To reduce these rates, we can either lower the reserves or reduce the projects in the plan. If we remove replacement projects without adjusting our service levels, we only defer the issue, as under the asset management plan, we must have a strategy to replace all of our assets. With many competing needs in mind, using service levels with the community engagement survey can be used as a mechanism to assess projects. With that, I'm going to pass it over to our Treasurer, Kathy LaPlante, for her comments and the next steps.
Thank you, Megan, and good morning, Chair Rabbits and members of Norfolk County's Budget Committee. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Jordan, Catherine, and Megan for your presentations today. There's not a lot I need to add. Your presentations have most definitely defined Norfolk County's challenges and financial situations, including how we are starting to make some substantial strides and move the trajectory in a different direction. Great informative presentations. Before I begin with a few comments, please bear with me, but at this time, I would be most remiss if I did not take this opportunity to express our gratitude to Norfolk County's entire financial planning team. Their determination and initiative to embrace and make changes has not gone unnoticed. Plus, the persistence in ensuring the county senior management team and council receive the most accurate and complete information possible available today. It is most greatly appreciated. In addition, operating division participation and collaboration this year has increased twofold and has enhanced our success in providing this document before you today. This has also been achieved while struggling with the intense demands that have been placed on staff as a result of COVID. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, and is there more? Sorry.
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
just having technical difficulties here. Okay, all right. As presented in the past, Norfolk County's geographical area is different when comparing with many other neighboring municipalities. Why is that? Norfolk County has more kilometers of roads and bridges, more arenas, halls and community centers, museums, fire stations and libraries, and just under 16,000 water and wastewater users to support 5 water and 5 wastewater systems. What does this mean to the taxpayer and ratepayers? Norfolk County's rural landscape results in generally higher capital and operating costs compared with many nearby municipalities. Plus, we have a smaller tax and ratepayer base to spread these costs over. Norfolk County has challenging decisions to make to ensure the community's desired level of service is met, plus providing vital services, while still balancing this with tax and ratepayers' ability to pay. This is one of the most difficult roles and decisions facing Norfolk County, but be assured this council is not alone and other municipalities are in the same situation. Most importantly, it should be noted long-term financial sustainability will not be and cannot be achieved in 1 year, but will take time. We need to achieve wins every year and continue to move forward. And we are also dedicated to continue to promote long-term financial planning as a means to ensure we attain financial sustainability. Plans will need to be comprehensive, integrated, resilient, and long-term. On a very positive note, it should be mentioned, Norfolk County has moved forward in various ways and areas. For example, the number of extremely challenging decisions Council approved last year, internal efficiencies implemented, realignments approved, DOMIS, increases to reserves to support capital infrastructure, and the approval for a rate, lien, and DC study. These are examples of a few and are most definitely not all-inclusive. This is great progress and worth noting as changes are moving forward in spite of the constraints and demands COVID has created in 2020, which is anticipated to have further financial and operational impacts moving into 2021. Changes to date are not a one-time fix. Staff have been continually reviewing how we do business, current levels of services, and alternative service delivery models. As mentioned on a number of occasions today, the capital plan includes $580 million of capital projects over the next 10 years, with $49 million planned for 2021. Of the $49 million planned for 2021, 80% relates to asset management capital, and the majority of the balance for new or incremental initiatives. It should be noted, new or incremental projects will have a direct impact on future reserve contributions required, additional debt payments, and potentially additional operating costs. Keep in mind the capital plan is a plan, and further change is anticipated based on future research and studies, plus the moving to asset management plans for all infrastructure. Also of importance, the GAP is based on today's dollars. It does not include the costs that will be required at the time of replacement or assets not reviewed today. Financing this infrastructure gap has not been included in this plan. Other issues include the amount of debt over the next 10 years, another item that we will need to address. So what are our next steps? First, the departmental leadership team is meeting tomorrow to discuss options to find further savings and cost containments. This exercise will include discussing potential service delivery models and further realignments. The results from this meeting will provide an opportunity for Council's input and direction. We need to continue special capital levies. We will also continue to develop long-term financial sustainability plans in order to reduce infrastructure gaps. Plus, we will include next year in 2020 participatory budgets and a more enhanced and robust engagement will be planned for 2021. We will also be injecting additional time and resources allocated to asset management, which will be a priority for 2021 to 2024. With that, we'd be pleased to answer any questions, and we will pass it over to Chair Rabbits in order to move towards deliberations.
Thank you. And before we move on to deliberations, are there any questions of committee? Seeing Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Jordan where that water line from Port Rowan to St. Williams fits in that had to be replaced earlier than what was anticipated. Where do you find that? Is that in the linear water line, or is it under a different category?
Through the chair, that will be under linear water main. Yeah, you'll notice there's a spike in, I believe, 2025 that accounts for that.
Are there further questions of committee? Seeing, Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just for clarity, Kathy, or if you could maybe comment, when we're seeing the projected increase to the rate at the 18.9%, obviously that's based on the information that we were provided from the rate study and not from this asset management plan that was just presented now. So I just want to make sure so the media doesn't get confused. Last week, we saw a plan that was, or a couple of weeks ago, presented to council that reflected a $17.5 million infrastructure gap on water and wastewater alone. Now, in those core assets, we're just seeing $4.5 million. So I just want to make it, I guess, very clear that the plan as presented in this asset management plan really is not reflective of the water and wastewater situation.
Through Chair Rabbits to members of council, that is correct. The rate budget, the 18.9% is relates to the information related to the preliminary and the dollars that we would actually need to raise to be financial sustainable in 2021. However, as discussed through the rate study, we are looking at phasing in those rates, and that will definitely have an impact. So the 18.9% will not necessarily be the increase to the ratepayers that will be presented in November, on November 24th.
Now, that part I understand, but in terms of the asset management plan itself, Jordan did comment, again, I just want to reinforce that for the media and people that are watching, that is not really reflective, a $4.25 million gap when we just saw it 2 weeks ago, a $17.5 million gap on water and wastewater alone.
Through Chair Rabbits, yes, you are correct. Sorry, I missed that. Yes.
That's okay. And then the other question, Mr. Chair, if it's okay for Mr. Burgess, just following along on people's social media comments online, and there's somebody I would consider somewhat connected in Norfolk County made a statement that, you know, our debt, the debt that Norfolk County is carrying is no different, I believe I could quote it, than any other municipality. So I was just wondering if you also might be able to comment for the public on our debt servicing ceiling and how, you know, the effects of amassing more and more debt year over year impacts the taxpayer in Norfolk County.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I'll provide the actual BMA benchmarking data for council. The challenge is when you're just looking at one factor in a financial statement like debt, you know, you can't look at it in isolation. So if I were to equate that to a household, one household having a $200,000 mortgage on $1 million property and $1 million in RRSPs might not be a lot of debt. That might be a very normal level of debt. But if you have another household that also has a $200,000 mortgage, but their house is only worth $400,000 and they have other Visa card debts and other debts and no savings, well, that's a much more significant level of debt. So when we get through to levy and stuff, one of the things we look at is our net financial position. we have one of the lower net financial positions in the province. We're negative on that, which means if you take all our cash, investments, and accounts receivable and deduct all our debts, we're actually negative. So one of the things that our finance team did last year for this council, and one of the things that will be ingrained in the budget process going forward, is looking at your budget over a number of years. So we're forecasting out our debt over a number of years, and we talk about our debt tripling in a couple of years' time. One of the things that our team is doing is making sure that we're trying to keep below 15% annual debt repayment limit. The province allows up to 25%. We've internally kind of, as a team, tried to try to make our plans around less than 15%. Council can make that decision otherwise. But just to answer your question specifically, you can't just look at debt. You have to look at what are the assets, what are your savings, and everything else that's there. And we have very little financial flexibility going through. That being said, I'll do a bit of a spoiler thing for the budget. The team is working on some very good strategies to smooth our implications going forward, both on the we've already presented a rate smoothing strategy for the water. We have one also for the levy that makes it more affordable for the taxpayers moving forward, while still keeping our debt and building our assets at the same time. Sorry for the long-winded answer, but you are correct. You can't just look at one facet on the balance sheet.
All right, are there further questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to that asset management plan, and I think the mayor touched on it, that those numbers are based on replacing existing assets. But when we look at the water system in Dover, we can't replace the existing asset. We have to double the size of the existing asset because it's not there. So that would explain some of that gap. And the other question or comment I should make, a little bit more emphasis on the presentation could be like when you make the statement that the average age of our wastewater is 37 years old. Does that mean that half of it is brand new and the other half is 80 years old and needs to be replaced immediately? Or is it sort of laid out where it's been installed over the years and it's sort of a gradual replacement? Because that could affect the planning as well, whether we've got, like with the water system, potentially a bunch of upfront costs, but then we should be good for the next 50 years, or are we good for 40 years and all the expense comes at the end? So a little better explanation of the average age of the roads, the water, the sewer, next time they do this presentation, I think would be helpful.
I did hear a question in there, and would our CAO like to respond, please?
Yeah, through the chair to committee, the councillor is absolutely correct. We are at the early stages of it. I think Jordan pointed out in his one slide, there's a section of assets that we actually don't even know the age of. I'm always reminded by the phrase that a 6-foot man can drown in a 3-foot pool, average depth of a 3-foot pool. You have to be careful with averages. In a perfect world, if we were at the most mature asset management stage, we would have each of our assets identified, age, and scheduled replacement, and that's how you build your capital plan. You would know for the next 5 years out exactly what assets you're replacing when and what the anticipated cost is. In fact, if you go to the most mature state, council really would just set the asset management policy, and anything that falls to the asset management policy really wouldn't be debated unless council wanted to change their service level standards. So, that would be, something that we'd be looking forward to in 5 or 6 or 7 years when we get far more sophisticated. But you are correct. That's why the asset management tool at this point in time is being used to essentially notify council that the 10-year capital plan is likely not sufficient to meet what our actual demands are going to be, and we'll continue to fine-tune those demands over the next couple of years as we go forward. You also have to remember that the asset management plan that was presented by Jordan today is only for our core assets and not our non-core assets. which includes things like our administrative buildings, our fire halls, our, our arenas, that kind of stuff. So there's more to come on that.
Thank you for that, Jason. Are there further questions of committee? Seeing none at this time, we can move forward to deliberation if we wanted to pick a particular page or a section of the report for comment, or we could always move right to the recommendations contained on page 12 of 12, CS 20-30. We could review staff's recommendation. So willing to entertain further deliberation, or if a member of committee would like to propose moving staff's recommendation or proposing an alternative, those options are in order. Or, before we get into it, we could always have a brief restroom break, 5 minutes, collect our thoughts, come back and approach it in an organized fashion. I'm seeing some nodding heads. Let's have a 10-minute break. That should be sufficient. We'll be back at 10:55 on the button. All right then. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're just going to give staff and council a moment to take their seats. And again, once everyone has taken their seats, we'll resume our budget committee. The good thing about taking a brief recess is it does allow us an opportunity to think, to ask some questions, and we have had a couple of comments through staff that we should be addressing before we move forward to deliberations. The first subject will be introduced by our CAO, Jason Burgess, if you would like to speak to the concern that's been raised.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to committee, staff would be recommending that under new incremental capital projects, the project related to smart parking meter initiative for Port Dover, Turkey Point, and Long Point be deferred. There was a recent event with the Port Dover Board of Trade had passed a motion not to support paid parking. Because of that, we'd like to rethink our strategy. The clerk, who is the executive lead on this project, has other options that he would like to pursue and present that to council. And with that information, I would think it would be unfair for council to approve something that staff is knowing that they're changing their plan on currently. And we would like the opportunity for, the clerk has prepared a memo, but he prepared it late yesterday with all the information and wasn't sufficient time to get it out to council. So he'd like to circulate that. And we just want to highlight that. Council can do with it, or budget committee can do with it what it wants, but we think that they should have the additional information prior to a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jason. Are there any questions of committee regarding this information? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I guess I would just like to question staff a little bit more about this in general. I just learned that it was shifting on our priority scale, and the Board of Trade connected with me and informed me that that was a new priority for Norfolk County. I know nothing about it. I understand that there was discussion around a Board of Trade meeting where there wasn't unanimous support, or there was, sorry, a unanimous vote to not support paid parking. However, not everyone was in attendance due to COVID. I've sent Mr. Burgess an email about this. We just started discussing it last night. So I would like more information before this gets entirely removed from the budget.
Through, now is it good? Sorry, probably too quick on the button. Through the chair to Councillor Martin, that's correct. I think the ask is Andy has provided a memo with some alternative strategies on that we think should be factored in as a decision for committee and for council final approval. So we'll send that out this week for decision. We just don't want it. We just want to highlight it because we think if no one asked the question on it, it would leave staff in a bad position and council in a bad position to approve something when the material facts have changed on it. So all we're saying is we'll provide more information to council and for this committee to consider handling that item differently in its deliberations, whether that's a deferral or wait till more information is provided prior to committee and council or council's final approval of the budget.
Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. I understand that things change, and I would welcome additional information on this, but I would like to leave it in the budget at this point in time, and if it's changed and comes in under budget, then great, but I would like to leave this here. I've told our community that this is happening. It was printed in the media. This council made a decision to go ahead with it, and based on a discussion from the Board of Trade that I don't know was, I don't know if it 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 was, I fully attended, and due to the fact that I basically have zero information on this, I would prefer to leave it in the budget and revisit it when more information comes. Thank you.
Thank you for stating your position. We are in questions mode right now, and we may have deliberation on it, but Mayor Chop, would you like to provide some comment or question regarding the subject?
Yeah, I guess just comments if I could provide some background information. Just after I was elected, I was asked to go on a couple of, walkabouts around Port Dover, and from some longtime members of the Board of Trade, and indicated that paid parking in Port Dover was something that they had sought in the past from Norfolk County. However, sort of the blame was falling on the county that, they had never acted upon the Board of Trade's request. So it was a bit of a learning lesson for me, actually, because I just assumed and took that as gospel that the Board of Trade supported this parking study and parking initiative in Port Dover. It was only through recent email chains with the president of the Board of Trade that it was being suggested that the reason that paid parking was coming to Port Dover was because Mr. Burgess, and he alone, was looking for, a revenue-generating source in Port Dover, of which by the time you buy meters and engage in parking studies and so on and so forth, I think that's a long time coming before it turns into a revenue-generating endeavor for the county. And so when I learned of that, I gave him a phone call and I asked him, I said, listen, my understanding was always that the Board of Trade was in full support. And he suggested that that was actually not the case. And so I asked him if at the next Board of Trade meeting, if they could please get clear direction from the Port Dover Board of Trade as to whether or not they supported paid parking in Port Dover. And a unanimous motion came back that they did not support paid parking in Port Dover. So at a time, again, when we are facing massive tax increases, I guess I would support staff's recommendation for a deferral on the basis that, if the Board of Trade that represents all of the business interests in the community doesn't support paid parking, why would we throw money away right now without their full support and endorsement of this initiative? And should they change their mind down the future, then that is something that we can absolutely relook at it again in the future. But their motion was very clear. It was unanimous to not support paid parking in Port Dover. So with that, I'd like to move for a deferral on staff's recommendation.
Thank you for stating your position, both of you. I think I'd like to deal with that motion for deferral when we enter into deliberations. And we'll do that first. But before we get into deliberations, are there any other questions regarding the paid parking information we've just received? Councillor Columbus.
Well, when I was going through this yesterday, I questioned that as well. $350,000 in the southern lakeshore communities. You'd wonder what the payback is on these parking meters, because I was in Dover yesterday and there was lots of parking available. For 6-7 months of the year, for sure, there's adequate parking. It's only in those busy times, summer times, that are an issue. Same with Long Point and Turkey Point. So I just wonder if we can get a kind of analysis of payback expected on this during the deferral.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, that was going to be part of the study analysis. At a high level, we did speak to Long Point Conservation Authority. They do have some parking in place. They were going to give us their data. It was not going to be. It wasn't intended to be a great revenue source. If it was better than a break-even proposition, that would be a benefit. The councillor is correct. It's very seasonally heavy parking situations, and the challenge was the enforcement provisions. Enforcing 2-hour parking times are more difficult, frankly, than enforcing time where you have a ticket. The expiry is quite clear. It's not like you have to go and chalk a tire, wait 2 hours, and come back and and note it. So it was more to deal with the complaints we were getting from owners of businesses down there that we needed to up the enforcement so that cars did turn over. In discussions with some of the businesses. One of the things that was identified in Port Dover in particular was staff. Sometimes staff of businesses take primary parking spots, and they'll just pay their parking ticket. But if you had, metered parking, you can get multiple tickets. It becomes a much more expensive proposition, and it forces staff to look for other better things. So, long answer to your question. The preliminary analysis was this was not going to be a moneymaker. It was more intended to allow for the businesses to have a better flow of traffic with the parking spots and increase the turnover, and also help us with enforcement of parking during those peak periods.
Mr. Chair, I do believe too, Mr. Milson is looking at raising the fines in all centers, all urban centers of the county.
That is a budget proposal that will come forward. We'll max out the fines.
Any further questions? I saw a hand, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and maybe the CAO could explain this better to me, but I thought we were doing a parking study to improve the situation. We weren't doing a study specifically to implement paid parking. And how do you just sort of off the bat disagree with paid parking when you don't even know what we're looking at? And that's the reason why we were going to do a parking study, is to find ways to improve it, find ways to whether we need to purchase more areas for public parking in different municipality or different areas of municipality. The paid parking was part of that, but to have a group just say, well, we don't want the study done because we don't want paid parking is sort of jumping the gun on the outcome already. So, like I don't mind deferring it for the sake that we've got enough other things to spend money on, but not for the reason just because one group says they don't like paid parking.
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, what staff will come back at as a reduced amount. We would take out the anticipation from staff's point of view was we were going to move quickly with this based upon some of the feedback received. We would do the study, and we would be in a position to actually implement the study, including paid parking, for next year. What we'll come back with, if paid parking is off the table, the clerk has a number of other strategies that may work with Port Dover, and part of the spend would be to hire a consultant to come up with some of those options. But what we would be recommending is a much lower amount for a study, and then take the option of paid parking out of the study, and then just leave it at that. There are a number of things that we can do to address some of the concerns without paid parking, and that would be the recommendation coming forward from the clerk. And part of that study, if you remember correctly, when I negotiated with the developer for a cash settlement for the roundabout in Port Dover, part of that money was to assist with the parking study, and that would be funding some of those other options outside of paid parking as part of the study. So I'll let the clerk, if he's the executive lead on this, he can provide more details.
Certainly. In August of this year, Council initiated the study. So there was the 25,000 from the Port Dover, and there was an initial 40,000 from the Council Initiatives Reserve. When I went to go look at other similar studies that have been done, we immediately saw that there was some that were much higher priced. There was a decision by the previous council to not do a parking and safety study of Port Dover, and staff estimated that to be $100,000, and so actually 93. And so when I did the initial review of it, I realized quite quickly that we wouldn't be able to complete the study to do Port Dover, Turkey Point, and Long Point within that whole review, that it would be over budget. So to try to bring it under budget, I went and I walked a lot of the streets. I did a lot of analysis of each of the communities in terms of parking. And what I saw in a lot of the communities was a lot of deficiencies that would hinder enforcement, just incorrect signage, signage not existing. They go kind of in order of best would be Long Point, Long Point is pretty good because they've had so much attention and detail on their parking down there. So they have a lot of good signage in Long Point. They do need about 50 or 60 more signs, and they do need, obviously, increased enforcement through the summer months to help with the seasonal parking. Turkey Point is by far the worst. Turkey Point has very irregular parking spots. A lot of the signage and painting on the roads is incorrect. It doesn't match with the bylaws. And so there's a huge problem in Turkey Point. So one of the recommendations that we're coming back is a more specific study on Turkey Point because really there hasn't been any dedication to reviewing the parking situation there, and it is quite problematic. And then Port Dover is really in between. In 2006, there was a comprehensive study done of parking in Port Dover, but it wasn't enacted by the council of the day, and there are still a lot of recommendations from there that can be garnered. And there's a lot of areas in Port Dover where signage is again deficient. There isn't a lot of pavement markings for individual parking spots. And there's a lot of 48-hour parking areas very close to busy areas for some reason. So there is a capacity to try to increase the ability for signage. And just having worked before with the Public Works Committee a lot in Hamilton, oftentimes what you would have is if signage is inefficient, enforcement staff would raise that because they'd be losing these tickets in court, but we haven't had that a lot happen here. So it seems like there are certain areas where we likely aren't issuing a lot of tickets, and there's other areas where there's really easy signage to issue tickets. So just making sure that there's a consistent thing so that when we have an officer walking a community, they don't have to pick and choose where they're laying those 2-hour tickets might be helpful. And again, refocusing enforcement for those peak months to help out those communities type of thing. So those are some of the proposals that we want to bring forward, and they do have costs associated with them. Getting the signage in place, updating the paving markings, even one-way Harbor Street or other options like that do have costs, but we do anticipate there are a number of things we can do for next year, and anticipating that COVID-19 will still be an issue in next summer or spring, we think that it is important to do something for these communities because they had a huge increase in parking problems over the last year.
Was that answer satisfactory to your question, Councillor Van Passen? Seeing Councillor Micheli would like to ask a question or speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I think our clerk has addressed some of the items I was going to bring up. Again, recalling that original parking study was intended to solve a myriad of peripheral problems that are connected to parking in general. So just wanted to point that out, that while we do have some successful initiatives going on regarding parking in all 3 locations, and I know the clerk has mentioned that Long Point it seems to be in the best position of the 3 locations. It also still does have some improvements that could be made. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Micheli. What I'd like to do is offer Councillor Martin one more opportunity to speak to this subject that we will then be tabling Mayor Chop's deferral and providing her an opportunity to speak to it.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I'm assuming you're still looking for questions, and granted that if this is going to move right into a deferral and there's no debate, I guess my question would be, given the obvious, that this is not just a study servicing one community, is that correct?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, yes, that would be correct.
Thank you. And is it possible in this study that it could look at modified solutions that could perhaps keep the Board of Trade happy? An example of that could be parking meters in our municipal lots only and not in front of businesses.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, yeah, that is very close to what the consultant suggested in 2006. So this
Thank you.
option.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Is it possible that this report could result in a positive manner for a tourism strategy, which this council has taken a lot of questions and concerns over, granted that we don't have one. If people are returning to their cars, paying more for meters, moving their cars, they may not be sitting on the beach eating a bagged lunch. Is that a possibility that it could result in more movement through the community with paid parking in certain areas?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, so if paid parking is initiated, I would say yes. The one option that Jim and myself are working on is increasing the fines, and that might be something that's achievable next year. But there are areas, like if you look at St. George Street, where there's no signage there, you can park both sides of that street for the whole day, and just transitioning that immediate area to 2-hour parking and getting some enforcement there and delineating the actual parking spots hopefully would move some of those people who are coming down to the beach all day. You're going to have to walk a couple blocks to get to the beach all day. You're not going to be able to park right by the beach and take up those prime spots. But there will have some impacts on, the surrounding areas as you go up there, because more people, if they want to park all day, will have to select different spots.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the record, I do support additional information from your perspective. I think that's great, but I also think that we've made a bit of a commitment to the community, and I certainly have after a decision that was made. And I think that, again, this would have been helpful to know in advance of this exact moment. But thank you.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. Your position is well known, and for those questions, we'll now move to Mayor Chop for her to reintroduce her deferral. Perhaps a date might be helpful for our staff when they're coming back with that information, but I'll leave the floor to you, Mayor Chop.
First, Councillor Roberts, if I could, just a couple questions for staff. I mean, we're clarity, I suppose. We're not just talking about the study here. We're talking about $350,000, $400,000, what's that? $350,000 for parking meters, which the Board of Trade, I would say, in Port Dover is not just a group. It has a very active membership. I mean, I even look forward to their AGM every year because the participation is so high. So I find it hard when we're looking at increases like this for our taxpayers this year, when we have a Board of Trade which represents the interests of the business owners in that small community, that yes, I completely agree that parking meters, one of the ideas was to help promote more movement and so on, so people that are, parking and going to the beach, aren't leaving their vehicles there all day. But again, there's other strategies that we can do besides putting $350,000 for parking meters this year on the taxpayers. I would also like to point out that in Port Dover, and I may be off a little bit, I believe the Port Dover study was $250,000. It was between $2 and $250. And a very large component of that study that continuously comes up in every single meeting is parking and some of the ideas for one-way, traffic on Pier Street and on Harbor Street, and how we may be able to increase the volume of traffic. So that component is already being looked at independent of, the study for the parking meters themselves. So, again, I think that it's a really tough sell to be able to ask the taxpayers to put $350,000 on their bill when the Port Dover Board of Trade themselves has provided a unanimous motion. And I'm sorry, Councillor Martin, you didn't receive that information, but it was in the minutes from the Board of Trade to indicate that they did not support this initiative. So with that, again, I'd like to move for the deferral.
And point of clarification, I see staff wants to ask a question. Jason?
Yeah, just for clarity, the staff's recommendation was deferral till we could provide the full memo to council, and to defer it to, I guess it's your choice of whether it's the next budget meeting or, the next CIC meeting, or however you want to deal with that. But the intent of the deferral was to provide a revised plan by staff on the parking situation. We're not abandoning the parking. We're just abandoning a portion of what we had originally recommended. So the intent of the deferral is to provide additional information for a subsequent decision, and really we would just like to we'll provide that memo this week, and it would be really up to council to decide when they want to decide on it.
We'll go back to the mover.
That memo then would show the reflection of a reduction in parking meters if we weren't implementing parking meters across the entire town. So that's fine. To the next budget meeting.
Next budget meeting sounds like it's at your discretion. So at this point in time, I'd like to ask if there are any more points of clarification or if we have a seconder for this deferral. I'm seeing Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, are we debating a motion and deferring the motion, or are we debating whether the planned parking study gets deferred from 2021 budget to 2022 or 2023 budget? Which one are we doing?
We're deferring just that line item in the capital budget. We're not deferring the whole capital budget motion, just that line item. We would exclude it from the final wording, and then council can then add it later into the capital budget, later in the budget process, a revised amount.
With that, if there are any further questions for points of clarification, I would like to seek a seconder for that deferral. I'm seeing Councillor Micheli has seconded the deferral. With that, there is no debate on a deferral. We've asked all of our questions. I'd like to call the question. All those in favor of the deferral? And that is carried. Any opposed? One noted. Further?
Just not related to this, will we be doing recorded votes throughout the budget process as we did last year?
We may do so moving forward it could be upon request. Let's have our CAO comment on that.
I believe the recorded votes were not at the committee level. They were at the council level when you were approving the committee's recommendations, but it's totally up to the chair.
If it's procedurally something that we can do, upon request would be my preference, so I know which ones we're going to do that for and which ones we're not. Moving forward, prior to a vote, just let the chair know if you would like it to be a recorded vote, please. So having said that, we've gotten through that bit of business. There was another item that had come up vis-a-vis the communications from our Police Services Board. Originally, in our budget package, we had budgeted for 6 speed watch signs, but I believe our communications had requested 10, and staff had an update regarding the impact of that ask. So they're going to present that information, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask them some questions.
All right, Councillor Rabbits, I thought we were still going to carry on. I know there was the 1 point from staff, but there was another item in the capital budget that I actually wanted to address as well.
Regarding parking, or?
No, regarding skateboard park.
We'll have an opportunity for that discussion. I just had a budgetary implication from our Police Services Board's ask. We're going to deal with that bit of business, and we can come right back to the skateboard park right after. Okay, so if we can have our staff just present the budget amendment as a result of our correspondence from our Police Services Board, please.
Thank you, Councillor Rabbits. I think we're Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rabbits. The project that we are going to discuss is on page, just bear with me, 2D-2, and it's project number 943-2101. So the Police Services Board had brought a communication that was presented at the Budget Committee meeting on October 13th that was referred to this meeting. The request was for 10 signs. We had 6 signs included in the budget in 2021 based on their request in 2019. They've revised the request to 10 signs, and in the letter they had requested a revised budget of $68,000. At this time, staff are recommending a budget increase to $72,000 for the 10 signs based on the price of the signs that we paid for last year's project value. So because this project is funded from the levy supported operating budget, the decision to increase the budget today will not mean the project is fully approved. It will be further referred to the levy supported budget for deliberations.
Thank you for that information. I'd like to offer an opportunity for committee to ask questions. We will then be looking for either a mover of staff's recommendation for this amendment or an alternative. But I'll open up the floor to questions first. I'm seeing Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a representative of the Police Services Board, there's this memo or letter that was sent September 25th by the chair of the board, Dennis Trevally, where it talks about using the $25,000 from false alarms to reduce the actual amount to be applied during the budget discussions to $43,500. Our booklet 2D2, the capital plan, talks about $47,000. So I just need some clarification so we're all on the same page here from staff. To what we're thinking as a Police Services Board is that all we need is $43,500 for 10 speed watch signs. And we all know that all the communities are up in arms over speeding, and we need more signage out there.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. I can speak to that. Within the 2020 levy-supported operating budget, we had included revenue expectation of $20,000 for the false alarm fees. That revenue. So we budgeted and planned as if we are receiving revenue for that program. So if we direct funds that have been received for that program towards this project, that would result in a deficit in the levy supported operations. So we had $20,000 in the budget, and we do recognize that there is $25,000, I think the board said, and I've even seen a little bit higher than that amount of receipt for the false alarm fees to date. So there is a slight surplus in that, but right now our current process has been used to offset the police contract because we are paying for those police officers to respond to those calls, as well as the staff administration costs for that program. So that's how we've accounted for the fees currently. Additionally, we don't have a specific reserve fund for the police services right now. So if it was council's intent to, or the budget committee's intent to request these funds be put aside for the project, we might need an additional reserve fund or reserve setup for that purpose, which we are trying to get away from setting up specific reserve funds for these requests. So just let me know if you have any further questions or points of clarification.
Mr. Chair, so page 2D2 indicates a capital budget for 2021 of $47,000. Is that still what we're considering?
Yeah, through the chair, the original staff recommendation, the service level that we were putting forward was 6 signs. The police board sent a recommendation to increase the service level to 10 signs. The police board tried to do an offset of other revenue on that to lower the cost, but that revenue has already been accounted for in our net policing costs. So the question before council is, do you want to increase the service level and increase your capital spend on this? I'd also remind council that this is our first year for asset management philosophy being put into the budget. So anytime you increase the service level, it actually increases the asset management obligation of the county. So if you had 6 signs, now you go to 10 signs, you have to replace 10 signs in the future.
So just to clarify, this $47,000 covers the 6 signs then? Okay, at least we're moving forward. And I'm not, we've got a tough budget to deal with. If we can get 6 signs, I think, move them around different areas, and I think we're at least we're building and going in the right direction.
Yeah, and through the chair, if you notice, we plan this on a multi-year basis, so we're adding signs each year into the budget at $47,000-ish each year. So it's kind of a planned program.
Yeah, by the year 2030, we'll have one on every corner. Yeah, thanks.
You'll increase revenue too in another way if you keep on increasing the signs, probably, if I'm driving.
We can revisit that subject at a future report to council, but I saw Councillor Van Passen and Mayor Chop.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a problem with this, and I think I've laid the scenario out before. I think we need a bit more discussion at the Police Service Board level of implementing safety programs as opposed to enforcement. And I think I have used this example before. Going into Port Dover, where you're cresting a hill, the speed limit changes from 80 kilometers an hour to 50. You're approaching a school, a church, the only grocery store in town, and you're entering the urban area. And I see the great need for a speed watch sign at the crest of that hill to get traffic calmed. They also have one going out of Port Dover on Highway 6, where you're going from the urban area to a rural area on a highway that is designed for 100 kilometers an hour when it was originally built. It's open and straight, and I don't see the need for a speed watch sign there. That's where I see the need for enforcement. I notice in the statistics that, like, the number of tickets written by the OPP are about half of what they used to be 5 years ago. We have deputations coming in to deal with excessive speeding and noise on the main street of Dover, on the main street of Simcoe, and when that's presented to the Police Services Board, there's no action taken, no recommendations made. And I think I'd like a bit more discussion at that level about, rather than just plunking flashy signs out that half the time don't work anyway, but let's talk about the enforcement level. And I know that the OPP have been short-staffed. I know that they have a situation where we're loaning a bunch of officers to the neighboring municipality right now. But, you know, I think there's a discussion to be had about the level of enforcement that we want in the municipality, rather than flashing signs that, unless you move them around, people tend to get used to them and ignore them anyway. So I would just put that sort of comment out there to our members of the Police Services Board, and they can maybe take those issues back to their next meeting.
Councillor Cumbliss, did you wish to respond, being a member of the Police Services Board?
Yes, I've often wondered about that sign heading west on the blue line out of Port Dover. And I know going into Port Dover, I can fully understand it, but I don't know whether it's policy to put a sign on both east and west sides, or whether we can just put one on one side. But it seems to me it makes sense to put one going eastbound into Port Dover, but not so much westbound. So we'll bring it up at the Police Service Board.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank both Councillor Columbus and Van Passen for some of those comments. I mean, again, you know, we've talked about the signs are supposed to be moved. The signs in Port Dover have been there for I don't know how long. You get used to them. So part of the, you know, I think benefit to those signs is there's a shock value that's supposed to happen when you see it. But when it hasn't moved in months and months and months, it's just, you know, what can you make the sign say this time when you drive by? You know, as far as enforcement, when you look at we're spending $50,000 a year, I agree there are traffic problems throughout the county. We're being asked to spend $50,000 a year every single year here to purchase these speed watch signs, when even if that $50,000 paid a police officer for 1 day a week, you know, to go and do targeted enforcement in different areas of the county, I feel like that would be much more effective than purchasing speed signs that are left in the same location for almost a year now. So I certainly don't support additional signs. I even, part of me would like to see a different, you know, approach from our police services, as opposed to just relying on signs right now to curb the speeding issue.
Seeing Councillor Michelli, and I myself do have a question. I would like to know what staff is in fact recommending here, for leaving it at the 6, or if they are in fact recommending that we increase it to the 10. I think that would help us here.
Staff is recommending not to increase the levy portion of the budget to remain at 6, but it is council's decision.
And Councillor Michele, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add to the mayor's comments about the speed watch signs. I mean, it's no secret, as Councillor Van Passen alluded to, that there are other locations in Norfolk County where those signs could be moved around a little bit more, and the more movement they have, I think the more effective they would be. And also, I do agree that if we had some targeted actual enforcement in various locations, that whole program would have such a deterrent effect that I think it would we would get much more of our money's worth out of that whole initiative. Thank you.
Seeing Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I believe when we discussed this at last year's budget, there were also mobile trailers, solar trailers, and those were intended to be moved around. These signs, I was under the impression that they were not, and they were meant for rural hamlet areas. But I do agree that I think I'd be interested in more information on the placement of them. And I wonder if, to our police service board members, if there has been any discussion about the traffic cameras as opposed to these signs, which then in turn can generate revenue and tackle the enforcement aspect instead of just funding these signs that notify you that you are speeding.
Did you wish to respond, Councillor Columbus?
Well, yes, when you mention traffic cameras, are you talking about like LiDAR, radar enforcement? Yes, there is one of those being put on order, and the Norfolk OPP will be getting one of those cameras.
Through the chair, if I may, I wonder if it's worthwhile to have a price analysis between these signs and those, and the criteria for putting those in the community and moving those around in the community, because I think it's going to check off some of our other boxes. It's going to check off the enforcement box if we're down on resources potentially, and I don't know, but maybe they can be moved about a little differently. And I also recall, just for my colleagues, a discussion about the signs in Port Dover on Highway 6, because we did receive a deputation about that area, and I think that there was some element with regards to the school that the police service or police individuals, maybe Mr. Vargas spoke about it at a presentation, that with St. Cecilia's being there, that it was more of a priority area for speed reduction. So that might be a factor.
Yeah, just a comment, Mr. Chair. The LiDAR camera, I believe, would require an officer to be with it, whereas the sign that we've been talking about here, they're just positioned there, and there's nobody there. Just you have to be on your honor, kind of, in your driving habits too. But the LiDAR camera would be an enforcement thing. So, and you talked about the mobile trailer. We did have a mobile trailer, and somebody torched it, and there is another one in place now. I don't know just where it's moved to or anything, but the OPP do have a new mobile trailer. They're considerably more dollars. I think they're around $15,000 for that unit, and they can move that unit to different parts of the county.
Seeing Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you, actually, to staff or Councillor Columbus, because he's on the PSB. So with the LiDAR thing that you were speaking of, is that something that would be through the police services budget and not council's budget? I'm a little confused.
I do not know where the dollars came from for that, but it was around $3,000, I believe, for that LiDAR radar unit. It must have come through the Police Services Board budget, I would think.
All right, well, I think we'll be looking forward to some more correspondence and some more follow-up with our Police Services Board regarding these topics. I do see a hand from Mayor Chop.
I'm hesitating here before there's a newspaper article saying that we've purchased photo radar cameras, which is what I think Councillor Martin is getting at. I don't believe that motion was moved. Am I wrong? I think it, it's been discussed, but I don't think that that's actually happened.
We'll have to check into that.
All right. Well, the decision before us is whether we are accepting staff's recommendation to leave the speed watch signs at 6, or if we are going to entertain a motion to amend the budget for an increase to 10 speed watch signs. Is there anyone that would like to move staff's recommendation, leaving it as is, or propose an alternative? Seeing Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll have to ask the clerk. I don't think if we want to leave it alone, we don't have to make a motion for that. It's only if we want to change what's presented in this book that you would need a motion to change it, right?
Very good. Seeing that no one would like to propose an alternative, and I am providing that opportunity. Seeing no hands, it will remain as is. Thank you for that point of clarification, Councillor Van Passen. I would now like to open up the floor for further deliberations, and I understand Mayor Chop had a question regarding a skate park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've had a few meetings now over at the rec center with the seniors, and through discussions that had occurred in council and discussions with the RFAB committee, you know, we continuously heard, why don't we use the odd, you know, for the seniors and so on and so forth. And so I started making some inquiries both into the funds that we spend renting the odd for the seniors to be able to use that for walking, which now they'll be able to walk in the rec center in the future, but also I've come to learn through Nikki Sloat that we spend $13,500 a year to have the skateboard park in front of the rec center. So that's the rent that we pay. To me, we have a number of pieces of property of parkland, in fact, so much so that we actually made a motion at last year's budget to look at which parks we could declare as surplus and, you know, put some of that funding back into improving the parks that we are going to keep and also building our reserves. So I'm just wondering with, especially from our Simcoe councillors here, you know, instead of on the operating levy of having $13,500 going forward, if we don't reduce that number to nothing by putting the skateboard park on our own piece of land, but what that would require for future savings is to be able to pay to put a slab of concrete down, whether that be in Wellington Park or wherever, you know, the location may be chosen in Simcoe. So just speaking with Nikki and Jason, I think that we were looking at putting $15,000 on the capital budget for this year. So it would be an addition, but it would be reducing for this year, coming year once it was built, and for subsequent years down to zero now on the operating levy.
Thank you, and not wanting to prejudice our discourse here, being a chair, I would like to offer Councillor Taylor an opportunity to respond.
I think that's a great idea. I didn't realize we were paying that much for rent at the rec center. That's a pretty substantial figure year after year, so I think that'd be a great topic to have staff bring back options for the which parks might work best for the slab of concrete that we can then put the skate park on. But I'd be, protocol here, would I move to add that? Because I'd be happy to, unless you'd like to.
Sounds like we have a mover and a seconder. I see nodding head. Staff understand the direction. Further discussion, Councillor Columbus.
Just to add some history to that skate park, a lot of that money that was for the actual facility was raised privately back when skate parks were, I guess, were more prominent than they are now. But there were other sites at the time looked at, and the neighborhoods usually got up in arms over all kinds of noise and delinquency of characters hanging around the skate park. So there were other sites selected, and it ended up the best location was the fairgrounds, although now I understand that there is a charge for the use of that, so I didn't realize there was.
Thank you for that information. I can recall quite a bit of contention regarding the skate park location at Talbot Gardens Arena. That might be worth revisiting once we discuss this in the future. But we have a mover and a seconder to explore other locations for the skate park? Can I just have maybe a point of clarification as to what we're
Yeah,
moving?
so it would be adding 15,000 to the capital budget for this year with a corresponding reduction to the operating levy, which staff will bring forward the change at the next budget meeting.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Would there not also be a cost involved in terms of moving the actual skateboard park? Is that something that we need to include in that 15,000 to go along with the cement pad, the cost to move it?
You are correct. We'd have to add that in. It's a wood, that one's a wood structure at this point in time, and I think it's actually up for some significant deck repairs also, which is budgeted for, so it could be combined to that. But there would be a moving cost to it. And just to be clear, the savings probably wouldn't occur until 2022. You'd build it in 2021. You'd probably still have to pay the rent on it in 2021, but you know, you're probably a year and a half payback on something like that. It'd be pretty quick. And then I think in future years, council may take a look at those savings that you have, and that could be actually the fund that you create to fund repairs on those assets going forward. And that's a self-fulfilling, kind of self-sustaining type of approach to asset management.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's actually $40,000 in the budget for skate park ramp replacements at Simcoe Rec Center right now. So.
Page 2D5 is where Councillor Van Passen was obtaining those hard numbers regarding the Simcoe Skate Park at the Simcoe Recreation Center. We do have a motion, we have a mover, we have a seconder. Are there any further comments or questions regarding the motion? Seeing none and seeing that there is no request for a recorded vote, I would like to move to call the question. Andy, if you could please read it out for us.
Thank you, Chair Rabbit. So I didn't know with the CAO's clarification if it still remains the same, the wording of the motion to remove that.
I agree with Jason. You would get the full savings in year one, but we would anticipate that it would be moved some point next summer. So you would maybe get 6 months savings attributed to next year. So that's what I'm saying. They could figure out that adjustment and bring that forward at the next operating budget of the reduction to the operating levy.
So staff examine the fee for the skate park to relocate and bring options forward to the next capital budget.
I believe the intent of the motion was to add $15,000 in capital dollars into the budget, and we will amend the capital budget in the background. And then the intent would be that to drive future savings in 2021 and beyond for drive future levy savings. Sorry. I don't know if that needs to be included in the motion. I think the intent of the motion is $15,000 gets added to the capital budget. We would also bring a separate report, frankly, because I agree with Councillor Columbus. Citing these things is always challenging in the community, but I think there's more options now with video surveillance and cameras and that kind of stuff, and there's some options that we have, frankly, that if you integrate it in with with some of our parks, maybe there's some creative options to do it so that the kids just aren't kind of in a cage out somewhere. It doesn't quite look like, how maybe the intent of that sport is intended to be. So.
Terrific. Okay, so now I think I got it right. That council add $15,000 to the capital budget for the relocation of the Simcoe Skate Park, and that staff bring back options to a future meeting.
And just so it's in there that they'll bring back an amendment to the operating levy budget.
All right, I think we got all that information out. I would like to call the question. See, the clerk is still writing. There's no protest. So we will call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Further, if there's any further deliberations regarding the capital budget, now would be a time to broach those subjects. I'm seeing Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, I noticed that in the year 2020, there's no line item for $1.5 million expenditure at the Port Dover wastewater outfall. Just to clarify, is that the one where Mr. Hunter lives on Brown Street that we're looking at? Is that the situation there that has to be remedied for $1.5 million?
I believe we'll have Jason Godby respond to that. He is in the other room. We'll just give him a moment to get organized.
Because if there's been no history for requirement of those dollars, it's kind of a shocker to the budget.
Through the chair to Board Member Columbus or Councillor Columbus, that project, that $1.5 million, is a combined project. It is for a concurrent engineering that's happening for stormwater drainage off of Highway 6, as well as for replacement and relaying of the sanitary the sanitary sewer outfall from the wastewater treatment plant. So that is down near Mr. Hunter's property, as you've referenced. And ultimately, the decision to run these two projects concurrently was basically due to the ability to construct both of these pipes that are going to have to run down and out towards the lake.
So if it's a stormwater drainage for Highway 6, will the province of Ontario help us offset that cost?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, because it is being run through a municipal drain, there is a portion that will be assessed back to the MTO as the owner of Highway 6.
Further, Mayor Chop.
Is that not also more related to the outlet there as well?
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, the outlet there's actually going to be two outlets into the lake there. So we have the stormwater drainage pipe, which is coming all the way from 6, but at the same time, we are relaying the outlet into the lake from the sewage treatment plant.
Further?
Just while we're at it, just for the record. So at Mr. Hunter's place, if anybody's been out there, and the willow tree, do we have an ability to sort of assure that I think we're going to be looking at more than $1.5 million should the willow tree that's there eventually rip out of the side of the embankment? I think that the damage could be quite severe. So in an effort to be proactive and not see increased costs over and above the 1.5, which could be a catastrophic failure at that location. What point do we foresee Public Works moving ahead with that?
Through the chair to the mayor, you're referring to the removal of that tree or the project itself?
Well, the tree looks to have been there for many, many, many years and looks like it's actually wrapped to a degree around the line that around the outlet, and that is the only outlet from our wastewater treatment plant out into the lake. So I'm curious how that looks if we do have a significant failure at that end. I don't know. I guess part of me just wants to go on the record here that I have been out to the site, I've seen it, and I think that it is a really serious concern that exists out there and that we need to move on quickly before the 1.5 million escalates into something else.
Through the chair to the mayor, the staff have been out recently and have expressed the same concern. So one of the things that we will be looking at is what could we potentially do about that tree now. In an ideal world, this would be a project that will be started relatively soon in 2021. However, as a risk mitigation tool, we will likely look at what can we do about that tree to ensure that it doesn't topple and disrupt that outfall from the plant.
All right. Are there further deliberations regarding the capital plan? I'm stretching. Okay, I see a hand, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a few questions. It's about 4 pages, but and some of them affect this year's and some of them are sort of a year or two out. And I probably should start with the biggest one that actually covers a bunch of the line items in there. One of which is the repairs and upgrades to the Delhi pool that are scheduled for 21, 22, 23, and there are a bunch of them, and added up that's over $1 million, which is a great improvement because last year if you added them up it was over $2 million, so the expected cost is actually coming down, but I don't believe that. And there's also an $11 million item for a pool upgrade in Simcoe in 2022, and I would like to ask or suggest that we get a staff report at looking at the option of building a brand new pool as an addition to the Delhi Arena. That would be a 25-meter, 6-lane pool, and shifting where those resources go, that the money that's budgeted for Simcoe, let's build a new pool in Delhi, and then we can limp along with the existing pool in Simcoe. There'll be a nice pool that will be part of a senior center, but we'll have a competitive size pool in Delhi, eliminate the outdoor pool in Delhi that you only use a couple months in the summer, and let's have a year-round pool in Delhi. But I'd like a staff report to come back first, looking at that feasibility, potential cost to it, potential operating cost of having 2 pools that will run 365 days a year. And that will change a bunch of the projections on our capital budget over the years. And we also have, I think it's $575,000 in upgrades to the dressing room at the Delhi Arena, which, if it's feasible to build a pool as an addition to the arena, that job could be done in conjunction with the construction of the new pool. So I don't know if Mr. Burgess would like to comment that, or Mr. Cridlin, but it does affect a bunch of the overall capital budget, not so much the numbers, but shifting where they would be applied.
We'll have Jason Burgess begin staff's response, and we'll see if Bill can't get organized and also provide some commentary.
Yeah, both Bill and Nikki are sitting in the other room, so I can start and they can certainly fill into the gaps. I think Councillor raises a number of good questions. The reality with the capital budget is, the team spent a significant focus on the 2021 numbers and the placing of the other numbers. We need to take a bit more time with it. I think the challenge with the recreational assets is, if I were to give advice to council, I think you need to look at the recreational assets not as single assets. I think that is an unsustainable model going forward. I think what you need to do is look at all the assets that you have. There's age to all of them, to be quite frank. And I think you need to go and take a look at, okay, how do we actually rebuild these going forward? Most of the builds now, they're not built as single assets, they're built as multi-use facilities. So if you go to any arena built in the last 10 years or so, there's usually, it's a double rink, there's a library, there's a gym, there's something else attached to it so that you can drive traffic to it. You can integrate the pools there's lots of examples where pools are integrated with arenas. This council looked at, one such thing going forward. If the challenge I have with just looking at the Delhi pool in isolation for options is, I think you can end up making a decision based upon a single asset when you should be looking at all the assets in total. The cost for kind of that comprehensive asset strategy for the recreational assets is not cheap. You'd be, easily $250,000 to take a look at that on what I would consider kind of a strategic basis. And to be honest, I personally debated whether I put it into this year's capital budget or not. We are under pressure, to be frank, and I chose to not include that. But I think that would be a more strategic way to go about it, is to take a look at all the assets. How are you going to replace, your arenas and your pools? Those are your big dollar items. Those are also your big subsidized items on daily use, and develop one master plan for the county on that. I think that would be a much more efficient way to go about it than picking and choosing assets. It is it's a significant amount of money to do the study. Two, it's a significant amount of time to execute on that going forward. So if you want to direct staff to come back with options on the Delhi pool, we would certainly do that. I think the challenge is it's tough to do it in isolation, would be my only caution to council.
Okay, I think I'd like to have Bill provide some feedback as well, and then we'll go back to you, Councillor Van Passen, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I will probably go to the dressing room part of the budget, because I think that needs some clarification. I know I had a couple councillors asking me about this. What is written in our books there? We did put in for the funding for the senior or upper level governments, provincial and federal governments. What the project was for expansion to the change rooms in Dover, Waterford, Delhi, and Langdon. We just clarified this morning. It's been a while since we did that. We have heard we're still in communications with that program, so we figured we still are in the running, but still not finally approved. And again, that just reminds council that if the federal and provincial government do accept our application on that, Norfolk County is only paying 27% of the total projects of those 4 expansions. And those 4 expansions were to deal with all kinds of things. We had minor hockey has changed with half ice, as one aspect, so that means you would need double the change rooms for a team to come in. There was also some things about gender identity, where we had to have change rooms for individuals, and we don't necessarily have enough change rooms as it is now. So when we look at that, if that clarifies the 4 that the grant money we're hoping to get, I wasn't under the understanding that those were to go ahead until we knew if we were getting the grant money. We also have up to, I think it's 7 years, up to 2026 to build these. So I think what finance did is just kind of put them all into the year 2021 to be there. And I don't think for a minute that if we found out tomorrow we had the money, we would be able to pull off the building of all 4 of those. But we do have to 2026 on them. So what that leaves is Simcoe Talbot Gardens, which has more change rooms than the rest of our arenas. So I think staff felt that put a placeholder in for 2023 for expansion there to see where we were with the recreational world at that time. And the rec center one was not included in the grant money. So our comments on that are, especially with moving forward with the rink area for community use, the seniors and stuff, we probably recommended that 575 was bumped ahead a year or 2, so we knew just exactly. We're getting all kinds of inquiries about what can we do with this open space, what groups can come in, so the community is active. They are backing us in that. We just need to, first of all, COVID doesn't help. We get the seniors in, see what they're going to use, and then how we book that space around that. So that is, maybe I'll just leave it at that for questions. Does that help explain the dressing room construction aspect of this budget?
Councillor Van Passen?
Well, that does bring up another question. Why do we have $575,000 in the budget for dressing rooms for the rec center arena when there's no ice there?
Again, I think it was more for the purpose, maybe recording is not recorded quite properly, but it was to have the ability, depending on what the rink, you know, if it's going to be volleyball, basketball, that sort of thing, we're still going to need change rooms for all the reasons that we had with the hockey. Also, we weren't 100% sure what aspects of what the seniors would need for space. And if some of the change rooms were used on that, then this would be for the community to use those change rooms. And again, to be in 2021, I guess I would, looking at a few staff in here, that could be bumped to 2022, 2023, when we have a little better idea of the community uptake in that.
Further, Councillor Van Passen?
Well, I think we should use some of that money to pay for whatever it's going to cost to get this other report back on the idea I brought forward about the pools. Like, I just cannot see having a line item in a 2021 budget for dressing rooms at the Simcoe Rec Center Arena when there's no ice there. So if nothing else, we should move that, delete that, or I'd still like an answer to that other bigger question, because you know, if we're going to do renovations to the pool at the rec center at some point down the road, we will have no pool for the period of a year or two. So why not look at building a new one? And then at least you'll always have one. So I'm sure the mayor will disagree with me, but you know, I'd still want to go back to that original point I brought forward about looking at the feasibility of that option.
I have seen some hands raised since you've started your question and your statements regarding recreation services. I think I would like to move to Mayor Chop, and then we'll be hearing from Councillor Huffman.
Well, it's not that I disagree with you, Councillor Van Passen. I think that a pool is absolutely, you know, should be one of our top priorities from a recreational perspective, no doubt. And I do actually think Delhi would be an excellent location for it. But, you know, I also think that just because staff put that in, I mean, we already heard for the first time, you know, we're getting a more comprehensive look at our capital asset management plan that we have not had previously. It was articulated multiple times that that was just really looking at our core assets, and that, you know, they still have to look at all of the other additional assets that the municipality has, and that's to come. But it's a very, you know, substantial undertaking to do this. So I think, and maybe Jason could comment, but the placeholder for the 11 million for the Simcoe Rec Center pool was not necessarily that they're coming next year and saying we're doing 11 million in renovation to the pool. I think it was the fact that staff, unlike in years past, is not burying it and saying we're not going to need more money for this, is actually trying to show, hey, we are going to need a chunk of capital for a new pool. That line item just happens to be that it's at the rec center right now. But I think that we have a staff, give them a chance, and they are thinking about these things. They are thinking about different locations and how to better our rec facilities. And at this point in time, it doesn't affect our capital budget. It's a placeholder to show that we are going to need a significant investment in our pool, regardless of where that location ultimately may be. As far as the dressing rooms, I think Bill's answer is bang on, and maybe Jason could touch on it further, but from conversations that I've had with staff, there is significant interest from multiple different types of groups, from, you know, baseball and others that want to come in, that want to use that facility in the evenings. And when you get into, you know, the accessibility requirements and so on for, you know, gender neutral change rooms and all of these things, it's not just hockey players that need a gender neutral change room. You know, you're having kids, and that legislated requirement is going to happen whether you're playing baseball or whether you're playing hockey.
Did staff wish to provide a response to the mayor's comments?
Yeah, the mayor is correct. Our biggest challenge, I think, with the rec center is going to be what can actually we schedule in there and what is the cost to do it. But I've personally received emails from baseball coaches for looking for dryland training, soccer, volleyball. they're all looking at, and this was something that was frankly known to staff. Nikki would have far more details on it. The request for dry land training in Norfolk County has been very important. So change rooms will still play an important role in at the rec center, because I think you'll see multiple sports going on there. The one advantage might be when you're doing a dry land training facility, the space and the total amount of change rooms might be different. Hockey, because of the amount of equipment that's required, and because you're rotating 4 teams in, you need 4 change rooms. You don't, and the size of those teams, it's a slightly different requirement for indoor, and that's something we'd take a look at.
Thank you for that, Jason. We will be moving to hear from Councillor Huffman and Councillor Taylor in a moment. I did want to provide an update to committee that we do have to adjourn at 1 p.m. It's currently 12:15. We do have a Board of Health meeting that needs to start at 1:15 sharp due to the attendees' schedule. So with that, we will hear from Councillor Huffman, and then we'll move on to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Actually, Mr. Cridlin was able to answer all of my questions regarding the funds in place for the rec rooms, or the change rooms, and that's it. I'm good. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, many of my questions regarding this have been answered at this point, but I think just a clearer response on, will the construction requirements be as extensive once because we've moved hockey out of the equation? CAO Burgess touched on that briefly, but I'm just wondering if staff know if the actual extent is going to be as necessary, if that 575,000 needs to remain at 575, or if there can be some forecasted reduction.
With the, we're only paying $27 of that if we get the funding. So, or sorry, 27%. Sorry, $27 for every 100, I guess it would be. It's 27%. My only concern, there might be, old buildings always, whenever you open them up, and and we have a few tanks that are like they're built with, they're built to last, I would say, and therefore when you do the renovations, it takes a lot more effort to do it. So my concern is more on the low side. That's where my concern is. I think we'll figure it out if we're being a bit more efficient. We can probably add some nice to haves that we never originally planned.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, to save some taxpayer dollars, any thought about taking some of the ice-making equipment out of the Simcoe Recreation Center at the fairgrounds and moving it to other arenas that need parts replaced?
I believe that's being put underway, but I'll ask Mr. Cridlin to comment on that.
Thank you, and through the chair, very, very good question. And one obvious item is the rec center compressor was replaced just a few years ago. It's probably not quite a half-life, staff is saying. And you will see further along in the budget that Waterford is due for a compressor. So staff have met with our refrigeration maintenance company, and the compressor from the rec center can be moved to Waterford. Waterford presently operates with 2 compressors, but is plumbed up for 3. So staff are thinking with Summer Ice being in Waterford, that's an ideal opportunity to move that compressor there. We don't have a price. Staff are working on that today. I don't know we'll have it finalized. The compressor, brand new, installed, is about $100,000. Obviously, by this move, we wouldn't have the new compressor to buy, but we would have to have the decommission and removal of it in the setup. So I think it will come in, I'm even hesitant to say half price, but there is an opportunity with that. And then as other, the coolers and things, staff haven't got into that. In fairness, there was a bit of a challenge, I guess, on maybe keeping the rec center ice in as early as this summer. But now that's out, staff have looked at that, and anything that we can obviously use in the rec center that's not made for needing for ice there, we definitely will repurpose it for other 5 arenas. The compressor was just the first one that we're looking at, the big ticket item.
Well, I take it, Bill, that's not reflected anywhere in the budget at this time, those savings?
No, it's still at the $100,000, I believe, for the Waterford compressor. brand new.
Nothing further, Councillor Columbus? Seeing Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. Bill, I'm just asking about this because when we were having all of our discussions about, the decision not to put ice in the rec center arena, I recall that one of the things that we had discussed was leaving the ice-making equipment in there should we at some point in future decide that we might need that ice and make some adjustments there. So if we were to move some of that, would it be possible then, if we needed to, considering that discussion, move it back?
Through the chair, I guess staff are kind of along the thinking along the lines that we are going to go with 5 arenas going forward. If the decision down the road was to reinstate an ice field back at the rec center, I guess we'd have to look at it at that time. If it was a year or two down the road, that equipment could be moved back. I mean, if it was a number of years down the road, then we'd probably be better looking at a new system to come in. I think it would depend on the larger plan, and at present staff are moving forward that there will not be an ice surface in the rec center at this time.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
And just to that line, I thought the discussion was more along the lines of not touching the floor so that it can be used, but I think the assumption was there that some of the parts might be moved around, but I might be wrong on that, because I know we were told that we'd have to pump the refrigerant out and some of the other parts too, so that's just where I fell on that one. But as long as the floor is there, we can always add things in and get her going again.
Yeah, Bill, could we have a response regarding the integrity of the floor?
We do need to, say, decommission the floor. The cooling liquid should be removed, and they need to be removed as long if there was ever a leak in the future. We wouldn't want people in using that for dry land training. So that's a project that will be done this fall before people actively use the rink floor on a regular basis, and the floor itself will not be touched. Staff have even talked about moving forward, the installation of pickleballs, badminton nets, volleyball nets would be done as such that with little impact to drilling to the floor. A lot of it would be more portable setups and stuff that would not actually wreck the floor. The pipes would still be there and able to be, like you say, fired up in the future if needed.
Thank you for that. Bill, I also see Jason Burgess would like to comment as well.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to council. Council had provided, and there's some additional money in this budget, and council provided money in the last budget for the move. Staff will be looking at options on how they're going to redevelop more fully the rec center. So what type of flooring material, how will we heat it? Like there's potential, for example, that we take the cooling system out but put radiant heating in through the floor. How does that work? What's the cost to do that? So those more, what I would consider permanent changes to the rec center would come back before council when we have a more articulated plan on how we're going to do that. What staff are doing now is, Bill and Nikki have said, is there's a bunch of things we can do to get activity in there without big dollars at this point in time, but when the more permanent design for that redevelopment is there, and we get a bit more needs analysis from the different user groups, what their potential needs are, that will have to come before council. And then at some point in time, there's probably a no going back point in time. You're going to commit to a multi-use, multi-sport recreational center there, and then the cost to reconvert would be, cumbersome, I would say. But that big decision will come later when we have a bit more information.
Thank you for that, Jason. Do you have anything further, Councillor Taylor? I'm seeing Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. My question would be to Mr. Grizel. Are we still on track with advancing the terms of reference for RFAB in November?
Through you, Chair Rabbits. So there was a bit of a monkey wrench thrown into that. RFAB didn't have their last meeting. I believe they didn't get quorum. So we were initially anticipating that RFAB would be making recommended amendments to the terms of reference. Now it seems like it might be a bit more in staff's ballpark to make recommendations. So I still need to talk with Mr. Cridland and Mr. Burgess about that. And what I was planning to do was to research some other municipalities that might have other similar committees and bring them forward. But I would like to do it sometime in November. And certainly, we also have to do council's appointments to committees. So one thing I want council to consider is rather than the 5, that we might go back to having 2 council members appointed to RFAB. So it all fits together with kind of the council appointment process. So I would like to clear it off.
Okay, thank you. I bring that up because I feel as though Councillor Van Passen, although it might be a good suggestion, it feels piecemeal to me, and we don't have that committee around the table to provide comments again, so I don't necessarily support doing it the way that you're suggesting. I don't know if you're planning on moving a motion or not, but if you're not, I have questions unrelated to recreation.
So with that, I think we've come full circle, some healthy discussion resulting from Councillor Van Passen's initial comments here. So I think I'd like to come full circle back to Councillor Van Passen to see if there is a alternative to staff's recommendation for this capital budget that he would like to move.
It's like the chicken and the egg. There are some maintenance and upgrades on those facilities, and I'd hate to dump money into something and then later on rip it all out again for no reason because we're replacing with something else. But I think that the discussion has sort of got everybody thinking about it, and I'm sure staff will apply the budget accordingly, and if anything changes, they will bring it to our attention before they spend money where it is basically thrown into the wind. So I have confidence that our staff will be looking into this, whether officially or unofficially, and keeping an eye on the issue. And I'm content to leave the placeholders in the budget for now, but with the idea that we are thinking about it.
Okay, with that, Mayor Chop, I saw your hand raised.
Thanks, Councillor Roberts. Just in staff's defense, that was always my understanding as well, was that the RFAB committee was going to bring forward their terms of reference. I remember that being articulated several occasions. In fact, 2 meetings ago, not the one that was canceled, but the one previous, I was kind of surprised that it hadn't formed more of the discussion. But I think as we look forward to a more inclusive solution for all of Norfolk County and looking at, like Jason said, you know, all of our rec facilities together and our future needs, you know, I start to wonder whether, you know, the RFAB committee, again, the motion that was made by previous council was that, you know, this was a Simcoe infrastructure replacement program, and that, and I quote, it was to be located within the urban boundary of Simcoe. That was not this council that decided that. So the RFAB committee's terms of reference were directed specifically at that previous motion to put something within Simcoe. As such, I think there's a strong Simcoe representation that's on there. But I wonder moving forward, you know, if we don't need to, if we're going to start to look at something that's going to be more central to Norfolk, that maybe, you know, we shouldn't be looking at not only just in the terms of reference, but also the composition of the group to ensure that we have stronger representation from the West on the group to voice their concerns with what they want. In hindsight, I mean, if I could turn back the clock, you know, the hub had been a discussion long before I even arrived in Norfolk County. I remember on my way to one of the first debates and making some inquiries, like what kind of, you know, do I need to know about this hub and what's going on, and really trying to learn at that point in time what this was all about. You know, if we had known then at the beginning of this council, even the own feeling from our MPP that, you know, Haldeman and Norfolk should get the exact same thing. Well, you know, the likelihood of Haldeman and Norfolk each getting their own, you know, hub complex, the maximum amount of funding available was clearly, that's, you know, it's was an impossibility. You know, so looking back, things like, do we need a pool? Is that the primary focus? I think it probably is a big focus. And again, how do we make that more accessible to the west end of the county and so on? So I would like to see not only terms of reference for RFAB coming forward, you know, from them, but perhaps also, you know, a vision from staff on how we make that committee more inclusive to all of the county.
I'm sure we could reach out to the chair of that committee to get that ball rolling. Having said that, I did hear Councillor Martin had some questions or comments, direction that was not recreation related, so perhaps it's in order to move this meeting along and entertain those.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Page 2A4, I have sent an email to both Mr. Burgess and Mr. Godby concerning water, and not the projects that are not only specific to 2021, but into the future as well. I was hoping for the public record, for my information's sake, we can go through and have a discussion about the intent behind what's budgeted, if it's going towards a specific project that we're going to be hearing more about in November in the reports. If you could just go through and provide on the public record some of those explanations that you gave to me in an email, that would be great.
Through the chair, excuse me, through the chair to Councillor Martin and all of council. I believe what you're referring to are the projects that are identified on 2A4 under the proposed interurban water supply program.
Yes, they are throughout the agenda, but as we progress through it, I can certainly bring up specific items. But yeah, if you want to start with 2A4, that would be great.
So I guess generally speaking, the interurban water supply program is currently spread out until 2027. And it's a lot of high dollar value water projects that are going to be we're going to be bringing forward a report to this council coming in November, basically with the results of our interurban water supply study, and seeking council direction on the big picture, long-term vision of the future of Norfolk County's municipal drinking water supplies. So the values that you're seeing here in this budget right now are kind of the placeholder order of magnitude type values that we will be presenting additional details to council on come November, and seeking the recommendation. Essentially what we've found through the study so far is that regardless of the kind of the three options that are being looked at for a future water supply, we're in this same order of magnitude of dollars to proceed with the implementation of a long-term solution for the future of our water. Beyond that, there's not many other specific details that can really share at this point until we bring that report forward to council for a fulsome debate and direction on which of these options we should be proceeding with.
Thank you for that information, Jason. And if it assists, perhaps you could provide just an informational memo to council regarding the correspondence that Councillor Martin is referring to with the water questions. Perhaps we could circulate that for public record. But moving to Councillor Martin, she had some more points that she would like to make.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. I think Mr. Burgess replied all. I don't know if Mr. Godby's answers are on that. I can check, yeah.
A simple information memo to council would be sufficient in my mind. Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Chair Roberts. So to Mr. Godby, is this, have you funded the high end of one of the three options? Is that what's happened here in this capital? Three options that'll come forward in the November report.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, yes, this is essentially the kind of the worst case scenario of costs, depending on which course of action is going to be selected by council.
Okay. Mayor Chop.
These numbers are Mr. Godby, they are a direct reflection of the report council already saw a couple weeks ago in the rate-supported budget, are they not? These aren't new numbers being presented here today to council in the capital budget. They've already seen them.
Through the chair to the mayor, that is correct. These are the same values that would have been at the last budget committee meeting.
That's right.
Sorry, a little table talk there. We were just confirming the numbers is the same that was presented to us when we were receiving our rate study report, correct? From
That's
Watson?
correct. So, someone said budget meeting, and I just want to correct, it was the rate study report. The numbers
From
are the
Watson
same.
and Associates. Thank you very much for that. With that, I would like to again recommend, advise committee that we are approaching a deadline for our time. I don't wish to rush this afternoon's proceedings by any means. I'm seeing a hand raised from our CAO.
Yeah, though originally I did not budget for a meal for council. Based upon the timing, we did order it so we can be a little bit tighter with our time. If you'd like, Chair, staff have lunch coming in for council prior to the Board of Health.
Thank you for that. I was planning for a brown bag today. Councillor Columbus?
Just to clarify, the Police Services Board did pass a motion to purchase LiDAR camera equipment, and the money came from the PSB bank account.
That's very good information and very timely. Thank you for providing that to us. With that, I would like to suggest that we move to consider staff's recommendation, or if someone would like to propose an alternative, or if someone would like to propose an amendment to staff's recommendation. And I'm seeing Councillor Van Passen. I know you had 4 pages. I guess you'll have to settle for a couple of paragraphs this afternoon.
Well, I think we'll settle for every one of them if we need. One more item another item I'd like to bring up, and it is a couple years out, is the Argyle Ave extension in Delhi. That's budgeted for 1.6 million. But I read in the paper recently that the rail line has now been declared surplus, and I wonder if staff would look into the purchase of the rail line in Delhi to create that connection between Highway 3 and the quarter line there. So that's just an outside one. We have budgeted a fire station replacement, but we also budgeted a study. Well, there's a bunch of the fire station replacement and a paramedic headquarters. I'm hoping that we do the studies first and, again, consider, I think they've done this in the past, and I'll look at Councillor Columbus, but the merger of Port Road and St. Williams fire stations, because of their proximity, build one new station for the 2 of them, but that would free up one of the other halls potentially for a paramedic base, right? So, but I do have some quite specific ones. Page 2B7, 8432002, the Cedar Street electronic sign. It's a $10,000 item. That's out in 2023, and a wind farm display in 2023. Why don't we just get them off the list, because the only signs that we need in Norfolk County are rough road ahead and bridge closed. So the expense of gateway signage and electronic signs, I think, is sort of beyond what we are requiring immediately. On page 2A8, the artifact storage in 2022, but with the changes we've made in the museums, I wonder whether that should actually be done in 2021. I think there's another study, but if we're going to, we have closed down Teeterville, we need a place to put that. I wonder if we might want to move the artifact storage budget into this year so that it can actually be accomplished. So I'll ask for comment from staff.
We'll hear from staff. Looking to who I'm passing that one off to for a response. I'm looking at Jason Burgess. Perhaps he could suggest.
Yeah, we may provide some more information back. There is a plan for the Teeterville storage, but staff are looking at another broader study on museums. We received funding from the federal government, and we're in the process of developing a plan. I'd like to bring something back to council during the levy budget on that item. Staff as Ms. LaPlante had said, we have a major internal staff event for suggestions on the levy budget, and that item is one of the ones that we're talking about, Councillor Van Passen, so I'd bring that up during the levy budget process. Again, it's one of those items, if you choose to hold out as approve the capital budget without certain items in it, that might be an option for council, and you can approve it at a later point in time if you'd like.
Thank you for that recommendation, Jason. Councillor Van Passen.
Well, another one that I looked at is the telephone system upgrades that are scheduled for 2021 and 22, and with the moving forward with the Project Domus and the restructuring, I wonder whether we should allocate the phone system upgrades, again, starting in 2021 and 22 to match the changes that we're going to make for, the changes in how we do things.
I'd have to confirm with Mr. Wallace. Some of those upgrades relate to specific lines into specific locations, like water plants and that kind of stuff. So that's outside of Project Domus. Those are for, I believe those are for specific centers where hardline technology is required for different reasons. But I can confirm that with staff.
Further, Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, in the appendix, page A9, there's a budget item for the closure of the Porter Bridge, and there's a budget item for the Big Creek Bridge on concession A. And I'm wondering, is that a budget to close the bridge on concession A that's been closed for 13 years, or is it to repair it and replace it?
Jason Godby.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, that budget we have in there, a budget value is reflective of the removal of the structure and closing up of the road with barricades and making turnarounds down there.
Further, Councillor Van
Thank
Passen.
you. And on A12, and I think we touched on it, I did send this question to staff before to investigate on the maintenance of stormwater ponds. It seems to me that stormwater retention ponds are specifically there for the drainage of a specific area, and I wonder why they are not, the maintenance on them is not billed out as a local improvement similar to municipal drain. When a municipal drain needs maintenance, everybody who gets the benefit of that municipal drain pays for the maintenance of it, and I don't know if staff have any answers to my question from a couple of weeks ago, whether that's allowable under the Municipal Act to deal with it that way.
Jason Godby.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, that is a conversation that staff are continuing to have. We're going to be digging more into that between our public works engineering staff as well as development staff and planning staff to look at what other options do exist there. I guess just since I'm on that point, you'll note that there's not monies put away in 2021 for stormwater management capital costs, and that's partially by design, so we have time internally to work through what those future projects can look like. But those placeholders are kind of here knowing that we do have a significant number of ponds that have issues that need to be addressed, and we need to get that management of these assets under wraps and get a handle on it.
All right. Jason Burgess.
So my staff are bailing me out on the phone question that Councillor Van Passen had provided. So it is related to Microsoft Teams, which is what we use for work from home and for other activities. staff are still comfortable with it in 2022 because the project outlay and the amount of activity that we have to do, advancing the budget wouldn't actually get any quicker results. We think 2022 is still the appropriate time for that project, and therefore that's why we staged the project as such. So, so I apologize for not having the answer, but the staff did correct me.
All right, seeing as we are getting close to 1 p.m., and we have had staff's recommendation that if there are items that we would like to defer or remove from the report, we could accept staff's recommendation in part to approve the majority or the lion's share of the capital plan. I think I would like to offer an opportunity to the floor for any board members to specifically highlight a line item that they would like to defer or receive some more information or have further deliberations on. And if there aren't any items that our board members would like removed, I would like to entertain either approving staff's recommendation in whole or proposing an alternative. So I'll leave it open to the floor for a response. I'm not seeing any hands at the moment. Again, does anyone wish to approve staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Okay, our staff are just getting organized so that they may present their final recommendation for our consideration. So we'll give them just a quick 5 minutes to get that language correct. They're going to do a little wordsmithing to see if there's been any amendments throughout our deliberations this afternoon. And they should be able to present their final recommendation momentarily. But while they're getting organized, I see Councillor Columbus would like to speak.
Yes, I've got a question that always comes up during budget discussions, and the replacement of tandem dump trucks and pickup trucks, Mr. Godby, are these vehicles in dire need of replacement? Have we got mechanics reports on each of them, and is there a good legitimate reason to renew them, or is it just something that we just normally approve year after year, so many vehicles?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, we don't have specific mechanic reports on these units. Starting about 2 years ago, our practice had been to not identify the specific truck unit number which is going to be replaced, but rather we're looking at some of our trucks in that fleet now are upwards of 16 years old. We have annual maintenance costs and safety costs when they need their annual MTOs done that on certain units are now in excess of $20,000 just to keep them on the road each year. So essentially what we've been doing is, as council has approved us to be able to replace some of these old assets, when the time comes that the truck is getting to a point that it's being constructed and is ready for delivery, that's when we run a more detailed analysis as to kind of find which are these trucks that are costing us the most amount of money just to maintain, which ones have mechanical concerns, and at that point we kind of select the worst of the three that are out there, and those are the ones that we take out of service when we bring in a new unit.
Thank you for that, Jason. Are our staff now prepared to offer their final recommendation? Can we have that read out, please?
All right, the report CS 2030 RE proposed approved for 2020 capital plan be received, and that the 2021 capital plan in a budget amount of finance
48,791,000.
Sorry, you cut out just briefly. Could you please repeat that figure?
Sorry, it's 48,791,000.
And further, that subject to the provisions of the purchasing policy, staff be approved to immediately proceed with the 2021 capital projects that are not funded directly from tax levies or water/wastewater rates, excluding tax levy funded Project Domus, project number 3432103, to also be initiated immediately. And further, that the capital forecast for the years 2022 to 2030 be received as information in the amount of
531,250,000.
That's it.
All right, you have staff's recommendation before you. Would anyone like to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Seeing Councillor Taylor?
Move staff's recommendation.
A mover for the staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor Huffman. I would like to call the question. All those that are in favor? And the 2021-2030 capital plan is approved unanimously. We'll now move on to an item of communications. We do have a deferred communications on the Speedwatch signs received from the Police Services Board. I believe that we've addressed this matter through our capital budget deliberations, so I'm merely looking for someone to move that we receive this correspondence as information. Seeing Councillor Columbus, do we have a seconder? Councillor Huffman, all those in favor? Carry unanimously. That concludes this budget meeting, so now I just need to have a mover to adjourn. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Micheli. All those in favor? We are adjourned. We'll be resuming our Board of Health. I believe it's scheduled for 1 p.m., but I think our true start time is going to be 1:15. But if you're tuning in, we'll see you for 1 p.m. You'll see the chamber begin to fill. Thank you.
right, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1:15, so we're going to need to get started. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, and for those in attendance, I would ask that you please place your phones on silent mode. I will now call the special meeting, Board of Health meeting to order. I'd like to welcome today the members of Haldimand Council that have tuned in, and to the best of my knowledge, Mayor Hewitt will be speaking on all of their behalfs. If it is agreeable to, or rather with the Board of Health, we will open the floor to Mayor Hewitt and any of us other councillors, if they so choose, at the end of our questions to staff, so they may also comment. Approval to the agenda, changes to the agenda. We have 3 changes to the Board of Health agenda. The first is a correspondence from Haldimand County. The second is a deputation from Dusty Zamanek of the Ag Advisory Board. And the last is the late addition of a PowerPoint presentation that we would require a 2/3 motion if we desire to allow that presentation today. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended or an alternative? Moving the agenda as presented, Councillor Michelli, or Board Member Michelli, seconded by Member Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will move on to staff reports. And the first is the deferred motion from the October 6, 2020 meeting. Due to the deferral, we are required to address this motion today. However, if there are no objections, we will first hear from the deputation and staff. Okay, seeing no objections, the first item is correspondence from Haldimand County. And if we start with that, is there any discussion on the motion from Haldimand? Mayor Hewitt, did you wish to provide any comments? He may not even be with us yet. So in that case, if I could have a mover, actually I have a mover, Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Columbus, that the correspondence of Craig Manley, CAO, Kathy Case, General Manager, Corporate Services, Haldimand County, be received as information. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next is the deputation from Dusty Zamanek. Dusty, you will have 10 minutes for your deputation. Welcome. Do we have Dusty on the line? I think it's best that we hear from Dusty, then staff's presentation, because as well, Mayor Hewitt's going to want to be on for this as well.
Madam Chair, if I may suggest that we have a quick dental report, that if we're waiting for the deputation, that we might proceed with that, and then staff can actually go back to Gab.
That's even better. That's perfect.
In keeping with the board's
That works out
wishes.
well. Okay, so we'll proceed then with, unless there's any objection from council members, staff report HSS 20-19, the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program, and the capital funding budget amendment. Marlene, if you'd like to go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, Kike is actually in the back room, so if we could have the video streamed to the back room, and then staff will present from there.
Yeah, just touch the view. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kiki Ogunsilire. I'm the Program Manager for School Health and Substance Use, and I'll be presenting report number HSS 20-19, which is a request for an amendment of the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program, the OSDCP capital funding budget, to allow for the completion of the Simple Office Dental Expansion Project. In the 2019 provincial budget, the OSDCP was introduced for financially challenged seniors to access dental care services at little or no cost to them. The major objectives of this program are to prevent chronic disease, reduce infections, and increase quality of life while reducing the burden on the healthcare system. The program is 100% funded by the Ministry of Health and does not require a levy contribution. The Ministry of Health also provides an annual operating funding of $537,900 for the OSDCP. Operational funding for 2020 has been received by the Health Unit. The Ministry of Health provided the HNHU with one-time funding of $623,000 in 2009 for enhancing existing infrastructure in the Health Unit, Donville, and Simcoe offices to increase clinical spaces and capacity to provide preventive and therapeutic oral services to eligible seniors. Plans towards the expansion of existing infrastructure were halted in March 2020 as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The initial deadline given by the Ministry of Health for the completion of the capital funding expenditure was the 31st of March 2020, but this has now been extended till March 31st, 2021. With the reopening of the province, plans towards the expansion projects are now ongoing. The Haldimand County is undertaking the renovation for the dental operatory in the Donville office, and Norfolk County's purchasing policy is being followed to enhance infrastructure at the Simcoe office location. It, however, became clear during the RFP process that the funding allocation of $300,000 for the expansion of the Simcoe office dental space would not be sufficient to complete the project. Projected expenditures to complete the project is $502,000, leaving a capital deficit of $202,000, as shown in Table 2 of the report. As a result of anticipated increase in costs due to COVID-19, the Ministry of Health has communicated that surplus operational funding not utilized in this calendar year due to the COVID-19 pandemic would be made available for the completion of the OSDCP capital projects if required. Financial services staff have forecasted an overall operating surplus of $250,000 for the 2020 calendar year, based on year-to-date expenditures and projected expenditures to the end of the year, as shown in Table 1 of the report. The project will remain 100% funded by the Ministry of Health and will not require a levy contribution. We are therefore making a recommendation to the Board of Health to amend the approved 2020 operational budget, as well as the approved 2020 to 2029 capital budget, to allow the use of surplus OSDCP operational funding to support the completion of the Simcoe office dental expansion project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. Any questions from council members? Board members, rather. Member Columbus, go ahead.
Yeah, so this program is 100% funded, I believe, what I read. And just wondered, would it not have been lower cost and much cheaper to just have candidates that can participate in this program go to their local dentist and have a grant system to offset the cost for this service, rather than setting up a special facility?
I think we had asked about that at the time, but there was a barrier to it, I believe, from the province.
So through the chair, if I may, I'll ask staff to comment on it. There has been a lot of activity and they can articulate an answer to that better than I.
Okay, thank you for the question. The current dentist we are using now, and this is not just exclusive to our health unit, the costs are quite high and it would not be sustainable on the long run. The Ministry of Health, the plan for the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program is also to provide more capacity for the health units to be able to provide the services directly to the seniors and not just through the dentists. So that's why that's part of the reason why the one-time funding was provided to the health units.
I'm not sure that really answers the question, though. I think the question was more, why are we not looking at partnerships with our other local dentists as opposed to spending money to bring this internally when other people already have the capacity and facilities for it?
Right, the partnerships is the key word.
Yes, we currently have partnerships with 3 dentists in the community. However, it has been quite difficult for us to have more partnerships, and because of the costing required, we have specific costs that we have been given by the ministry, and not all the dentists are willing to accept the fees, the fee structure.
Okay, well, if I was to push on that a little bit more then, so right now, we're only going to have, so we have the dental office that we're building in Simcoe, which means everybody from all over the county, the west end of the county, particularly there's certain areas in the west that may even use this service more than others, are all having to drive to Simcoe to the one location. So if there was only a couple of dentists that would have been willing to do this, if not all dentists were willing to participate in the program, would that not have been the same? At least there would have been a couple of options then.
We actually have two dental offices, one in Dunnville and the second one in Simcoe. The Simcoe is a larger unit than the Dunnville dental office.
Marlene, I guess maybe you could jump in. I thought I distinctly recall this, where we had pushed back on this report and we said that we wanted to look at partnerships with local dental offices, and I thought there was a barrier to doing that long-term from the province, which is why we said we were at least doing that on a short-term basis at that point in time. But now I'm not hearing a provincial reason as to why we're not continuing on that path.
So through you, Madam Chair, there is currently, I believe, as Kike has mentioned, 3 partnerships that we're currently working with. The cost is not sustainable moving forward. This is actually more cost effective to move it forward. The capital funds were provided across the province for all health units to be provided to each of the health units. And as Kike's mentioned, they're in both regions, one in Haldimand and one in Norfolk. So the funding will not be made available to us if it's not approved, would be one thing. But just to articulate more to your particular question, Madam Chair, we'll continue to investigate partnerships, and we will potentially continue to utilize additional services in the community if the opportunity and operating dollars permit it. But moving forward, I haven't been involved actively with the province on the challenges, but it's my understanding that from a cost perspective, it's the direction that the province has requested the boards to move forward with, and what the funding allocation has been provided to the health unit.
And is there a barrier from the province that prevents us from having built a mobile dental unit that would have been able to go between Haldimand and Norfolk? And so through the chair,
Vice President is now joining.
So through you, Madam Chair, we actually, when we submitted our capital grants, I believe we actually put in for 5 submissions of capital grants, and one being actually exactly that, a mobile unit, and we were not allocated those funding. So the funding we received for capital was for a site at the Gilbertson office and one in the Dunnville office, and the Dunnville office one is actively being constructed.
Okay, so just to be clear, though, it's not fully guaranteed, this entire capital request at this point in time, or it is?
So we have been allocated the funding. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, that it was $323,000 my apologies, for Haldimand and for the Dunnville office, and $300,000 for the Semco office. Haldeman happened to be currently being retrofitted, so the cost there was more cost beneficial to us as we move forward. We have received the funding. The differential was when we did the costing for the GAB office, we had a deficit. So to assist us with not requesting for any levy dollars, we have reached out to the province to allocate some of our unused levy dollars to offset the cost of the capital, and hence there will be no levy impact. So the full cost of both of those capital projects has been captured by the province.
And where would those unused levy dollars otherwise have gone? Back to the province?
Because of COVID, when we haven't been offering the program and we weren't able to mobilize the capital structures, they would have been returned to the province.
Okay, any further questions from Shankar? Did you have something to say? Syed, did you want to come to the front and address the board?
This is Syed.
Hey, Donna. Can you,
What did the chair say?
the chair.
Yeah, thank you. So through Madam Chair to the Councillor, so just to add to our previous comments, so we'll continue to explore our opportunities with the local dentists moving forward. Because currently we have 3 local dentists. So one of the challenge was like that model is very expensive. I can share with you in confidence, like every single client we are getting around $450 to $500 per client from the local community dentist. So that was one of the barriers because we have very limited operational funding. So that's why we are moving towards having our own clinics. Okay.
Any further questions from the board? Could somebody move the staff recommendation? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. Now turning back, Dusty, do we have you on the line now?
Yes, you do. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. So you have 10 minutes for your deputation to council.
Fantastic. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Dusty Zamanek. I am your Norfolk County Agriculture Advisory Board Chair. We recently wrapped up our October 27th meeting about an hour and a half ago. And in that meeting, 3 key points and motions were discussed, passed, tabled, and now I would like to present to you here today. So thank you for having me. Joining me here for both questions, you can refer to myself for questions and answers, as well as Bob Vogelzang, President of the NFA, and as well as Mr. Will Stoneman, the Brant Haldeman Norfolk Director for the OFA. So we have some men throughout, some people throughout the industry that we can refer to for this. The 3 motions were as follow that, and I'll go through a quick synopsis as to our idea behind each of the motions. The number one motion reads as follows, and the rationale behind this is that the agricultural stakeholders asking for funding for the Made in Norfolk plan to help offset the Section 22 order. Whereas the medical officer of health for Haldeman Norfolk has a Section 22 on the migrant farm workers, that only 3 people per bunkhouse are permitted to quarantine together. And whereas this rule is specific only to the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit. And whereas hotels and short-term accommodations were available for use in 2020 for quarantine, and this may not be the case in 2021 as short-term accommodations are once again available for Ontarians due to restrictions being lifted. And whereas this adds significant costs and logistical challenges to farmers in Haldeman Norfolk, that the AAB asks the Board of Health to recognize the additional costs imposed on farmers in Haldeman Norfolk, and further that the Board of Health provide funding to ensure farmers in Haldeman Norfolk are not put in an economic disadvantage from additional quarantine costs incurred from the Haldeman Norfolk specific quarantine rules. Significant investments in housing and infrastructure are going to need to be made to meet the 3-person rule. And the latest stream of funding that has just been announced by the province of Ontario does not cover new builds and accommodating to both modern agriculture and also our Made in Norfolk plan. A great deal of resources are going to be going into new builds, and we're looking for some support in that respect. The second motion is a discussion that myself, members of the Ag Advisory Board, as well as yourself, Mayor Chop, in regards to the specific stance of the agricultural stakeholders of the on the hotel/motel plan for 2021. In essence, agriculture in Norfolk supports a hotel plan, but we are looking for the plan beforehand and specific details, and the motion reads as such. Whereas the Ag Advisory Board has been asked through the Norfolk CAO to comment on the position as it relates to the Norfolk Haldeman quarantine program for 2021. Whereas Ag Enterprises and their partners at the health unit have a greater understanding of operating in a COVID world now going forward. And whereas the Ag Advisory Board fully endorses a consistent approach with all services and policy creation that address proactively unintentional consequences of inequity for agricultural operations. And whereas agricultural operations come in all shapes and sizes, whereas there needs to be options available that meet the need of the broader ag community to help them deal with the impacts of staffing in their operations due to COVID-19. That in the absence of a province-wide quarantine program similar to British Columbia, the Ag Advisory Board fully supports a Haldeman and Norfolk run quarantine program and asks the Board of Health to define in writing what services would be provided for a Norfolk and Haldeman run program. Further, that the Board of Health define what cost would be to participate in the Norfolk Haldeman run quarantine program. And further, that the Board of Health make the details of the program available for consideration of all Haldeman Norfolk agriculture operations as soon as possible ahead of the 21 season to allow for confirmed participation or on-farm quarantining. Lastly, our third motion is that we look to be a part of your solution, and we're looking to be for equitable, for user fee increases and rates for all sizes and for all industries. And our motion reads as follows. Whereas agriculture enterprises are required to have their 8-month/annual bunkhouse inspection at a current cost of $101. Whereas agricultural enterprises are the only industry who pays for this style of business inspection. That the Ag Advisory Board requests a fee system that is equitable among all sizes of operations, including all industries whom require these style of inspections. Further, that the Ag Advisory Board asks the Board of Health to defer the fee increases to the budget deliberations. Those are my three motions on behalf of the Agriculture Advisory Board and the greater agriculture sector. That's all that I have here today, and I will leave the rest of my time and whatnot for questions.
Questions from board members? Board Member Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just on the motion number 2, the hotel motel plan, could you actually run through that again for me, the ask?
Yeah, so the ask is that in the absence of a province-wide quarantine program, the Agriculture Advisory Board fully supports a Haldimand and Norfolk run quarantine program and asks the Board of Health to define in writing what services would be provided for a Norfolk Haldimand run program. Further, that the Board of Health define what cost would be to participate in a Norfolk Haldimand run quarantine program. And further, that the Board of Health make the details of the program available for consideration of all Haldimand and Norfolk agricultural operations as soon as possible ahead of the 21 season to allow for confirmed participation. Now, what I also want to clarify and make clear is that obviously there are operators, many of us, who already have facilities on the farm. So this gives the opportunity to either opt in, opt out, or whatnot, but this would be a Board of Health / health unit run program for all of the for the necessary programs and services involved. Now, I do have Will Stoneman here, who is on the line with the people down in Leamington, and he might have some intel as to how the Leamington municipality is running it.
So Leamington falls under Essex County in Ontario. They are following provincial guidelines as far as anything COVID related for on-farm. So as far as temporary foreign workers, everything is based off of the provincial guidelines.
And how well would you say that worked out?
Well, based on cases, they haven't gone back to their own, they haven't implemented their own policy as far as COVID restrictions on the TFSWs.
I wonder how the business owners that were held back for additional weeks into stage 2 before progressing on, if they also feel the same way from 26 outbreaks that had taken place. Marlene, did you have some comments?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to let the board know that there was actually 45 farms affected with outbreaks in Windsor, Essex, with hundreds of positive cases.
Thank you for that clarification. 45, not 26. Further questions from the board? Member Columbus.
Dusty, can you share with us, there was talk about a Made in Ontario plan for this through, I think it was Mr. Hardeman, the Minister of Agriculture, was talked, and I know Toby's office had mentioned it to me. Where is that Made in Ontario plan right at this point?
So at this point, so I am sitting on as one of the members for the OMAFRA task force. It is the 2021/20 COVID rapid response task force, spotlighting a plethora of issues, going for how can the province look forward to joining a unified voice, providing best practices and beyond, now that we have a greater understanding of COVID. The Made in Ontario program as it stands right now that's a very good question. We're hoping to hear something obviously before the new year. I've yet to hear of anything coming out in a solid format, even an initial best practices. But there is industry stakeholders from both the OFAGA with their bunkhouse specific task force, with this larger OMAFRA task force that I'm sitting on. Dr. Nasathari, I understand, is also on the OMAFRA, on this task force, if I'm not mistaken. I was on the side with producers looking for input from industry stakeholders. So a long-winded answer is I haven't heard anything. We are hoping to hear something very soon because we've stressed aggressively how soon 2021 is coming. And for everything from planning to building to permits, 2022 is practically just around the same metaphorical corner.
Thank you, Dusty.
Thank you, Dusty. I guess staff, did you have some comments that you'd like to provide? Jason?
I'll start and I'll let Marlene and Dr. Shanker add into it. Obviously, we want some time to take some of these motions away, and we would ask the board for that. I'd also say some of the items, i.e. the with regards to fees, fees are not set by the Board of Health, they're set by council, so that would be naturally into that submission. The board can certainly make a recommendation to council for fees. But with regards to, I just want to address the comment. It keeps on coming up with regards to the overly restrictive regulations of the health unit. I'd like to remind everyone that last year we did not enforce the 2-meter distancing rule in the bunkhouses. We had, because of Dr. Nessathari's plan to reduce the risk with the 2-week quarantine period, we did not enforce the 2-metering distance last year. This year, Dr. Nessathari has also taken a risk-based adjustment and is allowing bunk beds. Some health units, such as my home health unit in Niagara, are not allowing bunk beds for use. And though the 3 to a bunkhouse rule is a restrictive rule and unique to this county, there is a risk trade-off. We lower the risk by using that rule, and then we allow increased risk in the bunkhouse with regards to the use of bunk beds. Any plain reading of 2-meter separation, which is quite clear in every piece of legislation, it'd be hard to get your head around how a bunk bed is compliant with 2-meter separation. However, this health unit and Dr. Nessathari realizes that there are physical constraints at the farm level. And even the 2-meter distancing with bunk beds is going to require, as Dusty has said, increased capacity requirements, that they have to build additional capacity requirements. If you layer it on top of that, taking out bunk beds, which some health jurisdictions have done, it would be, I think, almost impossible for our agricultural community to do that. So to address that issue, you know, Dr. Nessathari, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but the health unit has made a ruling, and they've made it very clear to the farmers that we are allowing bunk beds at this point in time, unless the federal or provincial government overrules that. I'd remind all council that there is currently a court case in the systems right now. It's in the federal court system with regards to the use of bunk beds in jails. That's being challenged currently. And if, depending on the decision of that case, if that's a specific element in it, it would be very hard, I think, for us to, if they say that it can't be used in jails, it'd be very hard for us to maintain the use of it at an agricultural level for required workers. So just want to be clear. You know, I see it on Twitter, I see it on Facebook, I hear it repeatedly. I think there needs to be a balance with what the plan was. We did not require social distancing of 2 meters last year in the bunk beds because we reduced the risk. And this year we're allowing bunk beds, which I believe, like I said, on a simple reading of a 2-meter distancing, it's hard to get around that fact. But we're allowing that because we understand the economic constraints that would place on the agricultural community. And we are offsetting that risk by reducing the risk going in with making sure that everyone who enters the bunkhouse has no greater risk than the background community risk. So I just want to make sure, you know, that's clearly understood by this council. So when you start looking at economic differentiation, I think you have to have an honest interpretation of what is the economic impact. If we did go with the letter of the law of 2 meters, what would be the economic impact to farmers if that was enforced versus what we're doing now? I've spoken to some farmers. They'd much rather have an increased cost for 2 weeks, a 2-week issue, than a full long season issue. I respect the viewpoint of the Agricultural Advisory Committee. I understand their viewpoint. I just think when we're talking about economic losses in enforcement of rules. I think, we've taken a particular stance on that, and there is an advantage, we believe, to how it's been rolled out. But I'll let Dr. Nessathari, now that he's settled in, to expand on that.
Madam Chair, members of the Board of Health, thank you for allowing me to speak today. The management of risk is fundamental to what we do at the Public Health Service. And as you know, we have a number of challenging situations in the community, including an outbreak at a hospital and an outbreak at a restaurant. A number of cases on our colleagues are managing adjacent to the reserve, cases at schools. So we manage risk every single day in the Public Health Service, and we have to make risk-benefit decisions. Risk-benefit decisions are based also on the aggregate risk. In this health district, there are 4,000 migrant farm workers. There are 600 bunkhouses. Many of the bunkhouses, or some of them, are larger than nursing homes or retirement homes. So when we give our plan to manage risk, we balance all these competing interests. The numbers are that there are approximately 2,000 farms, I think, in this health district. There are 204 agricultural enterprises that have migrant farm workers. A small subset have the largest number of workers, and those are at the highest risk. So we have to balance our interventions related to the risk and the expected outcomes. There's not a single institution, enterprise, or family that has not been affected by COVID-19. Every single person in this health district has been affected. Households and families are affected because they have to stay within their family group. Halloween has been curtailed because we're worried about transmission. Colleges and universities are reducing the number of young people who go to the dormitory. In some cases, they're decreasing on-campus enrollment. And the challenges that agricultural enterprises face is concordant with the challenges all of us as community members face. I was in my clinic today. I saw 2 patients in 2 hours. I'd probably see twice as many patients if it weren't for the restrictions related to COVID. My patients are suffering, and I'm also affected by it. My practice is affected by it. So the core message is that we all have to have some level, or all recognize we have some level of disruption related to COVID-19, and there is an economic impact to all of us. The other issue is that one outbreak can exhaust the resources of the health district. We had one outbreak which resulted in 200 people on the farm getting sick, 20 people who didn't reside on the farm getting infected. At the peak, 39 people of the health district working to resolve that issue. 18 people went to the hospital to be evaluated. 12 were admitted. 7 went to an ICU. 2 were put on a ventilator, and 1 died. That's just one outbreak, and that is the reason we're vigilant about preventing outbreaks. And we do that for any outbreak, but we're vigilant, especially in congregate settings. So in closing, what I would say is that we're always prepared at the health district to work with community members, institutions, businesses, to try to manage COVID-19, but it has to be done in a way that balances all the risks and benefits, and we try to make the very best decisions to keep the community safe. Madam Chair, I'm sorry for being so long-winded, but thank you for allowing me to share that.
No problem, thank you. Shanker. I guess, Dusty, my question would be, a couple things in terms of those motions. And I have to say this. I mentioned it at the Agricultural Advisory Board, in part, not this first section, but, the plan that you were on, the task force that was created to develop the hotel plan with Mr. Schuyler as well during the height of the pandemic in March. So the details are out there. In fact, there was even a PowerPoint presentation that had been shared amongst members of the Agricultural Advisory community, community. Would those numbers have changed? Could hotel rates have gone up, to a degree? But I think it gives you a general idea of what we were looking at was the farmer would effectively not have to worry about organizing meals and health checks, et cetera, all of that would be looked after. I think what we need from the agricultural community is we need, instead of, this constant, bickering that's going on with the Agricultural Advisory Board, is to stand united and to say to Toby Barrett and to Minister Hardeman, listen, there is a plan that Haldeman and Norfolk did develop. And, you know, we fully endorse this plan, and we need to know that you guys are going to provide us with the funding to be able to do it. Clearly, the taxpayers of Norfolk County are not going to be able to fund that program for you. So, you know, by standing united, when you have Toby and you have Minister Hardeman in such close proximity with such deep ties to the agricultural community, I think it would say a lot for Norfolk's ag community to stand up and say, you know what, the plan that actually Norfolk put together, in hindsight, it was a good idea, and we should move forward with that. That's what we need, is support. On the second level, one thing that I don't think that your motions, the three motions that I've heard, and I don't understand how this isn't a grave concern of the Agricultural Advisory Board, and this is what I said last time, is that, you know, the rules of the game are going to change. We know that. Whether COVID's not going away tomorrow, and even if you did believe it's going away tomorrow, you know, the spread of contagious disease in a globalized world is a real thing. And we've had other outbreaks in Norfolk County. It hasn't been COVID in the past, but we've seen chicken pox and so on. It is a very hot subject that is being looked at, you know, across North America right now. It's been picked up by the New York Times. It's been featured in the Globe and Mail. How many articles? I mean, you know, even one of your bunkhouses was featured in a Globe and Mail article. And so, you know, the rules are going to change. College dormitories have changed. Camps where oil workers reside in, those have changed over the years. And this next, with the rules, you know, they were last promulgated by the province, the guidelines in what, 2010? So we have to expect that we're going to see a change in those rules. And either we can try to work together, and what I think we should be doing is saying to the province, okay, you know, here's a short-term plan. All new builds, you know, Shanker's on both the provincial and federal committees. All new builds will be built to this standard. Because right now, if you're a farmer that wants to build a bunkhouse, why would you throw away money tomorrow to build a new bunkhouse when, what standards are you building it to? You're just making them up at that point. Because if you build the new bunkhouse to 2010 standards, you can bet that by next season or the season after, those standards will likely have changed and you've just thrown your money away. So what are going to be the new standards bunkhouses are built to? What are going to be the standards for retrofits? Even the province is giving you guys 50 cents on the dollar for retrofits, but what standards are you actually building those to? Could the federal government not come out in a couple months' time and say, hey, there's even further changes than just the 2-meter rule that we expect? How many years will, you know, they allow existing bunkhouses to be grandfathered in before they're phased out? To me, those are more the concerns that should be at the forefront of the conversation right now. And we've got to move on from this 3-man to a bunkhouse rule and start thinking about the future. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Shop. My question is for Dusty, unless he wants to comment on the mayor's comments. My question would be that in one of your motions you've passed, you said you're looking to be part of the solution concerning the user fee rates. Did the Ag Advisory Board have any specific comments that they would want the Board of Health to understand or digest or give consideration to before we have that conversation? Is there a certain approach that you think would be ideal when looking at those fees?
Yeah, so first and foremost, to address the mayor's comments, in regards to my farming operation that was involved in the Globe and Mail situation, that was completely closed. That was a bunkhouse that was approved by our local health unit, and that video was not a representation of our housing that we have here at Easy Grow Farms, and subsequently, there was no follow-up to that. And we went through an integrity audit, and everything came back clean by the Government of Canada standards. So just so I want to make sure that that's clear. And secondly, for Dr. Nesathare, at no point, and it's now almost November, and I've been diligent through all my conversations, whether it's with different councillors, Ottawa, provincial, down in Florida, or restaurant owners. I want it to be clear that at no point does the agricultural community think that we are special or think that we're any different than any other industry involved going through COVID-19. I am here on behalf of agriculture, and I want that to be clear. I'm here on behalf of agriculture, but at no point does anyone on the Ag Advisory Board or beyond feel as if we should be treated any differently, nor that we are going through this any differently than anyone else. I just want that, just to be clear, I'm not pretending that we are on some sort of throne thinking that, no, agriculture is number one. Now, in returns to motion 3 regarding the user fees, one, I am the blueberry director of the Berry Growers of Ontario, and a model that could, as an example, we could look at, or you could consider, would be a user-based fee similar to an acreage declaration. Now, this would obviously result in higher fees for larger farmers, but it would result in an equitable system. Meaning, if you have and you employ a minimum of 3 offshore workers, or you at any point you need and are required to have a bunkhouse inspection, you pay a base fee, and then per man on top of it, just it would be a per acre on top of it. That could be a model. But what it does do is that during our October 8th meeting, Ag Advisory Board meeting that the CAO and Ms. Miranda attended, it was also stated that the increased attention and increased amount of people that are required for the bunkhouse inspection plan would not be dedicated to agriculture, because you don't need to be doing 12 months of bunkhouse inspections. So in that same breath, I would say, well, I would like to see if the fees for large farms, small farms, or any style of farms are going to increase. What is the value that will be added to farms for increased attention to to helping through? Maybe these people will become the people that help design bunkhouses of the future, if in fact we are paying more for each of these visits. In retrospect, I know other industries do not pay for similar inspections at a rate of 0. I'm not all about everything being free, but I'm also not everything being paid for, especially if it's only coming from a single user group. So I would look for a fair representation before singling out a single industry when, as Dr. Nasathari commented, this is affecting all groups and all businesses. And the fact that a single group must pay for an increase in user fee doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Chop. One more question through you to staff. When the Board of Health looks at the second part of this motion that discusses, I guess we've already asked a question of staff. If you'd like to finish with Dusty, I can wait and ask this question to staff.
I'd like to kind of carry on a little bit. Just for the record, Dusty, as far as your bunkhouse goes, absolutely you were approved by the health unit. There's no question about the fact that the approval was there on the bunkhouse. My point is just simply that the living conditions of migrant workers are attracting attention, and those rules that those bunkhouses, it's not the farmer's fault. Those are the rules. Everybody meets the rules from the guidelines in 2010. We have to anticipate that the federal and provincial government are likely to change those rules going forward. Right, so that was my point to that end. That it's certainly not a fault of yours or your farms. It was done to the standards that were promulgated by the province.
No, for sure. I thank you for clarifying that. The Apple Growers of Ontario, via also the OFVGA, at the beginning of this deputation, there was a lot of talk about bunkhouses, about bunk beds. If we're going to go down that road is that I know at my farm as well, some of my units do not require bunk beds. And I know there was quite a few other farmers that took it upon themselves to honor the 2 meter spacing, even though it was not required by our health unit. We instituted it immediately in our bunkhouses, those that do not use bunk beds. And in terms of the OFVGA and the apple growers and other industry groups, a lot of questionnaires are going out. And 2 weeks ago, part of the task force through OMAFRA that I sit on, headed by the labor panel by Charles Stevens of the OFVGA, it came back that 72% of all apple growers in Ontario are using bunk beds. And so with this is that we need to also say this is a big thing. And yes, I feel for the for the fellow farmers in Niagara. There's also a lot that are still using bunk beds, and there is no formal and federal announcement on the use of bunk beds. So that's also coming from the industry groups, how many people rely on bunk beds. We're talking generational to move this over. Councillor Martin.
Councillor Columbus, I saw you had a question.
We're dealing with something quite important, and I just wonder if I could ask Dr. Necessary, being that he's spoken a couple times, I don't know for sure, that he actually participates in the Ontario government talks and federal. So can we get the inside information on what's happening there? What's the feeling? Which direction are they going in? You know, can you share that information with us, please?
Through Madam Chair, to the Board of Health. So the provincial committee has met. It's met a number of times. We're not permitted to share the deliberations of that. The federal territorial committee has yet to meet. I've been advised that they're waiting for an announcement from federal. They're waiting for some framework or announcement from the federal government before those consultations will begin. I can share this though, and these are relatively generic constructs. If we want to move forward for 2021, I think there are certain things we have to consider in the post-isolation period. And the first thing is the risk for a migrant farm worker should be no different than the risk of contracting COVID-19 for anyone else in this room, anyone else in our families. And so that really is at a granular level from my perspective, a number of items. One is that the number of people who share a bathroom together, the residence cohort. Our residence cohort is our family. Most families are 5 or less. The vast majority, so that is something to think about. What is the residence cohort? The second is, what is the work cohort? Work cohort is that if COVID makes its way into one's workplace, what is the maximum number of people that one would be willing to accept as a risk construct to get infected? I would say that we should think of what that number could be, and it could be the number of people who might work at a Tim Hortons. It might be the number of people that work in some other enterprise. So there's a residence cohort, there's a work cohort. Thirdly, we should keep people working on one farm and not have them move from place to place to place, because that increases the work cohort. We know that's a challenge. Fourthly, farm operators should affirm that they're not going to hire irregular workers to go from place to place to place, because we know from our experience that's a potential vector of transmission, and that's been known in our health district, and it's acknowledged in other health districts as well. So I think that there are a suite of things that we can do for 2021 that can make a difference in the transmission of COVID-19. And I think that with dialogue and with some articulation of the management of risk, I think there are plans that we can move forward in 2021 and beyond. I have stated on a number of occasions that we need a plan for 2021, and we need it quickly. Because 2021 is coming quickly. There are workers coming as early as January. So with that, I could share my own perspective, but I can't share the perspective of the committee itself to the Board of Health.
Thank you, Doc.
Further comments from councillors? Okay, thanks, Dusty, for joining us today. Moving on, I guess, Marlene, were you going to begin with your report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could ask that the presentation be up on the screen.
You may want to check with the clerk. I believe because of the timing of this, it actually requires the 2/3 motion. I don't know if that was actually.
Oh, with the PowerPoint? We moved that at the beginning, with the changes to the agenda.
Madam Chair, board members, and Haldeman Council, thank you for the opportunity to present additional information of program and service scenarios and costs and follow up to report HSS 2018 COVID-19 update and sustainability plan. Dr. Nessa Thury, Stephanie Pongratz, Shamira Okoronkwa, and Syed Shah have joined us today to answer any questions of the board. The report provides scenarios for both policy decisions for the Board of Health's consideration to manage COVID-19, as well as providing key public health services as the province reopens. 2 companion reports have been provided in your packages of unpaid overtime and vacation balances and a legal opinion. Additionally, the report provides costing of the migrant farm worker program as requested by the Board of Health. The staff recommendation is the implementation of an EMR and 30.2 FTEs for a COVID response team to manage COVID, to restart traditional programs, and enable surge capacity to manage outbreaks in a structured manner. COVID-19, as Dr. Nessa Thury has stated, has affected everyone and is a global health emergency and is expected to remain the public health priority for the next 18 to 24 months. The second wave is upon us, and the Board of Health is required to formulate a public health response to COVID-19. We are in the second wave. This slide captures Ontario's 7-day rolling average of cases, demonstrating an upward trend of cases for the province. The numbers on the weekend have hit provincial records of 972 reported positive cases on Saturday and 1,042 reported on Sunday. This slide captures the daily positive cases in Haldimand, Norfolk. You can see waves earlier in the pandemic and an increase trend currently. This rising trend is not unexpected, as Haldimand, Norfolk usually lags behind other centres such as the GTA in the incidence of cases. As the province is now experiencing the second wave of infections, it appears that the impact of that is gradually getting to Haldimand and Norfolk. This trend line is consistent with the province, and we have hit the highest rolling average in Haldimand and Norfolk. COVID has added significant workload and expense for the health unit and the Board of Health, and must now reopen mandated programs and services. Due to the additional COVID-19 response since the 2020 budget and the budget constraints from previous years, the health unit is not in a position to implement both the mandatory programs and services, as well as the new COVID-19 program with surge capacity without additional resources. It is imperative that public health continues to address drivers of community health, not just COVID-19, to protect the health and safety of our communities. As shared in HS 2018, the province has made it clear that the Board of Health are expected to take necessary measures to respond to COVID-19 within their jurisdiction while maintaining public health programs and services. A companion document with a legal opinion is within your packages. So some have raised the fact that the cases in Haldimand and Norfolk are low. So what? Why do you need the resources? However, low COVID positive cases is not reflective of the workload required. The workload is what maintains the low numbers. This is what I would classify or often refer to as the public health curse. If the health unit maintains low case numbers and keeps the background risk low to keep the community safe and healthy, critics will comment that we have overreacted or over-resourced. But when something goes wrong, the same critics will comment that the Board of Health and the health unit did not do their job or did not do enough to protect the communities. You will recall for the first few months of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was huge criticism on the lack of PPE supplies and being unprepared for this pandemic. And we, of course, can all relate and remember Walkerton. The board has heard many times of the goal of containment from Dr. Nessa Thury to maintain a low background risk. To achieve this, we identify the positives, we test, we self-isolate, we monitor, and we keep repeating the cycle to break the chain of transmission. The efforts to box it in, as in the diagram, or contain the spread of transmissions are some of the tools the Haldimand Norfolk utilizes to keep us in stage 3. The next slide will walk you through an example, if you'll indulge me. The example has been altered to maintain confidentiality. Susie is a 10-year-old active girl who has been feeling unwell and went for a COVID-19 test. and a couple of days later, she tested positive. Just one case. The nurse contacts Susie and her mother to advise of the positive test and start contact tracing to review exposures and identify close contacts. This is mandated to be completed within 24 hours by the province. The nurse also provides guidance on self-isolation and answers questions of the mom. Post the call, the team must document in the paper system and update data into CCM, the new provincial platform for COVID-19, within 48 hours that was implemented in August. This typically takes about an hour and a half for each initial call of a positive case. The EPI team tracks all the data and starts the field epidemiology and maintains the dashboard that you see on our website. The program assistant provides the chart and manages the files. During the call, with Susie's mother, the nurse starts to identify close contacts. Susie lives with her family, went to a birthday party, attended dance class, went to school, and visited her grandparents. In total, for this particular scenario of just one positive, there are 39 close contacts. At this point, with the level of contacts, typically a consult with the medical officer of health and the infectious disease team is undertaken. The close contacts must all be contacted for a case consult, advised to self-isolate, given directions on testing, and this typically takes 45 minutes to an hour to complete. One close contact refuses to speak to the health unit, and an individual Section 22 is issued. This can take several hours to make 4 phone calls before issuing the order, preparing the document, serving the order, travel time, and documentation. At the end of 24 hours, the one positive has generated 39 close contacts, 70 people in self-isolation, as kids must self-isolate with a parent, 39 people recommended for testing. There has been 2 consults with the school board and the dance studio and several internal team consults. The epidemiology work is underway. The self-isolation of a school cohort is also undertaken. In total, there are 50 hours of work, just one positive. 40 hours later, the tests start to come back. Susie family all tests positive. One kid at the birthday party tests positive. Two people at the dance class test positive. And 3 kids in her class test positive. Fortunately, when Susie visited her grandparents, she wore a mask and socially distanced, and they were both negative. Just one positive has now generated over 50 hours of work and now has 10 new positives for contact tracing, so the cycle begins again. One of the birthday party attendees is from out of region, so the health unit must notify the other health unit of the positive for their follow-up. The team must now start contact tracing for all the new cases and work to identify epi links and exposures to break the link. Fortunately, some containment has started for those in self-isolation, but close contacts must be contacted. Let's focus on Susie's family as one of the grouping of close contacts. Oops. Help me out, Andy. I don't know what I did. Okay. Sorry about that. Susie's families have all tested positive. The close contacts, as I've stated, must be identified. Several populations are now at risk of infection and community spread. Susie's dad works at a law firm with 50 people and plays hockey with 15 guys. Susie's mom works at the local hospital with 200 people. Susie's one brother goes to the same school, but in another class, so another cohort. And Susie's other sister goes to the local high school and has a boyfriend. All of these close contacts are contacted, and the process continues, again, also for the dance studio positives, the birthday party positives, and I think that's it. you can see that just one positive has led to hundreds of people being identified, tested, self-isolated, and hundreds of hours of work. This has impacts to the health of the individuals, pressures on the health system, and not to mention economic and social impacts of self-isolating and interruptions of business operations. This is just a local slide. The low numbers, again, are not reflective of the workload or impacts, and this is just one tool to demonstrate the workload. This graph illustrates the number of cases in dark blue along the bottom that are visibly low, while the yellow bar shows the number of persons self-isolating due to the positive cases. As you are aware, self-isolation is one of the tools in our toolbox for managing COVID-19 infections. Self-isolation management plans and processes includes identifying the close contacts, self-isolating, advice on testing, and monitoring compliance in the self-isolation order. So just another example of the workload. So that was an actual story that had been revised. But if I may, I'd like to take you to this past weekend, just to illustrate the reality of what the workload and the events that are transpiring. And it demonstrates how quickly the workload will escalate and the unpredictability of COVID-19. I am sharing with you confidential pictures of the actual preliminary field epidemiology that the team has started to map out with the positive cases within and out of jurisdiction, outbreaks, clusters, and links to demonstrate the complexity. You've all been given a package before you on your blotters, and if I could just ask you to open them for your reference. I will ask that they be returned and that specific questions not be asked in open session to protect any identifiable personal information, but I will give you an overall synopsis of the activities over the weekend. On Tuesday, October the 20th, we got a notification of a positive staff from a golf course. They do not reside in our jurisdiction. We are, however, required to manage as a suspect workplace outbreak. On Wednesday, October the 21st, we received another positive case for a client that hosted a social gathering. On Thursday, October the 22nd, the same positive from the above social gathering, unknowingly positive, also attended another social gathering. From the second social gathering, one more positive was received. On Friday, October the 23rd, 7 positives were received. 5 were within our jurisdiction and 2 externally. 2 more positive staff at the golf course who do not reside in our jurisdiction. We had to complete a risk assessment with a business to ensure no other exposures with staff lists, events, etc. There were 3 community cases from these 7 with workplace exposures and 2 from the social gathering. On Saturday, October the 24th, we received 8 confirmed positive cases. 2 other social gathering attendees tested positive. 1 of these cases works at a hospital. 2 more staff tested positive from the same hospital. An outbreak was declared at the hospital.
NFA Vice President is now exiting.
No connection to the other positive is known. 1 positive works outside of our jurisdiction. One positive case who works at another hospital, no known exposure. 1 positive case who plays hockey, no known exposure. 1 community case requiring case and contact tracing, attended an event with 20 people out of our jurisdiction. They identified 2 close contacts in Haldimand, Norfolk, and several out of jurisdiction. Again, no known exposure, which we're still investigating. On Sunday, we received 8 positive cases, 4 from a family linked to a sports event, another individual from a hockey player linked to a sports event who is positive with 3 positive contacts, and 3 community cases, and we're still investigating this. And I can share with you right now that we have just heard that we've received 4 positive cases today. Each day we have more and more information, and we are able to make better clinical decisions to try to break the link. And that package before you with the pictures is just a quick initial epidemiological picture of all the work that is undergone. We are currently following up with 3 clusters with the scenario that I've just provided, 1 at a golf course in Caledonia with interjurisdictional cases, 1 with several events in Caledonia, Dunnville, and Cayuga, and one in the west end of Norfolk with several close contacts out of the region. Currently, we have 22 positives with 4 more today, plus we have 12 that are out of region, but they're associated with a business locally. This is from October the 22nd till the 25th, and 4 today. We have 121 close contacts to date with many tests pending. We have 170 people in self-isolation. We have 2 school cohorts who have been affected in 2 schools. We have a hospital in an outbreak. We have 1 long-term care with restricted visits. We have 2 businesses that we have closed. Other businesses have been impacted with people in self-isolation and awaiting pending test results. Many consults with school boards. The ministry, we've been on consults with the ministry's EOC team. We've had private enterprises, discussions, and several consults with the hospital. In total, there were 113 additional hours worked of overtime on Saturday and Sunday alone. Of this, 35 are leadership hours at unpaid overtime. As of yesterday, the team was catching up with follow-up and documentations from the weekend. Many tests are pending with appointments yesterday and today as testing is limited over the weekend, and it is anticipated that more positives will be confirmed and we will be staffing up for the weekend. So the next portion of the presentation provides you with the core subject of this report and the policy choices required by the board today. Within your package and in front of, that I've posted also in front of Mayor Chop, or Board Chair Chop, is Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 that are part of the report. Appendix 1 in your report package demonstrates the various scenarios for your policy choice on service provision. There are 5 choices in total, ranging from current state to the current ask of 30.2 FTE staff required to manage ongoing operations in a sustainable manner. The purpose of Appendix 1 was to provide a high-level visualization using a color scheme of the various activities from our operational plans that link to the programs and services we provide. It is important to note that the activities in green or yellow fluctuate based on the operational need and staff capacity. For example, vaccination clinics are noted in green, but pending current levels of COVID response and resource capacity, services could move from either yellow or red. Green indicates activities we are currently implementing, yellow are activities we are currently partially implementing, and red activities are those that are not being currently implemented, or those services have been halted. Appendix 2 provides an overview of some of the risks associated with each of these scenarios. Each policy choice made has associated risks as a result of the non-implementation of some of these activities. For both Appendix 1 and 2, as you move from right to left across the scenarios, the risks levels linked to the red activities we are not currently implementing decreases. In the associated policy risk also decreases as the health unit is able to sustain the fight against COVID while also providing more of the mandated programs and services necessary to protect our communities. This slide helps to demonstrate the previous scenarios within Appendix 1 and 2. I will mention a few risks in no particular order of importance for policy choices for each scenario. At the current state, you can see that the first level is high. 66% of our current mandated programs are not being fully implemented, and only 21% are actively reopened. The risk will increase with increased cases and potential outbreaks. Risk associated with this scenario includes observing an increased risk of drug overdoses and fatalities due to the stoppage in distribution of life-saving naloxone, along with active surveillance of drug use within our communities. We know from reports, including a previous Board of Health report, that drugs and opioid use has increased during the pandemic. Another risk is dealing with other infectious diseases in our communities. We know our team has limited capacity to manage multiple outbreaks. The previous slides have spoken to the overwhelming resources and time required to manage a handful of positive COVID cases. We forget that COVID is only one of the diseases of the public health significance we must respond to. Imagine a chickenpox outbreak in a school or a measles outbreak in the community. The health unit would not be able to manage this workload, and our communities, along with other communities, would be at risk. It is important to note at the current state, ongoing unbudgeted expenses are being incurred with overtime and increased hours of part-time and casual part-time staff. As we move to the next scenario, the mandated programs and services are increasing with additional resources. With the third scenario, 41% of our current mandated activities are left incomplete, and only 26 of our mandated activities are being implemented. The associated risks are decreased, but there are still a number of programs and services, 33%, that are only partially completed. Risks associated with the scenario include risks of foodborne illnesses as a result of non-inspections of facilities planned for special events. Any foodborne illness outbreak, pending on the size, would also be unable to be managed as our infectious disease team and resources are focusing on COVID-19. Inspections of food vendors for special events approvals are unable to occur, which has an economic impact on food vendors. With no implementation of school-based oral health programs, dental caries will increase among school-aged children. This is important as screening last year identified 340 children needed urgent dental care from 2018-19 and 420 children in 2019-20 and 2020. As we have not been able to complete screening this year, we are unable to determine if these children have received their required treatment. As you know, conditions identified and not followed up with continue to worsen, and dental treatments required will be more severe, extensive, and result in increased costs, not to mention the pain the child has to live with and the debilitating effects that this can have on a young person's self-confidence. Our professional staff regulated to provide dental care are concerned that they are not meeting their college requirements as they are not practicing currently within their professional competency. Keeping with children, it is worth talking about breastfeeding. Breastfeeding support is instrumental for well-being of children as well as for the mothers. Literature suggests that infants who are not breastfed experience higher rates of hospitalizations for diarrhea, respiratory diseases, sudden infant death syndrome, known as SIDS, overweight, obesity, and childhood cancers. Mothers who are not breastfeeding are at a higher risk of type 2 diabetes, breast and ovarian cancers, postpartum depression, and postmenopausal osteoporosis. There won't be any capacity for implementation of breastfeeding, prenatal, and pregnancy support programming without the requested recommendations on this report. The next scenario speaks to more of the same, so I will just take you to the last scenario. With a recommended COVID team, the associated risks has dropped as 62% of our services are being completed and 11% are partially implemented. Again, we are still below the required staffing complement required for COVID response, so pending on operational needs and the level of services fully provided or partially provided will fluctuate based on the need for surge capacity. This scenario provides the lowest level of risk and is the best policy choice for the board, as the majority of mandated programs and services are provided along with the COVID-19 response. The risk is not zero, and there still remain many health promotion activities incomplete. These activities can lead to increased morbidity and mortality related to chronic diseases such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and obesity, which will affect our current communities and our children's for potentially generations to come. Investing in these programs now prevents the cost and burden of investment in the future. Just as we invest in infrastructure for our communities with roads and bridges replacements, we need to think long-term in regards to population health and invest today to save the future. As requested, staff have provided additional information and scenarios and are seeking board direction and policy choices. The Haldimand Norfolk Health Unit continues to request and recommend the hiring of a COVID team and 30.2 FTEs with the implementation of an EMR, as the costs to manage COVID-19 will remain and are continued. The Haldimand Norfolk Health Unit recommends that we approach the resources in an organized structure to efficiently manage the containment efforts, enable quick surge capacity with skilled public health staff while minimizing the human impacts. This recommendation takes into consideration some risk to the community of undelivered programs, however, doesn't enable approximately 90% of the services and programs to be delivered partially or in full with fluctuations based on COVID activities. This recommendation also supports the ability to ramp up and down with surge capacity immediately. Once again, this request is in line with other public health units within the province. Finally, as requested, the Board of Health requested the cost of the migrant farm worker programs, which has been provided within the report. So at a quick glance, user fees are $101 per 911 address. If there are multiple bunkhouses at the address, the user fee is still $101. Annual revenues or cost recoveries is approximately $45,000 annually. Estimated cost of year-to-date of the program has exceeded $675,000, and the annualized cost to run the full migrant farm worker for the next growing season is $946,000. At this time, I would like to thank the board and Haldimand Council, and I will open it up to questions with staff. Thank you.
Member Columbus, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marlene, can you give us the various scenarios on page 8 of 11 of your report? Can you give us the number of staff across each one of those scenarios? Scenario 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I'm just making sure I'm going from right to left or left to right. So through the chair, if I may. So for scenario 1, we have 30.2, which is in keeping with the original report. Approximately 20 for scenario 2, 15 for scenario 3, and 10 for scenario 4.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, Madam Chair, where is the migrant farm worker program in those scenarios?
The migrant farm workers are embedded in all of those scenarios, recognizing that not providing 10 public health inspectors will have limitations on either having timely LEMA applications and or opening up most of the environmental health teams programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Chop. Through you to staff. You mentioned that the province gives you, Marlene, 24 hours to inform an individual, and then you mentioned that that is about 4 calls. What happens if you don't connect or if they don't respond to the information? Is that contributing to overtime for staff?
So through you, Madam Chair, to Member Martin, if we're unable to reach a contact or at times when people choose to not wish to talk to us and hang up the phone, we do have a protocol in place that we will make 4 attempts at reaching out to the respective party, at which point in time we do prepare an individual Section 22 and we do issue it. So yes, overtime is incurred, and we do have the numbers, and I can ask staff, but I believe that during the pandemic, we've issued over 100 individual Section 22s.
Thank you. A couple more questions for you. Building on that, still in the same vein concerning overtime, you mentioned quite a few times in your presentation about individuals outside the region. What are the resources that our staff, our health unit, are spending on individuals who don't live in the Haldimand Norfolk area?
So through the board chair, our role with interjurisdictional is to notify the respective health unit of those positive cases if we become aware of them, and they actually follow up with the contact tracing. Where the challenge becomes with interjurisdictional cases, and for example, in the example I gave you, we had many positives at one of the events. However, none of them are actually within Haldimand and Norfolk. So they don't actually reside here, but they work here, or they're a patron here, or whatever that might look like. So where the challenge becomes is trying to do the epidemiology work and then working with our respective health units and Public Health Ontario to try to determine where the links are and the connections. So although we don't follow up with the contact tracing, we do have a lot of interjurisdictional work. As an example, over the weekend, we've been on a call with the Reserve and with the ministry's emergency operations centers to manage a cluster outside of our jurisdiction with multiple local contacts.
Thank you. Two more, Chair Chop, if I may. Is it a fair statement to say that without assessing some type of scenario from your report that we're spending the money on overtime with staff anyways?
As per the report, I think to date we've already spent 1.3, and even scenario 10 is actually less funding than we've already actually spent, or that we anticipate we'll be spending with overtime cash and increased staffing over the weekends, or any day actually.
And my final question, I don't know if Mayor Hewitt wants to touch on this, but I did notice in their correspondence there was a specific concern over the priorities. I too wondered, we in a couple scenarios here would be removing breastfeeding, prenatal classes, other parental services, but heat and cold warnings, funeral home inspections, Lyme disease, still very important, but those things are continuing and other services are not. How does the health unit decide what would move forward and what is prioritized to be removed or to stay?
So through the chair, if I may, I'm going to ask staff to comment on that as they assisted with doing the prioritization. I will speak to a lot of it is related around the skill set of the staff, but if I may, someone in committee room A, if you could respond, that would be appreciated.
So through the board chair to the board member, what we did is we actually looked at all of our mandated programs and services and activities that we provide, looking at our operational plans. And through our plans, we had discussions with our management team based on risks of those activities not occurring and what those risks are to the health and safety of the community. We prioritized from there. The second thing we did is we had to, of course, look at our staffing levels. So we have a number of staff that are on our, what we call our daily COVID task schedule, and the various staff, depending whether they're a public health inspector, a program assistant, or a public health nurse, have various skills that fit into certain categories for those activities. And so it was basically looking at that, looking at the staffing for COVID and the resources that we had available to move staff around, that we made those determinations. And again, I'd like to reiterate that even with the various scenarios that we have in front of us with the green, yellow, and red, something like, what occurred this past weekend, what occurs, you have to, operationalize and move staff around accordingly. So things are very fluid and they can fluctuate. Thank you.
Further questions from board members? I'd like to get all of our council's questions on the floor first before we move over to Haldimand. Any further questions? Okay, Mayor Hewitt, the floor is yours.
Hey, sorry, I'm just turning off a conference call. I'm in here just a second. Donna, can you grab this? Sorry.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, well, thanks again for inviting me and allowing me to participate. It means a lot to the residents of Haldimand County to be actively involved. Number of things that come to mind before I give you, I guess, the perspective that Haldimand County sees itself in. I think it's very safe to say, regardless of what option is posed in front of us or chosen by us, certainly, I guess, not fair for me to say us, I'm not us, but by you as the Board of Health, there is absolutely no possible way that Haldimand Norfolk financially can plug every hole that exists with respect to the programs that we're required or supposed to try to provide. Just looking at the report that Marlene put up with respect to the migrant farmers, which was a concern I brought up last time. And while we're looking at increasing the tax levy and asking the whole tax base of Haldimand Norfolk to provide support for a program that's provincially mandated, the difference is a $900,000 difference. And you know, I guess my question or my concern would be is that how can we possibly assume that that makes sense to increase the number of FTEs to provide a service for one specific market? And there's no disrespect to that market because it's a very important one, as we all know, within the economy of Norfolk, and certainly the availability of goods and services for those that use those vegetables and fruits. But it does have a direct impact and cost to your taxpayers as well as ours. We look at the scenario that Marlene had brought up, and while I don't want to discount it, I do want to say that I don't think it's reasonable, nor do I believe that it actually is happening, because some of the instances that are occurring within Haldimand Norfolk, I can certainly attest to some of the tracing that's not happening. We're not getting nearly as deep as what's been presented in there. And I have firsthand experience to be able to relate to that. I don't want to say that it's not occurring all the time, but it's certainly not occurring every time. With respect to the priorities that Councillor Martin brought up, I find it odd that the priorities are going to be based on what staff's abilities or what they can or their strengths are to be able to support those priorities. I think that we should be identifying those priorities, and I stand for the same comments I made before, and that was that if in fact a number of programs do not reach fulfillment as been described in those four options, I do not believe that the province is going to penalize us nor take funding away because we've had to allocate or reallocate resources to plug a potential disaster that Marlene has so eloquently been able to bring up. So Haldimand County has taken a hard look at this. I appreciate those of you that allowed me the opportunity to pass that information on to you. And we support number 4, the option 4. We do that reluctantly. We do that from the perspective that we respect our public health service. We respect the staff that are there, and we certainly understand that they have been overworked. We know that both you, Marlene, and Shanker have put in a tremendous amount of effort and work to get us to where we are today, and I don't want to take away from that. But economically, I just don't think that it's fair and reasonable to expect the local taxpayer to take on any more than that option. And I still stand by my position that despite the unpopularity that exists with it, subsidizing a provincial mandated program to do the inspections on bunkhouses to the tune of about $900,000, in my opinion, is not fair to the rest of the tax-paying public. And it certainly is not fair to the Haldeman tax-paying public when it's so grossly in disproportionate with respect to the bunkhouses in Norfolk as well as Haldeman. I don't want to make it a Haldeman-Norfolk issue. I don't think it should be, but I do think that we've always subscribed to the majority of systems that we bring in are user pay, and users outside that are getting specific benefits will pay for those benefits, and those that don't use those benefits don't pay for it. Other than that, our tax system is relatively fair in that property taxes provide the same quality level of service to every person who obtains those services, and that's clearly seen in our water and wastewater. You don't see the rural parts of the community paying for the municipal water or wastewater, and there's obviously good reason for that. I think knowing that there's a potential cause for concern as we move into the next 6 months, I think it would be prudent on the Board of Health to bring this information back with the data that comes through, and if there's a need to revisit where we're sitting with respect to staffing and numbers with COVID counts, it might be appropriate for you to have a look at it at that time. I also don't see the reason to bring in a contract for 2 years. I think that if COVID and the numbers continue to wear us down as they have this past year beyond the next year and a half, I don't think that our public health will be the issue. I think that the ability of your businesses and the majority of the residences will have a difficult time in maintaining the tax base, let alone their ability to provide gainful employment to provide those taxes. So I think it's fair to say that a year contract is probably a fair contract, and revisiting it in 6 months. But those are our suggestions, our recommendations. We certainly appreciate, again, being a part of this process to be able to provide that input. We look forward to you being able to debate it out and come up with a solution that will best benefit both Haldeman and Norfolk. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mayor Hewitt, for joining us. I think that obviously, the governance model has been it's certainly not this council's doing, but I think it's critical that Haldeman is able to voice their opinion, considering that this impacts their residents as it does ours. So if there's any questions for Mayor Hewitt, I guess I would turn it over the floor to the board members if you had any questions. Okay. Thanks, Mayor Hewitt. Is there anybody that wishes to move the recommendation as mentioned by Mayor Hewitt or propose an alternative?
Thank you, Chair Chop. I would like to turn this into two motions. I would like the part that begins to discuss cost recoveries on bunkhouse inspections.
So if it assists Chair Chop, the motion from October 6 was deferred. It was moved and seconded and then deferred to this meeting. So we have to address that somehow first, because it's technically what's on the floor before the committee, before staff's report. So if it was moved by Councillor Van Passen or Councillor Michelle, if they wanted to withdraw it, then that would allow the staff report if the Board of Health consented. So the motion, though, was originally moved and seconded, so it's still moved and seconded right now, and it was moved by Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Michelle. So if they want,
by Councillor Rabbits, because it was the 30.
No, it was the 8. The motion that is currently
the
before
second.
you
Okay.
is for the 8.
Right. Okay. Councillor Van Passen.
So if the mover and seconder would withdraw that original motion requesting 8, and then we can start fresh from the new report and the input from Haldeman, then I would be happy to withdraw that original motion and start afresh.
I too would withdraw, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Member Michelli. Go ahead, Councilor, or Member Martin.
Thank you, Chair Chop. I was just saying I would like to separate the two. I would like to have them as two separate motions beginning, the second motion beginning, and that staff be directed to implement blank. I would like to make some amendments to that, but I would like for them to be separated.
Okay, sorry, you're having a division of the question is what you're asking for?
Yes.
And you want it separated at that line? Is that?
Yes, I think that's suitable.
Okay, and so are you filling in the blanks for the motion sheet?
If you'd like to go directly to that second part, sure, I'm happy to chat about that. I think that that this should, in our earlier conversations, I mentioned, I shouldn't say we, investigating other industries for cost recovery options and services and industries that are related to inspections. I don't think it should be tied to this one particular industry. I also feel really uncertain as to why the Board of Health now is discussing funds or percentages for cost recoveries. That's something we typically have not done. Last week we dealt with the Simcoe Seals issue. We deferred it to budget. I think that this is only suitable to do something similar here. And further, that I would like to maybe amend it to say, and that staff be directed to investigate cost recovery options for all services and industries that are related to inspections. I think the rest of the motion can remain, and it's relevant and suitable. And to give some guidance and direction to staff and some conversation points with colleagues.
Sorry, if I could stop you, what is the rest of the motion that's suitable? I'm just at this line, and that staff be directed to implement. You are changing that line. What is the rest of the motion that's suitable?
A letter be sent regarding, I think we can still correspond, so we can have this discussion amongst council members, but I think we can still correspond with upper levels of government, the ministry, agriculture, rural affairs, if that is of interest of council, or sorry, of Board of Health. I'm open to suggestions, but I also would like to kick around with colleagues what type of options are brought back to this council concerning the user fees for specifically the accommodations. Should it be a per person? Should it be a per unit or per building rate? Should it be, as Mr. Zamanek said, per man as opposed to per acreage? So those are my amendments and suggestions that I put on the floor.
Councilor Van
My
Passen.
apologies,
So,
sorry. What?
Had a division of the question. So are you going to be filling in the blanks on the first part of the motion?
No, I just asked you if you wanted me to deal with the second part, and you said yes, so I responded to that.
Okay, Councilor Van Passen.
Sorry, Mayor Chop, Board Chair Chop, if I could add one more thing to that, I apologize. And that furthermore, I think if we discuss that budget, if that passes, I think that there should be notice and language in there to include that notice would be effective for the 2022 season.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do also have some reservations about that additional cost recoveries on the bunkhouse inspections, because I'm not really sure if I believe the numbers that have been presented in the report as being strictly for bunkhouse inspections. There's 900 bunkhouses and they're projecting $946,000. That's over $1,000 a bunkhouse. That means that even at $75 an hour for staff wages, that's 2 days. I don't think it takes quite that long. And also on most of the old bunkhouses.
Can I just interrupt you there for a second? I don't believe that number is just for bunkhouse. And
well,
Marlene can comment.
That's why I'm trying to point out that that's lumping more than just the bunkhouse inspection. So it's not a fair to have a discussion about the bunkhouse inspection fees when it's more included in that than just the inspections themselves. So I'm be happy if staff could please clarify that for me.
So through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. It's for the whole migrant farm worker program. So for the 675 figure was the cost of the whole program year to date, which a bulk of that or significant amount of that was related to the self-isolation plans and the work that's been done to date. Inspections have now started more so now, and so the $946,000 are related to an annualized cost of the whole program. So it includes the inspections, it includes the self-isolation plans and any other activities related to that program. So we haven't articulated it out. We would need some additional time to be able to do that.
Mr. Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, I heard our CAO, Mr. Burgess, mention that the Board of Health cannot set fees. Is that correct? The Board of Health cannot set a fee for this bunkhouse inspection, or can they? I'm kind of confused here.
Through the chair, and the clerk can correct me, the challenge with this issue, and the reason we brought it up at this format, is because it does impact two counties, whatever we do here. The intent would be that the fees would go into our fee bylaw, which we would pass separately, and that bylaw that we would charge for is for, and we have other health service fees in that bylaw. So we would charge for it with a revision to that bylaw, and that would have to be a motion of council and to create that bylaw. And I believe that's how it would work. So it would be a recommendation from here, and then we would then provide that as a motion of council for bylaw to approve. I believe that's correct. I'm looking at the clerk.
So section 391, I believe, of the Municipal Act allows for it either way. So, yeah.
All right, Councillor Martin's, or Member Martin's motion's on the floor. Is there a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Any further debate on that?
Just with regards to timing and the amount of cost recovery would be beneficial for staff, because I believe Councillor Martin's motion is to come back with options and to look at other industries. And we're okay to do that. I'm just concerned about timing and what is the level of cost recovery that the board would be recommending. Is it 100% cost recovery, or is it something less than 100% cost recovery?
Thank you, Chair Chop. I don't think that is fair to say. I don't have enough information to arbitrarily throw a number out, and that's why I want more information to come back and other industries to be represented here. I don't want to throw a figure out without knowing all the information. That's the point on pushing this down the road. I'm not comfortable arbitrarily picking a number.
Councillor Member Huffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chop. I guess my question would be, what was the cost of this program for 2019?
Through the chair, I'll have to ask staff if they have that, and I can circulate it. I don't have that currently.
Okay, because to me, it's an important part of the component to me to make up my mind, because is it the same, and all of a sudden now, I mean, I doubt it would be the same because of the intensity of the quarantine programs and things like that, but it'd be interesting to know what the difference is between the actual 2 fiscal years.
I think one of the other questions for council to ask themselves as well right now, when you look at restaurants, I mean, farming operations are still continuing on. Our restaurants right now are suffering unlike any other industry out there. So, you know, I don't know how the two are necessarily tied in here together. I think Haldeman's point, what Mayor Hewitt's trying to raise is, you know, they don't have, I believe they only have 2 farms in Haldeman County versus, you know, the number of farms that we have here. However, the other public health inspections that take place are more equitable across both counties. We all have daycares, we all have restaurants, we all have, you know, and so again, you know, this is an industry that, yes, has suffered this year, but it is still moving forward versus, you know, some of these other businesses. I think that the number they're expecting to see closed over the next 6 months is about a third of them. So I think that's a consideration right now. Member Columbus, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Burgess mentioned timing. I would suggest that the timing for this come back at the Health and Social Services levy budget in January. That's my suggestion.
The only challenge with that is, and it's up to council to debate, I think, we're incurring costs now that would then be embedded into the that would be embedded into the levy. So I think staff have some options for the charges, and we could probably move quicker than January if council, or sorry, I keep on saying council, if the Board of Health chooses.
My thought was that perhaps the Ontario government and the federal government might come up with a nice Christmas gift for our farmers for the Christmas season. Thank you.
Well, hopefully they can spread the gift to the taxpayers that have all paid for the farming operations, not just directly to the farmers. Member Van Passen.
Madam Chair, goes back to what I said before, though, but the motion speaks to the bunkhouse inspections, but we have no information, financial information presented on the cost of bunkhouse inspections. We have the overall due to COVID cost, but we want to talk about the inspections. So we do need a bit more information of what the actual cost is. Many of the bunkhouses, the old ones, they already have the records of them. They know the size. You don't have to remeasure because buildings don't change. The new ones have engineered plans with the dimensions on them. And a lot of that, it's a one-time, it takes more the first time. After that, the building doesn't change. So, you know, 2022, 23, 24, those inspections will be cheaper. So even if the first time cost is a bit higher, you amortize that over the next 10 years, you get to use it. It's not like you can set the price for a first time inspection and then charge that rate every year. You know, once that building, the side doesn't change once they measure it the first time. So I would like some details on actually what it is we're trying to approve.
I think that's the thing, though. This year is the highest cost because it is like doing it for the first time, because they are for the first time actually having to go and measure all the separations and so on, and they haven't had to do that in the past.
I could cut them off a stick that's 2 meter wide and just see if it fits between the beds. They wouldn't have to measure it.
Jason?
Yeah, through the chair, there's two issues leading to the increase in cost. One issue is, in other years you don't measure the 2 meter separation rules, so that's new. There's a requirement for 100% of the bunkhouses to be done, and because of the 2 meter separation rules, the staff have done some measurements with some of the farmers, and their capacity in the bunkhouses get reduced, which requires them to have even more bunkhouses then. So in prior years, we might have inspected 600 bunkhouses. Now we're going to go up to 900 bunkhouses because the 2 meter distancing rules requires them to get more spaces there. And so it's two things. It's one is more bunkhouses actually have to be inspected, and two is the is the requirement for this 2 meter separation rule. I think how we would present an actual bylaw charge is, I think there's a difference with regards to a bunkhouse inspection and then the involvements with regards to people who are in this plan for migrant workers, because there's another stream of work that's required for the migrant worker program. So I think Mr. Zamenek's comment that, you have kind of a flat rate fee for, the application and some of the rules that are around that, and then with each isolation plan, there would be a flat fee, and then with each bunkhouse, you would incrementally add on top of that. That was how you would probably structure it, because that's what the cost drivers are. So, one farmer who has one self-isolation plan for 10 workers creates so much work. But one farmer who creates 3 self-isolation plans because he brings them in 3 at a time creates even more work. And one farmer who we may have to inspect 4 bunkhouses for versus one who we might have to inspect 10 for creates additional work. So Mr. Zamanek makes a valid point, and when we look at developing charges like that, it's based upon a cost driver basis, and we would look at those cost drivers. So Councillor Van Passen's correct. Like on a base inspection, you may not have all those costs. And anything that we do here would be kind of a 2021 fee due to COVID. And then you would probably have different fees in each year based upon that. I don't know if Marlene wants anything else to add.
So through the chair, if I may, just a couple of things. Just regarding inspections and added costs, we don't charge if there's a non-conformance of whatever, for whatever reason. So that's still within the $101 user fee. And currently with a 2-meter isolation measuring, we can't, or we're not going into the bunkhouses that are currently occupied. But however, farmers require, because of the COVID-19 and the occupancy, however, the farmers do require us they do require us to complete the application for their LEMA application so they can actually secure workers for the 2021 growing season. So we're making, with some designs that we have in our current capacity, we're reviewing it and working with the farmers and making some capacity pretty good estimates. However, we'll have to do a re-inspection to confirm that capacity for all of those LEMA applications moving forward. So there are additional steps and inspections that will be incurred for this growing season because of the 2-meter distancing. And just to, if I may, with Board Member Van Passen, just on the cost, we don't have exact costs, but I can say that the costs to date have been $675, and the majority of that, I would suggest, is probably related to the self-isolation plans. So if we did an annualized cost at really rough math, we're probably looking to exceeding $300,000 for the bunkhouse inspections. Now that's really gross math, and I would rely on my financial experts to assist us with that.
Just so, Jason, you're suggesting a COVID 2021 charge, but Councillor Martin, your motion, despite the fact that we have people that are suffering across the county right now, you don't want this to be addressed in 2021. You're looking at this in 2022.
Thank you, Chair Chop. Clearly, I'm not trying to prolong any suffering in our community, but I think that, no, that there should be notice. We've just spent the last 8 months telling these agricultural enterprises that they need to acquire more accommodations, and now we're turning around and saying we're going to charge them, and it starts effective immediately. And additionally, further to your earlier comment about it, being targeted to a restaurant industry or whatnot, everyone is hurting. Yes, I do understand that. That defeats the entire point of me amending a motion to ask for other industries to be investigated. It's not about just specifically hurting one type of industry. And to your comments about Mayor Hewitt, and yes, I understand that Haldimand County has less accommodations that need to be inspected, and therefore they are floating some of the cost for that. But I also look in a confidential package that was just given to us with 3 photos. 2 of those 3 pages are specifically on an outbreak in Haldimand County with 113 hours of overtime from our staff just this weekend. So I think that there's give and take with both of our counties. There's flexibility with what we are paying for with both of our counties.
There's a motion on the floor to, I guess, then that is for staff to bring back additional, did you have it, Andy, if you could read it out?
So the amendment was that staff be directed to investigate cost recovery options from all industries, and that further options for user fees be presented during the 2021 budget deliberations. And I didn't correctly get, I think, the last point. I thought that you were saying that for future changes to user fees be given notice for 2022, or is it these ones?
I guess my point would be that if we're going to look at one industry alone floating full cost recovery to then roll it over into these FTEs, that I don't think it should be effective immediately. If we're going to look at an equitable service and adopt a policy that includes many industries, and it needs to start in 2021, then I think that that is more reasonable.
Jason, did I see you had something to add?
Yeah, actually, my clerk did clarify it because I did not. I read it. I understood it the same way that he did. So just to be clear, staff's going to come back with a recommendation for 2021 fee increases for all industries at this point in time. And that's in 2022, Board of Health or Council can do whatever they want in after that. So it's for, if I understood it, it's 2021 fee increases for all industries, not just the agricultural industry.
Right, for Board of Health or Council, wherever we sit back down around the table to then adopt or not to adopt those suggestions. But again, I don't think it should be just one industry.
That's fair. We'll bring fee increases were on our hit list anyway, so that's not an issue.
For 2021 or 2022 is what you're
For
asking?
2021.
A recorded vote on this one.
By the way, as seconder, I will support the changes there. Thank you.
All right, so this is on the amendment to the second portion. So we'll start with Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Rabbits.
No.
Mayor Chop. Motion carries.
No. Okay, moving on to the first part of the motion. Member Martin, you had your hands on the staff's recommendation. Did you wish to? Can we not wrap that into the end of the first part of the motion? I mean, that seems like a given that we're going to send a request for funding. Okay, so we just, oh, I just assumed we were just dealing with the bunkhouse item. Is that, did you wish to take the floor? You had the staff's recommendation before you with the division of the question. Did you want to address the first part?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I would be happy to move the top part of the recommendation, and I would insert scenario 2, and I would additionally insert $420 for the purchase of EMR. And I do that with confidence because I actually visited the health unit on the weekend and I saw staff working 113 hours of overtime, and I witnessed 12 vehicles in our parking lot, and I witnessed the actual contact tracing and the efforts that go into that, and family members who were just about ready to go home and had to stay because they found another positive case. So I hope that in the debate we can look at the services that they provide as a whole for the community, not just bunkhouse inspections, but additional staffing can only help further all of those services and keep COVID on track. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Rabbits?
Scenario 2 is 20 FTEs, then I would be happy to second that motion.
Further discussion? Councillor Van Passen?
I will not be supporting the motion. I would be more than happy to support the motion as suggested by Haldimand County. And I would also hope that some of the additional staff we hire, no matter what scenario we use, that their regular hours of work would include the weekends during this COVID crisis, because of course every hour of overtime, or every hour they worked over the weekend is overtime, because their regular hours of work are Monday to Friday. And we need to start adjusting that. And I don't know if that takes more discussion within the union and the union contracts, because it is a complicated thing, but you know, we need to be able to provide 24-hour a day, 365-day-a-year service due to this pandemic. And maybe we can save some overtime by adjusting our hours of work on a regular basis.
Member Taylor?
I think Marlene wanted to respond to that first, if that's okay.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to confirm and clarify that we've been working 7 days a week since the pandemic initiated under the emergency orders, and that will continue. So our schedule does encompass the above and beyond of 113 hours on the weekend with staff that we called in addition to the regular staffing. Now, recognizing that on the weekends we are only working on COVID and any urgent things such as adverse waters, but that 113, once again, is additional above and beyond the regularly scheduled. So our 5-day-a-week typical workforce since the beginning of the pandemic has been shifted into a 7-day work week, and that's part of our scheduling challenges, actually.
Okay, however, for full sort of, disclosure here as well, though, we have, from the beginning of the pandemic, absolutely health department staff has been working 7 days a week, and there has been a shift in their schedule, unfortunately, several times. I think they've had to adapt to different 4-day schedules and so on and so forth. I know that hasn't been easy for them. At the same time, we do also have a grievance on some of that overtime and what should be applied going on right now. So it's not entirely that there's not overtime being applied in some of those areas. There is a grievance that's outstanding right now with QP.
So through the chair, that's
Or
correct.
with ONA, rather, I should say.
Yeah, so through the chair, no, that's correct. There is a significant grievance related to overtime and how we've scheduled people and we're compensating them within the collective agreement. However, I think it's still, what my comments still speak to the comments from Member Van Passen that we are working 7 days a week and we are paying at straight time currently. And what I spoke to earlier was additional given the unpredictability of the activities over the weekend.
Thank you, and through you. Just looking at the scenario breakdowns, I don't think I could stomach supporting a scenario that guarantees half of the health units' work won't be getting done. So scenario 2 is what I was leaning towards, and I'm happy that's what was moved. So I will be supporting this motion at the end, and no, I think that's a good mix. 20 FTEs is a good compromise there.
Thank you, Chair Chop. Just in regards to comments made that we should be offering kind of 7 days a week, 24 hours a day coverage, it's kind of hard to do that if we don't have the complement of staff to do that. I will be supporting the motion on the floor.
Anything further? Can we have a recorded vote again as well, Andy? Thanks.
All right, Council.
Sorry, Member Van Passen, go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify, and this is why I brought that motion forward 2 weeks ago. I know that staff have been working 7 days a week, steady. They've shifted their holidays. They've worked overtime. And yes, we do need to get some staff in there to allow them part of their life back and use up some of their holidays and have a couple of days that they're not on call because, yeah, the contact tracing is a 7-day-a-week job, and we do need to hire staff, but I think I sort of agree with Haldeman that I don't think the province of Ontario is going to get terribly upset if we apply some resources to the COVID situation and skip a few of the mandatory programs that they implement. I don't think we're going to get our knuckles wrapped all that bad. So, whether we do bicycle-friendly initiative, Norfolk is not going to get done or not. That's one of the ones in the list. Again, maybe my priorities are different, and let's deal with an immediate problem of COVID-19, and maybe some of those other things can sit on the back burner and are not quite that important to me. So,
Member Columbus, go ahead.
Brett, I heard Mayor Hewitt indicate support for scenario 4. He also stated that down the road in 6 months, if a need be, come back, and if there's need for more support, he'd come back to the Board of Health to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say something very similar to Councillor Columbus' comments about Mayor Hewitt's suggestion that, we go for 4. There's still flexibility, even as it is, for some additional hiring. And then, in 6 months, 8 months, we can come back and revisit. And so that's why I personally would like to support option 4.
Member Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I suppose I should send this question to staff. The biggest reservation I have is even if we advertise for these jobs, I think every other area of the medical field is in the same position. Are we even going to get enough applicants to fill the spaces? Is there a concern with that?
So through the chair, clearly there's recruitment challenges. I think that's pretty well known. However, if we don't have the resources, we can't even attempt. So with all due respect, yes, recruitment's going to be challenging. We have, as I said at the last Board of Health meeting, we have posted the position pending Board of Health direction, and and we've shortlisted it. We do have quite a handful of candidates, and we have actually had quite a bit of turnover with early retirements, and we have been successful in recruiting. So will we hire them all as per Board of Health direction? Maybe not, but I think we need to give it every effort to do that, and I think we can be quite successful.
Any further debate? Okay. Not entirely, but if you can keep it brief. We've entered into the debate, so the period for staff kind of questions and so on, but up to you.
So, as medical officer of health, our jobs are apolitical. But since this is such an important item, at least I do want to share my comments. The first point I'd like to share is the decisions that you make today will have a life and death consequence. We don't know which lives will be affected. It's different than the practice of medicine where the patient is sitting in front of you. And as Board of Health members, your patient are the 110,000 people who live in this health district. In my office, there's always 2 documents on my desk. One is the statute, the Health Protection and Promotion Act, and the other is the budget. And this is the framework for us to do our job, what the legislature says, and this is how we have to get the money to make it happen, like every other household. The challenge we face is not about a decision that can be deferred. This is like a decision if my wife called me and said the house is flooding. And we're already seeing that this weekend. The house is flooding. Metaphorically, we've seen lots and lots of cases. We have outbreak after outbreak. We have schools that have cases. So I think that the issue is more of an urgent one that might not instantly appear. When looking at the 2020 budget, there was no line item for COVID. We didn't know that it existed. It's unlike water or vaccines. And so we're sort of caught in this unusual situation where we're now having to budget for something which we never had a line item for. No one expected COVID-19. I never heard of it until December of 2019. And here we are now, our entire professional lives have changed. So in the public health service, it is about managing risk, but it's also about setting priorities. And the decisions that we make when we spend money also reflects what we think are our priorities in health, like in other areas of endeavor. So from my perspective, what we're really asking for from the public health service, and we're not asking in a political way, is to have sufficient resources to meet the immediate need that we have related to COVID-19. It is the #1 priority from a public health perspective. The role of the Board of Health and the role of government is to help people in ways that they can't help themselves. And so from my vantage point, I think whatever decision that you make, the more resources that we have, the more likely we're able to effectuate a plan that keeps people safe. So with that, thank you so much, Madam Chop and the Board of Health.
Thank you, Shankar, for your comments. Can we have a recorded vote, Andy?
Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
No.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
No.
Councillor Columbus.
No.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
No.
The motion is defeated on a tie.
Somebody wish to propose an alternative?
Chair Chop, I would go ahead and insert scenario 3 and include that the $420,000 for the EMR be included.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, and I apologize, never brought this up before, but the $400,000 for the EMR, aren't we still in discussion at the provincial level to, I don't know, rezone the health units, and what is the status of that? And if we were to spend the money on the electronic record system, would that be wasted if we are amalgamated into other, within another jurisdiction?
So through the chair to board member Van Passen. So currently there has been no provincial discussion regarding modernization. However, I have no reason to believe it's not still on the agenda. But in speaking to would it be still utilized moving forward, what I do know with any type of modernization, public health will continue to be provided within Haldimand Norfolk. So although many of the modernizations will likely have regionalization and centralized services such as leadership, finance, those type of back-end activities, the frontline staff that would be utilizing this would still be currently utilizing the system. The user fees are based on user fees, so that cost is still, will continue moving into our current state or moving into any type of modernization. So I would suggest that the EMR would still be used locally, and at the end of the day, regardless of the structure, the local municipality is still the one who will be issued the bill, if I may, to provide whatever services are required from a public health perspective. So I do think that it will be utilized locally because it is a clinical tool. And it is, and the reason why we chose the selected platform, it is being utilized in many of other health units, and a couple of the ones that we currently would likely be amalgamated with potentially are also using the platform such as Brantford. So we did take that into consideration when we were making our recommendation.
I guess I should have, that was more my question, that it's a pretty common program, because believe it or not, technology like that is not my area of expertise.
So I deeply struggled with this component as well, and Marlene and I, and I've talked to Craig Manley and Mayor Hewitt as well, but I think one of the key pieces with this is you're not looking as well to try to do full integration right now of all old documents. Like, one of our concerns was, you know, how much staff time is it going to take to be able to upload all of these old files, to be able to transition them all out electronically. But the point from, and having spoken with a couple of our public health nurses actually, is more the description of the process. So they have a file, you know, comes in and they stack it in the corner. Now, if they have, you know, their kid is test positive for COVID at school, or they're put on lockdown at home, they can't go in to access the file. It would just be those new files that they go and are able, moving forward, updating online. So the full transition wouldn't be occurring right now.
Yeah. So thank you, Madam Chair. That would be correct. We would be focusing implementation for the COVID activities, and we would implement further activities and migration of all of the old records. We'd have to come up with a plan, but it's really about focusing on COVID right now, and that would be where we would allocate our resources.
However, if you look at $400,000 for that component just for this year alone, for the licensing, that's certainly a couple individuals that could be hired just to shuffle files around, more like 4 individuals to shuffle files. So in reality, you're actually adding, in essence, 4 additional staff on there. However, the electronic records management piece makes more sense in that case, because obviously they'll be able to do it from home if necessary. There's just all questions that I've been asking.
Again, I think this was a comment I made 2 weeks ago, that if we don't get it, they would require 4 more staff. So that means if they do get it, that would be require 4 less, right?
Well, that's how, yes. So I think that goes to, you know, Mayor Hewitt's suggestion, again, through conversations that we've had together and looking at this and the potential for the amalgamation. But really, you know, we have come to see the benefit of the software. Marlene has convinced us of that. But I think that's the reasoning for Haldimand looking at option 4, was to say, hey, let's test this out. In reality, there's actually additional staff that are coming with that scenario 4 complement, because they're going to also be getting the software to go along with it. Councillor Columbus.
Madam Chair, you read my mind. That was the question I was going to put forth about the resources required to offset this cost. Thanks.
Member Rabbits.
Councillor Martin doesn't have a seconder for her motion. I would like to second the motion. That would put the staff complement up to 15 full-time equivalents, which is, I believe, a fair compromise, as Councillor Taylor had indicated in his support of the last recommendation. Perhaps it is a compromise that we do need to be finding. 6 months out from today would put us into May, April of next year, and if you recall where we were this year in May and April, it was pretty dire straits for our COVID-19 response. That's when a lot of businesses began shutting down, and we found ourselves, I believe, in a phase 1 of reopening. So with that, that is going to be at least half of what our staff are recommending in terms of building a COVID-19 response team. I think 15 full-time equivalents. Absolutely, we could review that in 6 months' time, and hopefully we're not where we were this year in terms of the pandemic.
Further comments? Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do take some of Councillor Rabbit's comments to heart. If the mover and the seconder are suggesting that this motion is a form of compromise between two sides, and that we could relook at this again perhaps in 6 months or some period of time, I certainly would like to consider your comments. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair Chop. What exactly are we re-looking at in 6 months? Like, we'll have people that we've hired, so are we hiring them on a temporary, are people suggesting a temporary contract? Like, I'm unclear as to what we're revisiting in 6 months.
I think the suggestion, the 6 months from Mayor Hewitt, which Councillor Rabbits is articulating, is just that had we gone with scenario 4, was the suggestion that we need to add more additional staff members. But even with scenario 3, you may still need to add additional staff members, given the staff recommendation is 30.
Okay, all right. I was getting unclear as to whether you thought we would reduce or anything. And my closing comment to the Board of Health members are, if it's shown us anything since March of 2020, is that public health is the crux of all of our communities. Every day, who are we seeing? We're seeing the public health, the medical officers of health. It's the crux of your community. And yeah, someone may think, well, what if we don't get the kids' teeth checked and stuff like that? There's long-term ramifications for things like that. And when you have a community who isn't in their tip-top health to begin with, and then they run the risk of this becoming more of an issue. So I think that this is not the time to play a numbers game when we're looking at the lives of our community and going forward.
Anything further? Okay, in that case, we'll call the vote then. All in favor of scenario 3? If you'd like.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
No.
Councillor Van Passen.
No.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, moving on to, let's see, last thing on the agenda here. What's that? I just had one more thing I wanted to mention here as well.
Madam Chair, can I just make one small comment?
Go ahead.
I discussed this with the clerk. Because the motion has a 2020 budget impact and FTE impact, we'd request that the Board of Health write a letter to both Norfolk County and Haldimand County to advise them of this, because any change to the budget and FTE count requires a motion of council for that. So the 2020 adjustments, which we've estimated to be, in this case, 260,000 and 376,000, needs to be accounted for in the current budget along with the FTE adjustment. And then the 2021 impact we can take care of during our normal budget process.
Okay, just one final mention for the Board of Health. I have met and spoken with 3 of our largest farmers in Norfolk County who represent more than a third of the migrant workers in Haldimand and Norfolk. And as I mentioned at the last Agricultural Advisory Board meeting, the one back in September, the concerns are out there as to what the regulations are going to be handed down from the federal and provincial governments. So again, while Shanker's allowing bunk beds right now, the caveat is still there. The feds could come down in March and say, change their minds, that's not happening. So our farmers need certainty, and they need some action to be taken now. They need to understand what the short-term plan is. They need to understand what the long-term plans are. Those farmers that want to build bunkhouses today, they really are just throwing a dart at a board to determine whether or not what they build today is even going to be accepted in 6 months' time. Same thing for, as I mentioned earlier with Dusty, with retrofits. Yes, the province is, providing up to 100,000 for retrofits, but are those retrofits that they're accomplishing, are they even going to be okay in 6 months' time? Because there's no direction from the province or the federal government on what they are expecting. So I think they need a short-term plan, they need a long-term plan. Some of these, they can't change everything overnight. We know that. It's going to take years to make those required changes. So how long could facilities be grandfathered for and so on? And they also need some financial support, obviously, from the province and the federal government to make changes of this magnitude. Maybe there are ways to do it that's not just dollars and cents. It's not just a check that's being cut, but accelerated tax depreciation or, a number of other options, changes in the tax code that could benefit them. So I have a letter that's been signed by Ken Wall, Paul Prosick, and Scott Biddle. I will provide a copy to board members at the conclusion of the meeting. I have put the letter together in my personal capacity as mayor along with the farmers. And if the Board of Health wishes to offer further support and endorsement for that letter, that will be for yourselves to decide. And then I guess finally, the other alternative, if you'd like to move ahead so that I know whether or not we have your endorsement, I certainly could read it out to you now if you preferred. Is that okay? I'm just thinking time is of the essence is all. All right. Dear Right Honourable Prime Minister Trudeau and Honourable Premier Ford, as Prime Minister and as Premier, you have both had the difficult task of balancing the economy with the safety of citizens in light of the COVID-19 epidemic. As Mayor of Norfolk County and Chair of the Board of Health for both Norfolk County and Haldimand County, I have to balance similar responsibilities, but at a local level. This is why I, along with 3 of our largest farmers who employ almost 1/3 of our migrant farm workforce and produce over 172,500 tons of fresh produce annually, have decided to communicate our concerns and co-sign this letter to you. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on our local area. We had a large outbreak at a long-term care facility in which over 30 lives were lost. We also saw one of the largest on-farm outbreaks in Canada happen in our county, where a foreign farm worker succumbed to COVID-19. The measures imposed by our medical officer of health to ensure public safety measures were opposed by many in the farming community, and the divisions that have been created in our community as a result cannot be understated. We are trying as a community to move on from this division and present solutions that respect all parties. We need solutions that respect the essential workers who travel here from abroad to support our critical food chain for all Canadians. Respect the farmer, respect our public health resources, and respect the taxpayer who pay for these measures. The requirement of 2 meters of separation has significantly limited the existing bunkhouse capacity that our farms have, which will in turn lead to reduced farm production in 2021, a problem for all Canadians. Our farmers want to be proactive, whether to undertake to build new bunkhouses or significantly retrofit their existing bunkhouses to increase on-farm safety. However, they need support from both the federal and provincial levels of government. Several of our farmers are looking to move quickly to modernize these accommodations, and they require 3 key items. 1, clarity on new or anticipated requirements. As farmers, they do not want to invest into costly fixes only to see in a few months' time new requirements being announced by either levels of government. 2, we need a consolidated regulatory framework to increase the speed at which we can move. The ability to move quickly to improve our outlook for the 2021 and 2022 growing season is essential. We need all of the regulatory bodies to move in a coordinated fashion with local authorities and farmers. 3, financial support. This support can take a number of forms, including increased tax deductibility on capital items, grants, interest-free loans, etc. The significant increased cost of these changes cannot currently be fully absorbed by the farmer. We have farmers that are willing to build new pilot project bunkhouses to improve worker safety. These farmers would like to work with your agencies to bring these buildings online as soon as possible, but also be provided the certainty that these investments will not be wiped out with new regulations. As a local authority, we are committed to work with the farmers to ensure expedited permits and inspections. Our community is looking to heal, move forward, and continue to support food security, not only for the province, but for all of Canada. We are desperately seeking some additional support from both levels of government. Your support will ensure that all farm workers can arrive safely in 2021 and beyond. Our farmers' operations are not threatened, and Canadians can continue to have safe and healthy local fruits and vegetables on their plates. Most sincerely, myself, Ken Wall, Paul Prosick, and Scott Biddle. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is a special meeting, are we allowed to put forth a motion to support that letter? Because if so, I would be happy to do that.
I would suggest it would need 2/3.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Taylor. 2/3 then to allow the motion to be on the floor. Okay, so I guess this is just to allow the motion to be on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and Councillor Van Passen, did you wish, I guess, to move the...
Put forth a motion that Board of Health supports the Mayor's letter to Prime Minister Trudeau and to Premier Doug Ford regarding the ongoing bunkhouse situation in Norfolk County.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Further discussion, Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Well, Madam Mayor, you went out of your way to do this, and I appreciate that, but there's 201 other migrant farm worker bunkhouse owners out there who are just as concerned as these big operators. And they are really struggling. I tell you, I saw a man's fuel bill the other day. First time, he's just fuming. He got a $1,580 charge for carbon tax for curing his crops. This is 1 month's union gas or natural gas bill. There's all kinds of other things affecting these guys. So the little guy is just as important as the big guy. That's all I want to say.
I was just out at a Little Guys yesterday. I was out at Daryl Steffick's farm yesterday to check on his operation and the challenges that, you know, the smaller farmers are having. So the thing is, though, is everybody needs that certainty, small farmers and big farmers. You know, the point of getting a couple of the largest farmers that represent over 1/3 of the migrant workforce here, and 100 and, what did I say, 172,500 tons of fruits and vegetables, you know, that's to drive that to the province to say, hey, like, this is how significant this is. And, you know, at the end of the day, the little guy counts just as much, but the big guys sometimes have the leverage to be able to, you know, make a stand and get noticed. And that's what it's all about. I think it's, you know, again, I tried to bring this up at the Agricultural Advisory Board last month. I am concerned if we don't get some certainty for these farmers moving into next growing season, that come March, the province or the federal government could say, you know what, Norfolk County, too bad, Shanker, you're allowing bunk beds. We're not going to allow them. And wouldn't we rather know that now than in 3 months from now? Little or big.
And Madam Chair, that is why the 3-person per bunkhouse limitation here in Hull of Norfolk is really killing the competitive edge of the agricultural industry.
Well, this isn't about the 3-man to the bunkhouse rule. This is about moving forward and understanding that there could be further, and very likely are further, regulations that are coming down the pipe. And it would be much more valuable if our farmers got a say in those regulations before they were made in Ottawa than to find out in March that they're going to have new challenges to deal with.
Thank you, Chair Chop. I agree, and I do support you sending the letter. I didn't support it coming forward here because I think in building on your comments in your letter that this community needs healing, I think some discussion with the AAB, with the smaller farmers, putting it on an agenda, having that discussion is how we're going to begin that healing process. So while I will support sending it, and I do think it's great in principle, I think that just putting 3 farmers' names on it, we could do a lot more.
Well, again, I raised it at the last AAB meeting. We need to start moving forward. Sometimes we can consult ourselves to death, and we need the province and the federal government to take notice of what's going on and to sit down, and Shanker's on both of those committees, and if he is able to provide perspective, and that's where the AAB would come in, that's what I said to them, you know, get a short-term plan, get a long-term plan, get Shanker to sign off on it, because if he buys into the plan that they're proposing, that's going to carry, you know, some significant weight, I would say, at a provincial and a federal level. And we can't just wait for another month to have another AAB meeting and think about what's happening. This isn't going against the AAB. This is articulating the viewpoints that are out there that are, I just was at a farm yesterday, you know, again, it's like whatever money a farmer spends now, they can get 50 cents on the dollar back from the province for a retrofit. But in 2 months' time, those retrofits may be absolutely no good, and now they've just washed 50 cents on the dollar down the drain for no reason.
I understand you, and I hear you. I'm just saying, to begin the healing process, I think we should slap it on an agenda, have people come and speak to it. Maybe there's more input that could be added to it. It could be, you know, a different looking letter with more than just 3 farmers' names on it. I'm not saying I don't support it. The letter is good. I'm just saying that
Well, my understanding is time of the essence, and
well,
I have sent it off. So.
I was speaking, and we have a Board of Health meeting next week, Andy just said. So I think that there's room for compromise, but thank you for the letter.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I should ask, like, did you actually seek out these farmers? Because geographically, projects are in the second concession in the northeast corner of the county. Biddle is in Victoria, which is the center of not only the county, the universe as well. And Mr. Wall is almost at the Elgin County border in the extreme southwest. But you do have quite the cross-section of the county. You're just missing one out by Cortland. We needed to find one more, I guess. So maybe Mike can help you with that. So.
Yeah, no. Well, we've been in contact. Ken, I happened to see Ken at the right opportunity, but yeah, the farmers have been approaching us and saying, hey, like, we don't know what to do here. I mean, for Mr. Prosick, I want to build a bunkhouse. What standards am I building my bunkhouse to? You know, what am I supposed to do here? And we don't have an answer. The only standards we have are the 2010 standards. But I think, you know, they're recognizing that those are likely to change. So, you know, I'm happy to withdraw the letter as well right now, and I can just carry on sending it in my own capacity. And
I think we should send it on behalf of the board and to Councillor Martin. I don't disagree. We can send another letter next week. We could meet with the Ag Advisory Board, get their input as well, and send them another letter explaining any point of view you want, but time is of the essence. and bureaucracy does not move that fast. So by prodding them now, we might get an answer in a month. So we'll send them another letter before they even send the answer to the first one.
Andy, did you want to call the vote on this one then, since I'm involved?
I believe anybody's asked for a recorded vote on this one.
Oh, okay. All those in favor? And that's carried. And then, finally, I just wanted to take a minute. Obviously, I'm sure most people have heard the tragic news. County flags are being flown at half-mast. It's with great sadness that I want to inform everyone that former Councillor John Wells passed away this morning. He obviously spent a good portion of his life in service to this community, both as a councillor and as former city of Nanticoke and then with Norfolk County. So on behalf of all of council, I wish to express my sincere condolences to John's family, and our thoughts are with you. Councillor Martin, I don't know, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Chop. I would like to just echo the similar comments. My deepest sympathies to Mr. Wells' family and to the Port Dover community. I'm very, honored to fill in this seat because he's done a fabulous job paving the way for our community and what advocacy looks like around this table. So I don't take the position lightly, and I will do my very best to honor Mr. Wells as best as possible.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, I guess we have, it seems funny after comments like that, but the confirming bylaw, if I could have a mover. Oh, Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add to your kind comments and to Councillor Martin's comments. Councillor Wells was a tireless worker for all of his constituents in Ward 6, and he was just a force who constantly dedicated himself and all of his time to public service to his own constituents and all the residents of Norfolk County. And I also want to extend my condolences to his family and his many friends. He will be sorely missed.
Thank you, Councillor Michele. Anyone further? Okay. With that, if I could have a mover for the confirming bylaw, Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, before the motion, can I just have a small correction? There was, staff noticed an error in there was a verbal error in the one motion. The one motion should read up to 17.2 staff. So the up to should be in there, and I think we misspoke at 15.2 is actually 17.2, because that's what's been costed. So I just want to get that on the record before the confirming bylaw is done.
So my apologies, that's my error. I was speaking to approximate numbers in the scenarios. We were basing our scenarios on costing, but when we did do out the costing, it is approximately up to 17.2. So my apologies, and thank you, Mr. Burgess, for the correction.
Further? Okay. So again, moved by Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried, and the Board of Health is adjourned.